Thank you very much, honey.
Gordon's persistence with Melissa appears to finally be paying off. You give it a thumbs up? Yeah.
All right, we gotta get this together. I need 3 art fries. Right now at the moment, I understand Chef Ramsey's whole concept is to communicate and keep everything in order and get it going. As long as I can communicate with the guys next to me, it will get it on top of it.
I need to concentrate on Dee's table, yes?
We are doing it now. Take the 2 burgers whenever you can.
Melissa really shocked me tonight where she was able to ask Eric and George, oh, can you do this? Can you get this?
We are doing real well. Let's keep it up.
Very, very good. That's amazing.
That's good.
Tonight we had a couple of really large screw-ups, but in the end it all worked out.
It's a great menu, right?
Everybody was happy. We feel very excited. We're good.
That's it.
In the next couple of days, the word continued to spread throughout Long Island about its first gastropub.
We have a wonderful new menu.
That was the best burger I've ever eaten. I thought it was really well.
Reinvigorated by the new direction and updated menu, Melissa has found her passion again.
1 small Caesar, 1 small house. Chef Ramsey being here has definitely brought new life into my job. Chicken sandwiches up and out, burgers up and out. I do have more passion about it. I want to make sure everything is good. I'm surprised at myself now.
Even the waitstaff has taken it upon themselves to maintain the cleanliness of the restaurant.
We're going to make a list of what needs to be cleaned every night. We want to keep it clean. We want to make it look like presentable.
And Billy, with renewed hope and determination, is moving forward.
Something to enjoy while they're waiting to take your order.
Inspiring everyone to make the handlebar a success.
Well done. This place is going to be a success. Great location, great food, great gastropub. My wife and myself are very appreciative.
Seemed like there was a black cloud hanging over the handlebar. Then the sun started shining.
Congratulations on being Long Island's first gastropub.
Chef Ramsey came to my restaurant, went above and beyond anything I could have possibly asked for, and I know this restaurant is going to be successful from here on out.
Very tough indeed. We made a lot of changes, changed the menu, changed the decor. But there's one thing in there that I thought was completely unchangeable, and that was Bill.
We need to manage that. Next time on Kitchen Nightmares, a restaurant that is tearing a family apart.
We're losing our houses.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares,
I'm here to help.
Good.
an Italian restaurant on the brink of disaster.
We busted our ass all day and lost money. We should have fucking stayed in bed.
Run by a family that is being torn apart.
If this place fails, I'm not together anymore.
There's a stubborn father who is impossible to please.
This thing is awful, Sam. Billy, times you 8.
A son who is unable to step up.
Why can't you show me the same fire I had?
For the last 3 years, Chef Ramsey has whipped aspiring chefs into shape on Hell's Kitchen.
This is painful!
Get out! Out! Now, Gordon Ramsay, the most successful restaurateur on the planet, with critically acclaimed restaurants in London, Dubai, Tokyo, and New York, is crisscrossing America for the most difficult assignment of his career.
This is disgusting.
I'm gobsmacked.
Turning around America's kitchen nightmares.
Please help me.
Each week, he will go to restaurants on the brink of disaster.
There is no mama.
He's not doing his job. This place is a disaster zone.
Put so much into it. But to get these restaurants back on track, Chef Ramsay will hold nothing back.
I've never, ever, ever, ever met someone I believe in.
It will be intense.
So you dirty pig. What we need is death in the restaurant before some fucker gets a grip. I thought your food was crap.
It will be emotional.
You're a fucking bullshit. That's it. Seriously, I'm pissed off. It's not my fault.
Why did you keep beating if it was that bad?
Just go. Just go.
And it will be shocking.
Why did they run a spot?
Oh my God. Look at them.
It's fucking Renzi. This is water. I've eaten it.
I feel like spitting on both of them.
I think this place will run better without you. Can you go and tell them that the kitchen is closed? We're shut. It's a lucky day of their lives.
We're shut for the
We're shut for the night.
We will make this a success.
Put your hand up. Swear to God.
In the end, you will see dramatic turnarounds
Are we horrible?
of not just the restaurants, but the people who work in them. And while most appreciate his help,
God bless you. You are a wonderful person.
others aren't so grateful.
Chef, I know you can hear me. Don't run. What is this guy here? Who the fuck are you to turn around and tell me when you work like a pig? Yeah, it's pig. Goodbye, chef. Good luck, loser.
Get ready as Chef Ramsay turns America's kitchen nightmares
Receive, may the Lord not kill me soon.
back into dreams.
Please do not screw it up.
Tonight, Gordon faces an overwhelming challenge.
It's time to walk away.
There's nothing else to do. The mixing bowl's business is dwindling and relationships are crumbling.
Can't get so overwhelmed.
I wasn't poor.
Why do you keep saying that?
I'm pissed off.
The manager is desperate.
I've tried everything.
The owner has lost his passion,
You look like a man that's dying to be put out of his misery.
and his wife wants him to shut the place down.
I can't sacrifice myself for the mixing bowl right now.
Now, Gordon must turn the mixing bowl upside down.
Fighting for my wife?
It's the last chance for this dying restaurant.
You're not supposed to be like that.
That's coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. Fillmore, New York, a busy commuter town about 30 minutes from New York City and home to a wide variety of restaurants. For 10 years, the mixing bowl has managed to survive, but now, with increased competition, it's only months away from closing.
He said Cajun, not Asian.
My name is Billy Galletti. I'm the chef for Mixing Bowl. Look at that. I'm the chef, delivery guy, supposed to fix it, do bills, bring up supplies, mop the floors if I have to. That's what I have to do to keep the place alive.
The mixing bowl eatery has been here for 10 years.
Lisa, this is order, right?
You know what? You should go see a manager, not your wife. If it was up to Billy's wife, the restaurant would be closed next year.
It says 2 muscles.
Say what? My hope is really gone for this place. You know how bad this is.
Disaster. 6 people came to the restaurant all night. Everyone just knows he's mixing bowl Mike. Right this way.
Yes, he's the manager, but it's impossible to work with him.
You get 5 times more pay than the servers. What the hell is your problem?
Kind of like one big happy family.
What you just said makes absolutely no sense. That doesn't make sense. Shut up.
Mike, what are you doing?
I can't drink because I'm parched.
He is the manager. What does Mike do now? I see him schmooze a lot.
People come in here, they think I'm the owner, they call me like the mayor of Belmore. They do that because they respect me, they fear me. I don't know.
Shut up and let me finish talking.
Nobody's gonna listen to someone who's yelling at them like a madman.
Talking to you like going to a brick wall.
All right. When the mixing bowl first opened, it was busy every week, you know, it was really doing well.
Fucking beer. Now it's just, everybody's impressed.
We tried everything we can. There's no more money. There's nothing else to do.
If something doesn't change and someone doesn't help us out, the restaurant could be closed next week.
Now it's at the end of the day. I'm so stubborn about keeping it alive, but am I hurting myself? Am I hurting my family?
You're holding everything up now with all this crap.
I'm sorry, that's what I wrote. Our marriage gets affected by his business.
Go out.
We're struggling 7 days a week. That puts a a damper on our relationship. I can't sacrifice myself and our children for the mixing bowl anymore. If it's not going to work, it's time to walk away.
Gordon Ramsay has just 1 week to uncover the restaurant's problems, devise a plan, and find a way for this restaurant to stand out in this competitive market.
I'm nervous. This looks dreadful.
Pleasure, man.
Not sure. Sorry, Gordon. First name?
Mike.
Mike. Nice to see you.
It's exciting. This is like, oh my God, meeting Gordon Ramsay. You know, to me, if he's a god, the rest are history.
Good to see you. Hi. Lisa, nice to see you. God. Well, this is quiet.
Yes,
This is all we start. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many people for lunch?
when Gordon first came in, I was nervous, and I hope it's just not too hard on all of us.
Listen here.
This is the lunch menu.
And what style of restaurant is it?
It's new American type cuisine, salads, some wraps, with
It's
hot.
like a health spa.
Where?
When was the last time you went to a spa? The gym.
What are you saying? Are you trying to say?
I'm asking, when was the last time you went to the gym?
Not for a long time.
When was the last time you had a salad?
Not for a long time.
Right. Okay.
If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay, great. When you look at the way the restaurant put together, you can identify instantly from the paper cloths to the drapes to the plants, the ceilings to the colour that this restaurant really is on its last legs. Award-winning Maryland lump crab cakes, seared North Atlantic salmon, sun-dried tomato basil. It's just a small restaurant, I mean, it's huge.
In a couple of minutes,
I'm dying to taste the award-winning Maryland crab cakes.
they are excellent.
An award-winning, what award are they with?
You can ask Billy, he knows more about it.
I thought you would know about it if you're the manager. It was on your menu.
Well,
Anyway,
I
I'll have a zucchini pancake, and I'll go for the seared North Atlantic salmon, I think.
thank you.
God, that guy needs some spa. Bean bag.
It's intimidating, sir. Okay, these are the Maryland crab cakes
Thank you.
and the zucchini pancakes. I'll try this out.
Lovely, thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
May I ask what you think of the crab cakes?
I ask you not to stare at me.
Absolutely.
Makes me feel really uncomfortable.
No problem.
You know, there's this cockroach on your back and trying to shake off, and I like to just sit and enjoy my lunch.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Award-winning, maybe not, in terms of freshness. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to find something so fresh in such a dreary, dreadful diary. Zucchini pancakes, stodgy, bland, and pretty thick. It's like having a mouthful of glue. Oh my god, what's that on top?
Tomato basil
Sun-dried.
There's no garlic. Where's the garlic? Is that on the green mix?
The shallots, there's
No garlic.
no garlic in any of the ingredients.
And then on the beans?
Looks like there's garlic in there.
Why don't you just check with it? I can smell it anyway.
I will. That looks like garlic.
Thank you.
Billy, what? The string beans. You cook them in garlic? Yeah. Is there any shallots in there at all?
No shells. Some of them very bland. Sauce just heavy, soggy, and vinegary. Garlic everywhere. No one wants to come out to lunch and stink of garlic. That's for sure.
You know, Billy's getting a little nervous, thinking my best to get wings right now. You know.
I don't know what to expect, to be honest.
When you first walk in that line, you get this depressing manager jumping on you, which is a great shame. I'm sure 5 years ago we had some form of spark. The food, the cupcakes were good. Yes, that was the high point. Everything else, unfortunately for me, just flat. Look, pancakes were soggy and fish was dry. Salmon just looked old-fashioned.
Can I ask you an honest question?
Yes.
So 10 year anniversary, for our 10 year anniversary, everybody gets complimentary zucchini pancakes. Everybody tells me they love it.
If you give something away and it's free, who's going to complain about it?
That never happens. So either he's crazy, or every customer that comes in here is lying to me.
Want to come back with a plan and bang. It didn't blow me away.
You okay? What's the plan? Get up, grab her, piss, go. Yeah, I think it goes. It's a weird night. I'm hungry. You're starving. After Sam, go out the water. Yo, dog, wasn't there a fucking documentary? Why isn't he about No, dog, it should be like a documentary. The story of how people love it. Famous people who love it. That's a lady. You lady. Dude, I could outdo all these people. I'll outdo my very basis, baby. I'm not even trying. What in the fuck is this shit? Triple level shit. Yo, dog. Foodie Beauty. Would you fuck Foodie Beauty? She's got a lot of shit, so I'm like more pro her now. My thing, but okay, is she from Detroit, right? She's from Detroit or something? Fuck yeah. Fuck Detroit. This motherfucking fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I suck toes. Fuck yeah. Fuck chicks from Detroit. Are you done? Hell yeah, I suck toes. What is your fellow show? It's just such a weird thing to say on the phone with the fucking Puerto Rican flag. Hell yeah, I suck toes. Welcome to Pop Top. Yeah. Dimple and pivot. Nimble and pivoting. Nimble and pivoting. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know any other words? You got me. I don't know what these things do. I just say nimble and pivot. I go into press conferences. Another I say nimble. Oh, okay. Pivot. Oh, okay. Once a set of fishing can go over as well as nimble. Oh God. I was gonna call him my last move on. I said my God. I wanted to ask her, Mom, can I stay there just to pivot for a while? She'd laugh at me. She'd say, Pivot, what the fuck is that? What are you talking about? She would say, what the fuck? She'd have that kind of attitude. What are you talking about? Pivot. Pivot. What is that? Pivot. What is that? You want to live at my house? That's what she said. Pivot. Sleep all day. Do nothing. That's what you call pivot. All right. You could upward stand. If you upward stood, if you did. No, I'm just kidding. Wow. I'll be so hungry, like midday, and then be like, oh, are you really gonna watch it? I fucking love this show. I love this show. Like, it makes me just want to cry. Do they eat Alfredo in it? I don't think so. You like this? Are you really pulling this shit? You're gonna forget it after every single thing. You've seen it though. You know, it's just such a beautiful show. Oh, I'm not doing it. I could do that. Yeah. In that case. Why? There you go. There's that. It's okay. You just want the one on the side. He's like, that'd be sick. That works. Is there an autoplay? This is how I feel. I'm falling. I feel a lot like this dog. This isn't it.
Dixon didn't stand a chance. Trounced him.
I just feel like I'm falling. I'm sitting here in bed looking cool, but I fucking fall. Hi, you seeing this shit? Wait, you seeing this shit? Rabbi, you seeing this shit? Rabbi, you seeing this shit? Wait, you seeing this shit? Wait, you seeing this shit? Wait, you seeing this shit? You seeing this shit? Wait, you seeing this shit? I'm not you seeing this shit. I'm not you seeing this shit. Wait, you seeing this shit? Wait, you seeing this shit? You seeing this shit? You seeing this shit? Maya, you seeing this shit? Marco, you seeing this shit? Maya, you seeing this shit? Maya, you seeing this shit? Mira, you seeing this shit? Michael, you seeing this shit? Mary, you seeing this shit? Mary, you seeing this shit? No, 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 you seeing this shit? Mary, you seeing this shit? Mary, you seeing this shit? Or 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 you seeing this shit? Reference this rabbi is causing some pussy.
I can never get you to try it. Tobacco never lasts.
Look at this move. Oh, Yoshi. What happened here? Eddie Medina. Remember Medina. Look at this. Wow. Yeah. That is very athletic, Mike. I love this field. I love this show. Yeah, smoking in elevators.
She'll probably be a silent one. She'll know what she's in for. Besides, not that I'm the kind of guy you want. I'm an old guy, girl. I have a feeling when you go to your bachelor party anytime soon, I'll be prepared to handle on the voice enough.
Oh,
He's not expecting it. Oh, honey, don't worry. I'll
the
get it.
casting for the show is incredible.
I have an important appointment right now, so why don't you go shopping?
Ribeye
Take your mother.
in a pan. I love when he says it. With butter. Ribeye with butter in a pan. Whatever. Rabbi. Ribeye in a pan with butter.
I'll tell you what. I'll drop by your place on my way home. Your mother can check out some tickets.
So you'll find account executives and creative executives. Great. Hopefully if you follow my lead, you can avoid some of the mistakes I've made here. No one, but I've got a barrier. A couple of years will provide most of the rest of us. Of course, if you really make the right move, you'll be here just fine. I don't know what your goals are. Don't overdo the overview. You go business. At lunch, you need to pick up a box of chocolates.
Yo, Sheen. Shin. Are you gonna scream at the top of your lungs? Yoshi, goddamn it, where the fuck are you? I can't find this goddamn phone. Do you feel as if that would be a productive use of your time at this moment? Yoshi, where's my phone? Sheen, I feel something in my ass. Yo, dog, if this phone goes down, you are so fucked. That's 18 games. That is. Dude, Sheen. Just call him by his name. Oh, you mean call him Sheen? Hey, Sheen. Sheen.
You're supposed to go relax, if that makes sense. Just some kind of surprise. If you're planning to maybe invite you to the government to New York.
I'm sorry, I just found your phone. Oh, and sorry about Mr. King. Let's manage back to the advertising is very small. Of course, for the rising stars.
Well, what's the member so comfortable in this banking? You can tell us what you think. Wait today. I'm not that excited about it. It's very average, very dreary, and it's very sad. End of story. Okay? See you later, yes?
It makes me feel terrible when Gordon says he doesn't like my husband's food. You know, of course I'm going to take the meds to that.
Gordon is wrong about the rest. My position is the management, so I am not intimidated by anybody. Bring it on.
Coming up, Gordon sees a sign of the times.
They're accepting dinner reservations.
We thought maybe because we're not taking reservations, so
It's fucking empty.
Lisa and Billy must face the truth.
Maybe we should close this place down.
And later, as Gordon turns up the heat,
You wake up.
manager Mike loses
I was
it.
told 7 o'clock this morning. That's it. Seriously, I'm pissed off.
Do not talk to me like that.
Hey, fuck up outside now.
He's a freaking lunatic.
Coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. Later that night, after meeting the staff and sampling the food, Gordon wants to observe the dinner service so he can evaluate Billy in the kitchen and Mike in the front of the house.
2 or 3 people.
Bloody hell. Jesus.
This is not very good right now. It is 7 o'clock, and there's a lot of open tables in the restaurant.
Hey, I would have shut the doors a year ago. Wherever you feel like it, your food. Why not?
It's an hour into the dinner service, and it's starting to become clear to Gordon why the mixing bowl is losing so much money.
This coupon, you could use it this evening. 50% off. Your check is all adjusted. Thank you very much.
What's going on here?
I'm taking 50% off my check. We hand somebody a check. You put this 50% off coupon in it.
15
50, no, 50.
in here.
Yeah, 50% off.
Holy smoke. So we're giving more money away before we get money in the top. My goodness me. Jesus. Mike just told me about a coupon that he tried. How long have you doing it?
Long time. 8 years.
8 years. Christ. That doesn't make sense then, does it?
No,
Do you ever go out there?
yeah. When I, dies down, I'll walk around.
While Billy spends the entire dinner service in the kitchen, the responsibility of running the restaurant is in Mike's hands.
Any more coupons anywhere else?
No, that's for sure.
Nothing at all.
There is more. I have about 10 signs that I had made up.
Go and get them.
Someone grab the door for me, please. Sorry. Sorry. All of them go in the window at some point.
Where did you get all this from?
I have a place. They make them up for me. It's expensive.
Holy mackerel.
As you can see, I tried everything.
Clearly. Now accepting reservations.
Maybe because we're not taking reservations, maybe people aren't coming in here.
It's empty.
Yes.
But we it's empty. Tuesday night, dinner special, select 3. 3 what?
That was one of the worst things we've ever done. So we did select 3. It was a while ago. We did
That's a pumpkin.
Can I tell you what? Because
I mean, listen, Regis, order your Thanksgiving desserts early.
Yes.
In case we're closed by the time we come down to November.
what I do is I'll put up a sign a month ahead of time because maybe people will drive by and say, oh look,
Which sign was the most successful?
none.
Is there anything else that I should know?
That's it.
That is it.
Well,
Oh no.
there was It's not really that big of a deal. Gordon, can you come here? It's a little big.
What in the
Free appetizer with dinner.
fucking hell, man, get me out of here. Jesus Christ. Where in the...
Yes, it went over the, you saw these other little signs weren't working.
And how long did the sign go up for?
Well, it would have still been up, but there was a bad windstorm a few months ago and it ripped it down.
They blew the signs down.
Yeah.
Thank fuck for that.
Doesn't this catch your eye though from the street?
Catch my eye.
Isn't that the point?
It's fucking worse than a dollar shop. You're incredible. Okay, get the signs and put them back around here. I don't want any customers to see it. I've got a restaurateur who's just a cook. A simple cook. A manager totally obsessed by signs. And a wife who'd rather close the place down tonight. This is a real nightmare. My God.
After a day of observation, Gordon is ready to confront Billy and Lisa with the harsh reality.
I've got to be fucking brutally honest with you, you know that. I've seen a lot today. Watched the service. Unfortunately, I spent a lot of time talking to Mike, and he's out there. You seriously have to start thinking as a businessman, not leaving it to someone like Michael to sort of focus on the baloney and bullshit, and then watching cooking. I've never ever seen a chef so quiet in all my life. You look like a man that's dying to be put out of his misery. Lisa, you may be right. To put you out of your misery, maybe we should close this place down. Open tonight.
Up next, there is mutiny at the mixing bowl.
They think he's lazy. The rest of us boss our butts to get your tables and our tables done, and then you take a half like of our task.
Do you think you had those tips if I wasn't here?
And later, before Billy steps
I
up,
was told 7 o'clock this morning. That's it! Seriously, I'm pissed off.
I don't want to talk to my wife that way.
You do not talk to me like that.
Gordon steps in.
You fuck us outside now.
Coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. After the dinner service, Gordon decides to test Billy and Lisa's commitment to the restaurant.
Lisa, you may be right. To put you out of your misery, maybe we should close this place down. Open tonight. The stress and the pressure relieved, bang, be gone within 12 hours.
I don't want him to give up his dream, but I don't see why we keep going.
Billy's a good person. He doesn't want to just walk away, but if he has to close the doors, it needs to be closed then, and let's move on already.
I want to live a normal life.
This is where you really seriously dig deep.
If the restaurant dies, we have to move forward. Turn this
Seriously? Yeah. If you seriously want to continue, you have got to find your passion with your support. And truthfully, unless you change, you will be gone in 6 months' time.
It's day 2, and time for Gordon to start implementing his plan. He hopes to get through to manager Mike about his destructive promotions with the help of a somewhat destructive measure.
Looks like a wood chipper to me. That's right. It's time to say goodbye to the past. It's time to say goodbye to Valentine's Day. Yeah, I am fucking mad. Working with guys like you makes me fucking mad.
With Gordon struggling to get through to Mike, he now turns his attention to the mixing bowl's greatest challenge.
Let's have a look at 1997 first. 1, 2, 3, 4 restaurants. Yeah. 10 years ago. Let me show you something. 2007. Holy shit. Look how built up this neighborhood has become over the last 10 years. 41 restaurants, from a Chinese to a deli to a pizza to a diner. Right now, we need to reposition the mixing bowl smack bang in the middle of all that competition.
Gordon's right. 41 restaurants. Of course, you gotta kind of get lost in the shuffle.
What else is around this area? You go to every day.
The gym.
Gyms, beauty parlors, tanning salons. What isn't on there? Healthy is something that's not even listed anywhere near here. One way we can help turn this around is by installing something to do with health.
It's exciting to realize you can do things healthy and just open eyes to a hole in the world.
Give the fucking neighborhood what they want.
With the mixing bowl now embracing being the healthy, high-quality restaurant of Belmore, Gordon also realizes he needs to ignite Billy's passion.
Time to be competitive, creative, yeah? Or a list of 15 ingredients, okay? Half an hour. You work there, I work there. Keep it fresh and healthy. Think about the direction. The way to go, yes, okay?
Gordon Ramsay teaching Billy. He's being trained by one of the top chefs in the world.
I was totally into what I was doing, but then like you realize Gordon Ramsay working next to you here was great.
So you shredded the fennel, same way I've shredded it. I hope you're not copying me, Billy, man.
I did the final first. I think you copied me.
Oh, dear.
I was so excited because I haven't seen Billy this fired up about something in so long.
You're very quiet there, my man. Fucking hell, what is it with you? You must drive Lisa around the bend, you know that? How do you communicate? Through email?
I was paying attention to what he was doing at all. I was more involved just making my dish.
Let's go, my man. Will you finish first? Okay, good. So, yours is a...
Seared salmon, ginger balsamic.
This is poached salmon, just poached in a vegetable stock, topped with a walnut pesto.
Everything looked really nice, just fresh and lively and vibrant. And the food kind of like jumped out at you. Looked great.
This is the kind of food that the mixing bowl should be serving. I like that. Both dishes are really nice on the menu tonight.
I like the food, but I really don't know if Gordon could change this place around.
With word that world-class chef Ramsay is in town, the mixing bowl is busier than normal for tonight's dinner service.
You have reservations this evening?
But can the staff at the mixing bowl actually cope with a busy restaurant?
Poached salmon, please, sir.
Okay,
Poached salmon special,
thank you.
yeah?
I think that the customers are absolutely going to love the new salmon dish.
Poached salmon. Said before, that's point the customers. We're running a restaurant, not a fucking zoo.
Did you get the salmon special? Okay, good.
Take 12 out. Let's take 12 out.
Do you like salmon? Yeah, I would try salmon. 3 salmon specials?
Good. Selling the salmon. Good.
They don't particularly care about the kitchen. Your main focus should be the customers.
The water is complimentary. Oh, yeah. Is he working now? All he does is stand and talk and lean and pray. The salmon special is really going well, but Michael, what the fuck is he doing? This guy is just fucking using this restaurant to feed his ego.
I'm glad you guys are
You want your friends to come in? That's great. But you should be out working.
After the holidays, it's impossible to work with him, and every time you work with him, he takes half of your tips.
Gimme, you gotta work the tips, baby.
I get very large tips. Give me some more water on the table. It's inclusive. I mean, 20-25%. You have to put on another round of drinks, another bug, and another Diet Coke also.
I am tired of Mike taking half the money from the tip cup. That's not fair. Bye. Thank you.
Despite the success of the new specials, the staff is unhappy with their tips, and all fingers are pointing toward Mike.
You find a table you latch on, and then the rest of us bust our butts to get your tables and our tables done, and then you take a half like of our tips.
Can I say something? Do you think we have those tips if I wasn't here? People come in here, everybody knows me. The customers know me. Oh, you guys know that. People know me the best because I make it a point of making friends with the customers, and that's what customers want. They want to feel special.
Mike thinks this is his restaurant. He is an employee.
Fucking unbelievable. Okay, time to get real. When I ask you to wake up in terms of running fucking business, sometimes you run it as if you own the place. And the reason why you do that is because, really, you are too weak. And Lisa, if it sounds crap, open up and say it.
He's nervous that everybody's sitting here with their thumbs up their asses and not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
I don't think right now that's the right attitude. I think we should have a positive attitude.
I mean, be realistic. We're not busting my own tables and everybody else is running around crazy.
We are aware of what the problems were. And I think that we should move forward and put the damn past behind us.
You're kind of talking to yourself here.
I'm talking. This is how I feel. I don't verbalize
These are
how
things
I
you
feel.
need to do. I'm fighting for my life. You right now need to step up to the plate and make the changes every freaking day, every minute of the day. That's it.
Really, it's the first time
Done well.
you sounded like a boss.
Thank you.
It's your fucking life on the line. Don't ever forget that. Hey, he's laughing again. If you're carrying the weight that this guy and his wife has on their shoulders, you wouldn't fucking smirk. Tomorrow, the most important day in 10 years, we're going to implement changes to help get this business to turn around. If this doesn't work out tomorrow, the blame is on your shoulders, Mike.
Still to come.
Let's go, big boy.
The mixing bowl is busier than ever.
Pick up this plate. Let's go. You make it 3, 2.
I order now.
Yeah, it's coming now, you fucking hell.
I was just fed up.
But nobody is in the mood for celebrating.
I was told 7 o'clock this morning. That's it.
It's the dinner service you have to see to believe.
Seriously,
Those-
I'm pissed off.
Chanel. Banana fat potion.
Coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. Day 3.
Yoshi.
Gordon's design team works overnight and
Look at this.
transforms the mixing bowl from a nondescript diner into a contemporary, sleek restaurant. And now it's time to be revealed.
Right, ready? Yes? Mike? Ready?
I'm so excited to see, like, what, you know.
I'm psyched. The place needs a facelift, so I'm very excited to see it.
Let's go. Lovely. Here we go.
It's gorgeous.
Yes? No kissing. Huh? Looks nice. Huh? Beautiful. This is gorgeous. I feel like I want to spend money in here.
It's exciting to walk out to the dining room and just see what it looks like. The decor was terrible. Now I think the decor works. It fits with the food, it fits with the name.
Lisa, what do you think of the chairs? Sit down. Have a seat.
Oh my God. It's amazing.
This was like a gift. It was just like a period of grace. Really touched me deeply.
It looks like a restaurant now, doesn't it?
Yes.
Are you seriously going to start spending time in your own restaurant now? Say hello to customers? Kim, how do you feel, darling?
It looks completely different. I feel so much better about coming here knowing that they're not looking around thinking, why am I sitting here with this gross paper on my table?
I can't wait for customers to sorry. I can't wait for customers to come in and see the place.
Please, Lisa, we got any tissues? Hey,
This is our new start. So hopefully it's what we needed.
With the new decor as the inspiration, it's time for Gordon to overhaul the menu.
okay, first salad. Abalone on beef salad, yes. And it's done with walnuts and a honey Dijon dressing. Very fresh, very good, very citrusy, very tangy.
Gordon woke me up. Got me back to what's now. I'm just trying to put that together.
Under Gordon's direction, the mixing bowl has removed heavily sauced entrees and replaced them with healthy, vibrant items.
Roasted fried tomato soup, slow roasted in the oven, overnight, blended, then finished with fresh basil and diluted olive oil. Tuna niçoise has been dressed with an olive tapenade, green beans, olives, eggs, and roasted new potatoes there.
We got to see the way all the new dishes looked. They looked beautiful, smaller portions, lighter foods. All of it made sense.
Good. Right, are we ready? Yes. Good luck.
I love the menu because I was eating all the food in here, so now I'm eating a little bit healthier. It may have an impact on my health.
With a healthy new menu and the restaurant redesigned, it's time to utilize the staff's new energy and spread the word about the new mixing bowl.
We'll go out to a spa, a gym. We'll just put the word out. Fresh outlook, fresh appeal. My God, look at these. Hi, guys.
You all know what the mixing bowl is, right?
That's the Russian there, the mixing bowl.
We're going to be kicking off our new light, vibrant, healthy menu, exciting new food.
It'd be great to see.
At the Mixing Bowl Eatery in Belmore.
New decor, new menu, new style. Yes.
Gordon, I'm burning 1,700 calories per hour.
It's Billy can see you right now.
Not bad for a fat guy, huh?
I brought you here for a wake-up call, yeah? Let's go.
In keeping with the healthy direction of the restaurant, Gordon has reached out to the New York Dragons arena football team to create some buzz in the community.
Big day for us tonight, so we want to help celebrate that and maybe get you down to the restaurant and have a bite to eat.
I think it's an amazing idea. I just hope it works.
Day 4. Only a short time before relaunch, and Mike is already feeling the heat.
There's a couple of little tiny things that bother me because I want the place to look perfect. Mixing while Mike's speaking out. How many people eating it? There was a lot of confusion with the reservations, and there was a lot of things that I really had to do myself.
He's having a hard time today, which we all were, but he really lost it.
Actually,
All right. See, this is why we need Santa. Mike just seemed so stressed, and I was definitely concerned that it wasn't going to help us when we open the doors.
That's it. That's it.
With the relaunch only minutes away, everything seems to be in place for the big night.
Looks like we have 47.
And the restaurant is fully booked.
Good luck. Yes? Let's go then, boy. Customers are queuing up to get ahead. Keith, come on.
Unfortunately, there were too many reservations set at the same time.
Oh no. Even I'm getting a little bit fucking doolally. There'll be a picking me up in a minute with a fucking straitjacket. Fucking madness.
It's the mixing bowl's biggest night. And because of Mike's reservations mix-up, many of the customers have arrived at the same time.
Hey, as soon as those doors opened, the floodgates opened up and everyone kind of came at once. It was a little bit stressful.
Right.
Yes.
Right, come over.
Coming.
Okay. Reservations. What's the hiccup?
I handed over the reservation list to Kim, and then I'm not exactly sure what transpired since then.
Mike tried to blame the reservation mix-up on me. I've never been the one in charge of the reservations. It's not fair.
This is a big night. I cannot tell you how big this night is. And you've got to know what's coming in. That's your job.
It's not solely my fault, and I don't think it's right to put blame on any one person.
Can we get on and work as a team?
Yes.
Go.
After Gordon's pep talk, Lynn, Kim, and Lisa all stepped in to help get everyone seated.
It's a really different menu. What would you like?
Seared tuna and salad.
Okay.
The dining room now completely full for the first time in years. The pressure was turned up on the mixing bowl staff.
Mike, you had table 5?
I'm not even there, Lisa.
Lynn, are you telling him to bring a bus in?
Let me do that for you, please. Thank you, Rosie. Can you wake up? wake up.
This is our one shot to make our lasting impression. We're gonna blow it.
How long are the appetizers on table 5? You can't draw any credits right now.
Honestly, I think Mike's job's not that hard. He just gets sidetracked and stops being a manager.
While each waiter is covering 3 to 4 tables,
All right, so let me go ask.
Mike is looking after his friends.
Can I get 3 soup? I need soup rolls. I ordered now. Yeah, it's coming now, you fucking hell.
Watch your back, watch your back.
I was definitely concerned that Mike was gonna crumble.
He's not used to running a fucking busy dining room out there, you know that? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, god. Wow.
It's 2 hours into dinner service, and the mixing bowl has weathered the first storm. But they are about to be faced with another challenge, the New York Dragons.
Almost says Kentucky, 7 people. I'm thinking any COVID variant.
Hi, how are you? You're gonna have a nice
Just-
dinner? Okay. So we're just gonna get your tables together. Okay? All right, we'll be right with you. You wanna get that? Wait a minute. I thought that table was gonna be with them. Can I see this? You forgot the biggest thing to put on the list, the Dragons reservation. The Dragons were supposed to be on that list, and somehow Mike just forgot. How is that missed? How is that overlooked?
The Dragons just.
Mike, that's not what I'm
I'm not
saying.
exactly sure what transpired.
It's beyond upsetting. There was no Dragons on there.
My god, that table for me is the most important table. That's embarrassing.
You're overlooking extremely important things.
I was not told about the Dragons. I found out.
Like,
7
why do you
o'clock
keep
this morning.
saying that?
Because I wasn't told.
Excuse me, do not talk to me like that.
7 o'clock this morning. That's it. Seriously, I'm pissed off.
That's just
Dragons
spreading
on the
COVID.
paper.
Jay and
I'm pissed
Dash.
off. Not my fault. Dragons, right over here. I put them on at 7 o'clock. You would please move on. That's it. Not my fault.
Omicron.
It's relaunch night for the mixing bowl, and
Come on,
Mike's
Jay,
reservation mishap with the New York
Batman.
Dragons has caused him to go over the edge.
I wasn't told.
Do not talk to me like that.
Pissed off. That's it. I was told 7 o'clock this morning. Not my fault. Dragons on the paper.
I mean,
You would please move on. That's it.
8 a.m.
We were all in
and
shock.
9.
speechless.
15 until 30.
I've seen him blow up before, but that was a new,
4:30.
level right there.
6:15.
Yes, you fuck up outside now. Jesus Christ.
This is like the Twilight Zone. I really think something in his brain has snapped. He's a freaking lunatic.
We got
Like Dre's choice. I mean, I don't want him to talk to my wife that way.
and we
I
got
don't feel
UFC. And
Mike's
FCS
conduct
is a
has
big
everyone rattled, and Gordon has
This
some
is the
concerns
biggest
for the
day.
restaurant
The biggest
owners.
day is that WNBA game.
Okay.
Why?
Let me just tell you something. Be brutally honest. You've got
Either that or World Series.
Mike.
I don't know why Glenn was talking.
Against the NFL.
I don't know what they possibly could have said
I
about
think the WNBA game.
You
Uh,
need a manager, and
then you get hockey.
that is not your man.
Yeah, you have time to do something
Got to
like
be done to
this.
change this place. It's gotta change.
That's the restaurant business. Freaking fire.
If I would go home right now, life goes on. I get another job, but my life would be different.
Just gotta reevaluate the situation. Mike's gonna have to change, like the place has changed. So everybody else in the place to get a second chance. So Mike should get a second chance, and we're gonna move forward together.
For now, Billy has decided to keep Mike on as manager.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. Yeah. Can we put an end to this?
I feel like I'm born again. And we can build the best damn restaurant that ever existed, or at least in a 25-mile radius. All right, table 2's getting up. We're going to push it together for table 4.
Mike managed to find a place to seat the dragons, and it looks like Gordon has finally gotten through to him.
Ready?
I have a new restaurant in the name. Thank you so much for coming. You did it real quick, right? Good job.
For the first time, he said thank you to me. So that was like, wow. All of a sudden, you know, like, was that him?
Service is nice, and I get service good.
Although the Mixing Bowl's relaunch had some growing pains, it's clear the restaurant is headed in the right direction. As the week progressed, Mike's management skills kept improving.
1 and 2 is crucial that we get out of here.
The customers raved about the vibrant food.
I love the new menu. It's so different. It feels right.
We got some amazing feedback from the food, Billy. Everybody's really loving the food.
The profits were soaring.
Each person's spend on average went up like double.
In the spirit of the new healthy menu, Gordon sponsored the first ever Mixing Bowl mile run.
Come on, Mike! Come on, Mike! An 8-year-old is beating you!
And with the restaurant thriving, Billy even found some time to hang out with his new friends, the dragons.
This journey was unbelievable. I'm psyched to go forward.
That's what I want to see, that passion, yes?
And on Gordon's last day, he even got shy Billy to finally come out of the kitchen.
Oh, you can stop what you're doing for 2 minutes and go and say hello to your customers.
I'm so proud of him. Couldn't be more proud of him. I want him to get a little recognition for all that he does.
Thank you so much.
The difference tonight and when I
Yeah.
first arrived was extraordinary. I would seriously eat here. You're talented, big boy. You've got to make that transition from a chef to a restaurateur.
I got the message on how I have to change to make this place the best it can be.
Start thinking of cooking up there, not when you're back. Yeah,
Thank you so much. The black cloud has definitely been lifted off this restaurant. We can't blame anyone but ourselves now because there's no excuses left.
Let's
ladies,
what time are the NFL games? Still 1 to 10. What do you think they're going? 10, 1:35. Is that what you wanted?
2 months have gone by, and the
It's
restaurant is
okay.
continuing to prosper.
But what would be really cool?
He just let everything out on me. It was like Rip on Mike week, but he definitely did teach me some things. We had fun with it.
As for Billy and Lisa,
So
their marriage is as strong as the restaurant
we're gonna
itself.
watch
The
over
changes I've
college.
seen in our relationship is amazing. So for that, Gordon, I thank
Yeah,
you.
that's shit games.
That means so much
How
to
about the
me.
off? Off is something.
Next time on Kitchen Nightmares, one of Long Island, New York's oldest restaurants has become a home disaster.
How about the restaurant? The restaurant's still there. Exit sign should be green. Fuck.
So chef doesn't care. And the kitchen is the dirtiest Gordon has ever seen. Didn't say that. Can Gordon return the seasoning to its former glory? Nothing big calculated. We're going down now.
Hiroshima.
On Kitchen Nightmares.
Shinoshi. Chinchosu. Kantoshi. Lashoshi.
For the last 3 years, Chef Ramsay has whipped aspiring chefs into shape on Hell's Kitchen.
This is painful!
Get out! Out! Now, Gordon Ramsay, the most successful restaurateur on the planet, with critically acclaimed restaurants in London, Dubai, Tokyo, and New York, is crisscrossing America for the most difficult assignment of his career.
This is disgusting!
I am gobsmacked, turning around America's kitchen nightmare. Please help me! Each week, he will go to restaurants on the brink of disaster.
There is no one.
He's not doing his job.
This place is a disaster zone!
Put so much into it. But to get these restaurants back on track, Chef Ramsay will hold nothing back.
Never, ever met someone I believe in as little as you.
It will be intense.
That's a wall! You dirty pig! We need a death in the restaurant before some fucker gets a grip!
Suck this dick.
It will be emotional.
You're a fucking That's it! Seriously, I'm pissed off, and it's not my fault.
Why did you keep eating if it was that bad?
Just go! Just go!
And it will be shocking.
Fire them on the spot.
Oh my god! Look at them. It's fucking rancid. It's rotten. I've eaten it.
I feel like spitting on both of them.
I think this place would run better without you. Can you go and tell them that the kitchen is closed? We're shut. It's the luckiest day of their lives.
We're shut.
We're shut for the night. We will make this a success. Put your hand up, swear to God.
In the end, you will see dramatic turnarounds.
Are they horrible?
But not just the restaurants.
Oh, it's fantastic.
But the people who work in them. And while most appreciate his help,
You are a wonderful person.
others aren't so grateful.
Chef, I know you can hear me. Don't run.
Why is this guy here?
Who the fuck are you to turn around and tell me when you work like a pig? You French pig.
Goodbye, chef. Good luck, loser.
Get ready as Chef Ramsay turns America's kitchen nightmares
Legal photographs received. May the Lord not kill me of food poisoning.
back into dreams.
Please do not screw it up.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares, one of Long Island's most historical and successful restaurants has become a local disaster.
It's in a dumpster now.
This place is falling apart.
There's a stink in this place so bad.
And the owners, a mother and her son,
He's looking for a man.
You are going to apologize.
Keep dreaming, Peter.
are at each other's throats.
Take charge.
I'll do this shit up.
Take charge.
Chef Ramsay can't help me. It's done.
Gordon has 1 week to turn it around,
What am I doing wrong?
Touch the wall, you dirty pig.
but faces an extremely uphill battle.
You killed one of the customers we got
The
left.
head chef is arrogant.
I don't know what he wants.
The sous chef doesn't care.
Whatever.
The waitresses are disorganized.
Is that yours or mine, Diane? This is mine.
And the kitchen
This is disgusting.
is the dirtiest kitchen Gordon has ever seen.
Look at that. You didn't see that? I didn't see it. I've eaten it.
How will Gordon return the seascape to its former glory?
You're running a business. And if you don't want to run it as a business, fucking close it.
Get ready for some drastic measures.
Nothing's being cooked in here this evening. We're going down. Now.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares. Iceland, New York. Rich with history and community spirit. But a crown jewel of this seaside village, the Seascape Inn, is on the verge of collapse. The owners are a mother named Irene and a son named Peter.
You can't bring me to dining room.
Tell him to shut the fuck up. Tell him to get out of here.
It's a big deal.
Close the fucking doors if you don't like him.
The Seascape has been around since 1962. We've been declared the oldest restaurant in the town of Iceland. In the glory days at the Seascape. My father, he was here when they were doing 300 covers on a Saturday night, and the place was alive and everybody was smiling.
making money. There was love everywhere. You could feel it when you walked into the seascape.
I started to work here at Seascape in 1967. It was buzzing. You wouldn't believe the amount of customers we had on Saturday night. They'd actually stand on line outside the door.
The restaurant, it's in a dumpster now.
I don't even like to tell people I work here anymore.
There's a lot of contributing factors of why, people don't come back. We've had complaints about that sewage smell.
There was a stink in this place so bad, and I can't believe anybody came in at all.
Maybe the reason why the restaurant has gone down over this past 2 years is Chef Doug does not listen to a word I say.
Doesn't make a difference. If I want it served, then that's what I want it served in. I've been doing this 38 years. I went to the Culinary Institute of America. I worked in successful restaurants, world-renowned. I like having the command in the kitchen. Anybody's got a problem with it, they can come to me. I'm going to say my piece wherever I go. To whoever I meet, doesn't matter the status. I really don't care. Don't serve it in that. That's all you got to do. It's that simple.
Doug's loud and obnoxious.
You want to rock? Let's rock.
He's crazy.
My father, he was a hands-on in the kitchen. I was always the guy that was out front. And 2 years ago, my father passed away. After he passed away, it did hurt us. The rug is being pulled out from under me, and I got to do something about it. I need $800 to $1 million to save the seascape. I don't want my doors to close. But what am I doing more? Chef Ramsay is my last hope, because if Chef Ramsay can't help me, it's done. I'm not wasting more time.
This building's 105 years old. When this restaurant first opened 40 years ago, it was the hot spot in town. Now it's at the bottom. I'm starting to understand why. Where's that pile of shit there? Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
How you doing?
And first name, sorry?
Peter.
Peter, Gordon, good to see you.
His height threw me off. Didn't realize how tall he was. Does make you a little bit more intimidating. This is Gordon Ramsay.
Nice to see
It's
you.
a pleasure to meet you.
Not at all.
I was very impressed with him. Very handsome, very tall, blonde, good looking actually. It was like 20 years ago I would have said, you know what, we connect.
This is the veteran waitress Marilyn,
Wow.
who's been here since the beginning.
And when you say beginning, how long have you been here?
Well, I really started in 1967.
67.
Right.
I was born then.
Maybe Chef Ramsay's gonna tell me I shouldn't be here. I'm too old. And I respect him. If he said that, I'll be out the door.
And this is Chef Doug. Doug, how are you? Very nice miniskirt there. What is that, an apron?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Nice.
That's my wiping ring.
That's your wiping ring.
Gordon Ramsay coming here to me, it's a slap in the face.
Let's go to the dining room.
Let's have a blast.
Right.
Okay. You run the place, and your mum assists you.
Yes.
Describe Seascape for me.
It's a Titanic. It was a luxury liner. It's sinking.
I see it as a very poorly run restaurant.
That's the last time she gave me a compliment.
Because you just don't listen, and that's why compliments are very hard to come by.
Right now, I'm hungry. I want to taste the food. Let's meet up, shall we?
Absolutely.
Is there anything else that I need to know before I start eating?
The Board of Health came here, and believe me, they gave us 95, so the place is clean.
Right, where should I go for?
Anywhere you like.
Take the corner, take comfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
You're so welcome.
I was excited. Little butterflies in my stomach. I'm going to be insulted by the best chef in the world. Get that smell in there.
So we do. I can't believe people come in here.
Okay, well, I'll start off with the crab cakes, please.
Okay.
I like the idea of the pesto lobster ravioli. I'll go for the Atlantic salmon blackened, please. Call me a pig.
Okay.
I'm hungry. Yeah, well, let's be honest. They stinks.
I feel too much that nightmare. You haven't seen nothing yet.
Who's this?
That's Chef Ramsay.
Okay, no problem. One order of crab cakes.
This place is falling apart. Let's hope the food's good. Make her in cupcakes. Pass it. Okay, just falls apart. Like the decor, you touch it, disintegrates. They're not fresh. Got them on the menu. It's not a crab cake. It's a crab cake. Because I feel if I eat any more, I'll be crapping for the next 105 years.
There is
I
a,
don't think so.
It tastes frozen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Doug, you make the crab cakes here, right?
Yeah.
Are they frozen?
Are you freezing? Yeah.
He says they taste like they're frozen, that's all.
Really?
Yeah.
They are frozen. More parsley. Soggy. Strange taste inside. They're definitely not fresh.
On that Cajun salmon, you still want the sauteed spinach and the pesto, or?
Yeah.
What is that?
That is pesto. Is it good?
This is separated.
I have no idea.
Looks like an oil slick.
Yeah, it's never on the sides. It's usually served on the fish. When I served the salmon, he did have something to say about the pesto sauce. It was painted, so to speak.
The salmon is just solid inside and dry. God.
You definitely have to try my homemade Greek cookies. And I bet you're going to say you never had a better one. Oh, Chef Ramsay. She's a lot like me. I love this one. When you eat that cookie, you lift it up and you bite.
can't bite this. Thanks. Damn.
You got water?
I suppose you guys are still alive.
You just choked on your mother's cookie. Maybe I don't have an answer.
That's crazy.
I don't.
Oh, sweet.
Before Gordon passes on his comments to the chef and the owners, he decides to observe a dinner service to get a more complete picture of the problems in the restaurant.
She.
New England clam chowder smells fishy.
With customers complaining in the restaurant, Gordon looks to the owner to solve the problems.
Sir, like I said, if you think I scammed, do me a favor, do what you gotta do. But I would just appreciate something before you make the phone call.
Not in front of customers. My God.
Oh my.
After being disappointed with the front of the house, it was time to check out the engine room of the restaurant, the kitchen.
Doug, he says this is cold and feel the plate. It is cold.
No, it's not cold. It's not. Hey, guys, this place is so cold. If the plate was cold, would you take it out, man?
Yeah.
You would.
They put it up, I take it.
Fuck me. No, it's all right. I don't worry about it. What's your fascination with the parsley on the plate? I just happen to wait like the parsley look, to be honest with you. It stinks. It's dried parsley. It's a sign of a dated ration. Sprinkle it on your wife, but not on the fucking plates. You mean I like the way I cook? He doesn't like the way I cook. That's his opinion. Oops. Oh, God. Why aren't they cleaning it? I gotta repeat this. This is extraordinary. Stop there. Come in. How fucking can you walk past that shit, pay them to work in it,
smell for s'mores. Why can't you say something to him about cleaning up his mess?
Chef Carl does not listen to a word I say. Sometimes I'm not in the mood.
What is going on? Oh no, it's not Mom. Peter! Peter!
1 second.
Did you hear what I said? No, I didn't ask you to go mop up their shit.
You're still doing it?
Oh, God, that's not the right answer, but what a sad fuck.
Can I clean it now?
While Peter cleans up the mess on the floor,
When was the last time this place was clean?
Gordon realizes that this is part of a bigger problem.
Oh my God.
Coming up,
This is disgusting.
Gordon gets up early to investigate.
You'll kill whatever customers we got left.
But what he finds makes him wish he'd never got up.
Look at that. You didn't see that? I didn't see that. I've eaten it.
And owners Peter and Irene suffer the consequences.
I'm closing it down. Nothing's been cooked in here this evening.
Coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. Before the staff comes in to prepare for lunch, Gordon arrives early to do a thorough investigation of the kitchen.
Oh God.
What is that?
Twice baked potato. Thank fuck I missed that one twice. Oh, fuck. So dirty. God, when was that cleaned? Oh, God. What is that? This is 10,000 times worse than I thought it would be. Looks like lava. Shit. Crap. Kitchen health hazard. Bingo. My fresh lobster ravioli. Soggy. Strange taste inside. Fresh. My fucking ass. I've eaten this shit. General hygiene. In refrigeration. Oh, fuck. So that's the pesto I had for lunch. Just look at the colours in there. Look at that. It's folding.
It's now lunchtime. The chefs are preparing. Customers are getting ready to eat. But Gordon steps in.
Please have a quick word with both you 2 seconds.
No problem.
When was the last time you went in the kitchen and had a little look round?
Once every Tuesday or so, we'll go in and we'll scrub them down.
God, when was that clean? Irene, you mentioned earlier about how clean
Right.
this place was.
The Board of Health came here and believe me, they gave us 95, so the place is clean.
That's 95 out of 100.
Right.
I really don't think you've got any idea. Can I just take you in there? Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Is that on order? Yeah. Can you just stop? Charles, stop what you're doing. Yeah. Are you aware how filthy your kitchen is?
Yes, ma'am.
How dare you cook me a lunch out of this kitchen, knowing full well how filthy your kitchen is? So you don't even walk behind the line. Look over here.
Everything.
Come here 2 seconds, Peter. Get your fucking head under there. No, look under there. Why have we got product in there? Why are you using it? Why is it not condemned?
To have another chef in my face about my kitchen, I'm pissed off.
Even the crouton's gone moldy. Oh my God. Did you eat that?
No.
Let's go in the walk-in fridge. I'm amazed how you're so cool and chilled at this. You know that? Not food in the fridge?
That's the fish bag.
It's what? God.
Actually, that was for me, actually.
That's for you.
Yeah, the one.
Don't eat it. Don't fucking eat it.
I already had.
You've eaten it. Smell that then.
It's not sour.
Coffee sour on the outside.
Are you fucking mad? Sour on the outside? Oh, come on. It's pork.
The pork was mine. That's my personal meal.
Oh, fucking hell.
I didn't expect this kind of a mess that I see. I'm very upset. I mean, that's the only way to put it. Very disappointed, very upset.
What's this?
That's a chicken balsamo.
Does that look half cooked? Started to cook. Thank you.
I'm just not a throwaway person. That was cooked on Friday and I had to recook it Saturday. That's what you gotta do.
You kill whatever customers we've got left. What have you got to say about it? As someone that owns the place.
When it comes to the freshness of the food, that really falls on just the chef alone.
Can we get out of here?
It's his name. It's fully his fault.
Get me a bowl of pesto, please, Charles. What was my main course in there yesterday?
Yeah, Cajun salmon.
That's right. What was the sauce?
Sauce was a pesto sauce.
Bring it over, please.
All right. I didn't see it.
You didn't see that?
I didn't see that.
You got glasses on the back.
The pesto sauce, that was not forgivable. I'm humiliated about that. Believe me. Positively.
And this is not a time, hey, to laugh and take the fucking piss out of me. I've eaten this shit. What's going on, Peter?
I'm surprised everybody didn't make me in.
And this is scrubbed every Tuesday. Oh, shit. Every fucking week? You got the nerve to tell me that you clean the walls every fucking Tuesday? Fuck off, will you? Touch the wall! You dirty pig! This is disgusting! I'm closing it down. How many's booked? 20. Forget it. Get the place steam clean from fucking head to tail. I don't care, but we're not cooking a fucking cookie out of here. Marilyn?
Yes, sir.
Nothing's coming out of this kitchen.
Okay, fine. When Chef Ramsay shut down the restaurant, it was shocking, of course. And his face was all red, and Chef Ramsay was really upset. Okay, should I tell the customers outside to leave?
Please, switch it off. We're going down now.
Okay, thank you for coming, but Chef Ramsay actually wants to open up tomorrow. All my years, we never shut up a kitchen and tell the customers to go home. Never. And that's an embarrassment. Not here anyway.
Why don't you clean when you're quiet?
I stay busy all day from 11 o'clock when I walk in the door until 5:36 when we get taken.
Dude,
Every
what?
day, doing preparation every day by myself. It could go up on somebody for absolutely no reason. It's impossible to clean everything. He just doesn't get it.
What do you find so funny, Charlie? What do you find? What's funny for you? What do you want to do? Can't start crying stuff? What do you want me to do? I don't know what you want to do. Kiss your ass and say, I think you do a great job of cleaning on Tuesday nights when you fucking stand your crack fish on the floor. Are you going to do anything or are you going to stand and stare at me? Is that your weakness? You don't know how to run staff?
No, this is what they keep telling you, and that's what I keep been telling you all this time. Tell them to shut the fuck up. Tell them to get out of here. Close the fucking doors if you don't like it. Take charge. This is what he's looking for, a man. And that's what I'm looking for you to become.
Where's your fire? This is your mom. Where's your fight? You are running a business. You're lucky. I'm not standing here with a fucking writ on your ass about being food poisoned. I've never done that before. Close down the restaurant, but that was a fucking nightmare. Please get it open. Close the fucking place.
After spending 24 hours cleaning,
What a difference. You've got your kitchen back to where it should be, yeah?
it's now day 4, and if there's any hope of relaunching the restaurant, Gordon has to get through to the chefs.
Right, Doug. We'll do a quick special for tonight, yes? We're just going to do a pan-seared pan. So with some crushed new potatoes.
It's time for this seafood restaurant to put fresh fish back on the menu.
Martin's about on this pan. Just makes it look more vibrant, yeah?
I've been doing this for 38 years. I'm not happy at all. I think he needs to back off.
Fast and beautiful.
It's come down to the point where I really don't listen anymore. Let him do what he wants.
Fresh, fragrant. Okay? Can we take it through? I want Peter, yeah, and Irene to taste it, yes?
Irene, I want you to taste that first. I want you to taste it off. So it's a fresh, vibrant tomato sauce.
It's very good.
It's awesome. You don't want to taste it? No, I'm good.
Taste it, Dad.
Oh, good, thank you. I didn't try the fish that Gordon had made because I basically know what striped bass tastes like. If you are a chef with 38 years experience, just tell me why you didn't want to taste it. I know what striped bass tastes like, and I'm familiar with this. Doug, one more chance. You sure you don't want to taste that? Positive.
He didn't even have the courtesy of trying.
God, that's the first time a guy's ever tasted my food. Now I'm seriously insulted.
Now that Gordon has shown them how to make the special, it's time to see Doug and Charlie in action.
Okay, good. Off we go. I don't expect my cooking to be like his. I don't expect striped bass to be like his. At this point, I don't even want to be here. That's bird, Charlie. What are you doing? Can he not cook a piece of fish?
Chef Ram, you got him where he had to say.
The fish is cooked up. There's shit and piss all over the place.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
I don't know how both of you could even attempt to call yourself chefs. You know that. You want to start chef shit. Fuck you, buddy. I'm so pissed off. A sous chef that can't cook fish. And a chef that just moping around doesn't care. This is a joke. I've seen all I need to see. Your head chef is lazy, dirty, and he shouldn't be anywhere near a kitchen. He's destroying your business quicker than you can fucking realise. Couldn't even be bothered to taste what I've cooked. In 21 years of cooking, that is a first for me. You asked me to come here to work and fix your fucking business. I can't do it with those two schmucks in there. You have got to make the biggest decision you've ever made since your father passed away. Whether you continue to work with the dead wood that have drifted into your business, or whether you wake up, get a grip, and be the boss. The one thing that I need you to carry out for me, I want you to go in the kitchen and ask Doug and Charles to take off.
Doug got you comfortable in being lazy. There's no excuse for that.
Decision's yours.
And I realized at that moment that something had to be done.
Do you agree with me?
I hope so.
Irene, how does that sound to you?
God's food is horrible. Fire them on the spot. That's what I want to hear. That's what he wants to hear. They are not good enough for this place.
Guys, going for us tomorrow?
We're not getting together. Sure.
Yes.
I expected it. The way that we work. Am I a little upset about it? Yeah, upset. Right now, I'm humiliated. It's just freaking hard. It's hard.
It's now day 5, and the seascape is still closed. Before Gordon can solve the chef crisis, he has to light a fire under Peter.
So this exercise is a way that you let go, release and let go, yes? You need that right now to release the tension. Okay, good. Get in the fucking ring. You ready? Turn around, stand up here like that. Up there. 1, 2, bang. When you release that third one, 1, 2, boom, bang. You shout and scream. 1, 2, ah.
Come on, you sack of shit. Get good. Come on.
I'm not hearing anything, Sergeant. You still hold it in. Let's go.
Now I can feel it. Now I can see it, boss. Come on. And again. Come on.
I don't know what's happened, but the last 3 or 4 punches have been stronger and stronger.
Because I realized how much of an ass I was.
You want what?
You've been honest with me. I kind of lied to you. I knew my kitchen was dirty. I did what I've been doing my whole life, keeping the peace and keeping myself down.
You've got no reason to keep yourself down, Peter.
Well, my fault. Never gave me a compliment. Told me I sucked. Never could do nothing with my life. He was a great worker, yeah. But didn't give a fuck about his own son. Cared about him. I let it destroy me. He died before I could prove him wrong.
You're doing that now. Prove him fucking wrong.
You're right.
Let's go.
I blame my fault for myself. It was myself. Can't blame him no more. Come on! Come on!
Prove him wrong. Finally. How do we get this gym in the restaurant?
While Gordon was having a breakthrough with Peter, his design team was remodeling the restaurant.
Hello. Welcome. Come in. Please, Irene, come through.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The colour, Irene?
I love it.
Definitely. The red definitely does it.
Look how warm it is. You would.
It's absolutely gorgeous. We definitely needed a change, and thank God, Chef Ramsay, you did it all. You brought exactly the old seascape back, even the bar stool.
Gives it back the old seascape charm.
Wait to see it full of people.
It is gorgeous.
Marilyn, how do you feel, my darling? Because this must go back in time for you.
I can't believe the change, can you? I'm overwhelmed. I really am. Look at your pictures, miss. And to see my picture up on the wall makes me feel really good that I am maybe part of the history of this restaurant. I might even cry. It looks almost like the old seascape. It has been brought back to life, definitely. I think it's wonderful. I really do.
Peter and ladies, tonight is the most important night in the history of Seascape. Tonight we're relaunching.
I am so thrilled. I am so thankful. I never expected this. Never. I'm still dreaming.
With the staff reinvigorated by the new decor, the focus now goes to the kitchen.
How you doing, Scott? Peter?
After scouring the local community, Gordon has found a new head chef to replace Doug.
Grab the bull by the horns and fucking, go for it.
Yes. And with only hours until relaunch, it's straight to work preparing the new menu.
Okay, the tomato basil sauce. The idea behind this is just giving it a little bit of fibers. Nice, clean, fresh flavour, yeah? Yeah. A little bit of basil. Don't rush. Find your feet, yeah?
I'm fine.
No, I can see you're nervous. Okay, because we've involved some of the old classics from Seascape and put a modern interpretation on them. Okay, let's go through it together. Fresh homemade crab cake, fresh pesto, salmon, clams casino, fried calamari, surf and turf. Okay, any questions?
All around, it's a great menu. God must have sent them. I love this stuff.
With the new menu and decor all in order, the next step was to turn Peter into a proper maitre d'.
Peter, Jean-Baptiste. Jean-Baptiste runs my restaurant in New York. Okay. Yeah, his parents are from Lyon and he grew up in restaurants. Okay. And I want him to spend some quality time now in just sort of grooming you. You're now getting polished.
My first thing is, how do you think would wear your jackets?
First step.
Maybe we can get one for tonight. What do you think?
I'm not the most fashion-savvy guy around.
Show me how you walk on tables.
A nice flowing motion. Is everything right so far?
This is you, okay? That's every time I see you, it's like this, running around like a fucking baby rhinoceros trying to have a shed. Can you just walk nice and slowly? Put your shoulders back. Nice and slow. There you go. There, look.
Nice, and again. Lovely.
Actually, it's gonna be 2 7-tops over here. I gotta prove myself to everybody, to my slip, to myself, to my employees, to my mother, to my father.
Now I just want 30 seconds with you. It's a fight to re-establish this place.
Oh yeah, I understand that. My dad passed away 2 years ago, so there's no way I can talk to my father. So I feel it's the closest I can.
How are you feeling?
Nervous.
Last chance, sir. Okay, new decor, new menu, new chef. Now, hope, and new boss. Speaking for the first time in this guy's life, he's going to step up to the mark, come out of the shadow of his father, prove to his mother and himself he's more capable of running his business.
Let me have the phone. No. The phone stays here.
If he doesn't make it tonight, let's see.
Tonight is the beginning of the new seascape.
Wipe your forehead, it's sweating.
I'm looking at the bigger picture. I gotta prove to my father that I can control what's going on.
Completely new menu.
I'll have the clams and casino.
I'm having this here straight back. Great. Thank you very much.
The waitstaff is revitalized by the influx of customers and the new attitude of the seascape.
And table 5 fire, please.
First 10 tables are here. Atmosphere is electric. It smells like a proper restaurant. Peter now has to get a grip, understand what's going on, and host the room.
We're looking at probably about 20-minute break. Our customers are coming at us hard. They were swamped.
How are we going to see those people in? How long time they're going to wait? Now it's time to be messy. Trust me, now it's messy. So far, I think he's not doing that well, to be honest.
Right, Peter, this is where we need to step up again now. I'm going to go 12 again. We've got to step up to the big time. Let's go.
With the restaurant packed, the new chef and the veteran waitresses are about to be put to the test.
Everybody keep taking food out of here.
It's not me. Okay, then it must be Diane.
Oh, my God.
If you wanted me to take you, really pissed off right now. I'm going to have a heart attack.
These girls aren't used to being fucking busy. Come on. Okay, this is where it's really critical that manager starts running his bloody dining room because Peter's restaurant is now in the shed. Orders getting backed up, the servers are starting to become slow, kitchen's falling behind. Peter's going to start packing the whip.
The kitchen is so backed up. I'm so sorry. It's coming, babe. It's coming. Hoping everything will go so perfect that it's just not coming out. I've been waiting for the entrees. Like, it's a box of 30. What's the matter? My two kids still have meat. And what were they getting? What were they getting?
And mussels. Mussels are an appetizer.
Okay, I'll show. Oh, Scott.
What?
Table 3 did not get their appetizers. I mean, they only been here since friggin' 6:30.
That goes on the back of the line. You gotta wait. Hold on. Let's get one thing done at a time.
Fired it a long time ago, and
No. We fired it. It still goes on the back of the line. The wait staff here, they're too set in their ways.
Oh, Scott, when I order the French onion, you automatically make them for me, right?
No one telling them what they can and can't do. They're just coming in. They're making what they want. They're just grabbing.
Is that yours or mine, Diane? This is mine.
Very impressive.
I can't communicate when this is too stupid.
Making sure the front of the house is in sync with the kitchen is Peter's responsibility. And Irene is losing her patience because he's not stepping up and taking control.
Lady, somebody pick up this food. My apologies. I'm sorry. No, what do you want? What are you doing? I can't believe this hasn't gone out. No, what do you want, Mom? Brother.
Take charge.
Mom, you know how to rip into me for 2 days saying I'm never going to grow up.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, this is why I never grow up. Mom,
You are the boss. Start acting like one. Take charge.
don't do this shit, Mom.
Take charge.
Mushroomed into a big thing.
I'm sorry. We're trying the best we can. That's the damn that just walked out.
You find out where Peter is and ask him what the fuck he's doing.
Peter?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Peter?
I'm ready to give up my raise.
Again?
My father, I right now is turning over this grave.
It's the big relaunch of the Seascape, and the restaurant is at full capacity, but with the front of the house not communicating with the kitchen.
Way too many people touching food in this kitchen. My apologies. I'm sorry.
Peter is losing control.
Peter, I need 2 seconds of you.
I really want you to fucking shine tonight. You've got no idea. Take control. When you're not happy with certain things, get it off your fucking chest. Think back to boxing round. I'm never asking you to be vile. I'm just asking you to run your business.
Gordon is 100% right. And tonight, I got to prove to myself, to my employees, to my mother, that I'm willing to take a challenge and be a boss.
You can do it.
Can I ask you one favor?
Of course you can.
Can I have a
Why not? Here we go. Yes, do it tonight. Let's go. Hey. Do it. Yes?
We got it. Try to stand up straight. Okay. All right, guys, we're starting it up.
I know what has to get done. I might piss some people off, but sorry, we gotta get it done right.
We're making a plan right now.
Okay.
Take this off.
Okay.
There we go. We make a new one.
Right at a critical time in the night, Gordon's pep talk has finally inspired Peter.
I asked Tom Baptiste to go back into the kitchen and start unexpected food to make the food go out faster so we can sit the people down.
Just do me a favor. Take the order and give it a new number and explain to John Baptiste what it is. Now you can talk to Marilyn while she's here, and I'll find out from Diane. It's what they call improvising.
Good.
You had a drawer on top of barrels and your 3 top here. You had gotten the bar table, right?
Okay, here we go. Finally.
You're on a roll, Marilyn. You're on a roll, baby.
I felt like I was back when I first opened up, and the passion was still here, moving and doing finally got everything under control.
This world. Considering where the Seascape was just days ago, the reopening was a success.
Please, take a seat. Yes. What a night. It was only just literally a few days ago that this place was closed. We met the chef today for the first time. To put that standard out, job well done.
Finally, I feel Peter actually took charge. So I'm really, really happy.
We know where to work at it.
To get it better, yes.
But for me, I know damn well customers tonight will come back.
Yes.
You have to seriously continue running your business.
As the week progressed, Gordon worked with the new chef to come up with a vibrant new menu, making sure to introduce fresh produce from the local vendors.
You are the luckiest owner in the world to have this boat in your backyard. Yes, I'm telling you.
Then, to endear the restaurant back into the community, Gordon created an annual chowder cook-off that was judged by the town mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Seascape. I quite like that little burning sensation on the back of my throat. The winner, Joe Verini. Well done. Please come back. Tasting on the menu for dinner.
Scott, the new chef, whipped the kitchen into shape.
First, this one right here, please. Water and crab cake, 2 oysters.
And Maryland brought back one of Seascape's old traditions, tableside flambe.
Very good.
The place was alive, everybody was smiling.
Isn't it lovely?
It's wonderful.
If you've got some room, don't be scared to ask for more. Yes.
Last but not least, a new respect has been established by a mother for her son.
All right, Mom, let's start it up.
Okay, we have a party of 6 that they call.
Okay.
So you leave us there.
Yes.
It is amazing what he did. He taught me to stand up and be the owner.
Love and support. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Also, that's strong money. Yes. I will. Yes. Excellent.
I feel very grateful to Chef Ramsay. I will never forget what the man did. He put his heart and soul into this place. He did save us.
Even though Gordon successfully restored the Seascape to its former glory, Peter accepted an offer that he couldn't refuse and sold the restaurant. Next time, Gordon heads for an Italian restaurant in trouble. The The young owner and his staff just want a party. So it takes forever for the food to get out of the kitchen.
I need your specials now.
And huge portions mean costs are out of control.
Even the dog's got a serving there.
But now the party's over.
Why did you keep eating if it was that bad?
If Gordon can't get this cast of friends to grow up,
I felt like I was eating ragu.
this restaurant's going to be grounded for life. Next time on Kitchen Nightmares. Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares, Gordon heads for an Italian restaurant that's headed for disaster.
Why did you decide to become a chef owner if you haven't got a clue how to run a business?
But you couldn't tell that by watching the staff. Is Campagna a business
Grazie, compagna.
or a high school cooking class?
Big operate back there.
The owner is the big man on campus,
People love my food. I'm seriously in denial.
and the employees seem to be here for the party.
Campagna's like high school, so everybody like really gets along.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a rehearsal for friends.
That'd be so sexy when you make a chicken.
It takes forever for the food to get out of the kitchen.
I need your specials now.
That fucking never went out.
On top of that, there's not only fighting in the restaurant, there's fighting in the parking lot.
Why did you keep eating if it was that bad?
And because the enormous portions are ensuring no one leaves without a party favor,
Even the dog's got a serving there. There's a boat for him as well.
the food costs are out of control.
I could go in there and just give you $500 on waste.
But now, the party's over.
You have to cut these portions down.
If Gordon can't get this cast of friends to grow up,
Take it serious. I will run it like a boss.
this restaurant's going to be grounded for life.
I felt like I was eating ragu.
Tonight on Kitchen Nightmares.
It's not party time. This is serious time. We're doing it. Okay? All right, let's go.
Fair Lawn, New Jersey, a predominantly Italian community about 20 minutes from New York City. For years, Campagna was a successful business, but since Joe Cerniglia took ownership 18 months ago, the business has dramatically declined, and it's only a few months away from closing.
Good afternoon, compagnia. I didn't go to culinary school. What's this chicken for? We don't have recipes. We don't use measuring cups to serve.
Oh, look, a little boy, look. He's like a little baby.
You're waiting on the pecans.
She's the babiest of the babies. Was he good though?
We
Was he
have a
perfect?
lot of fun here. Sometimes I guess a bad thing because we don't take everything too seriously sometimes.
Nut job.
Was he perfect?
You. I didn't nut job.
The kitchen's always playing practical jokes on each other.
Why will you stop blocking him in the
Good
fucking?
boy.
Sorry, Mo.
Take a big romper back there.
Give me a break. We're all like little kids. We're all very silly.
I'm still a kid. I still have a tongue ring. I still have a tattoo. I don't really plan on changing the way I think anytime soon. I am serious, but I'm going to have fun with it while, in the process. Campagna definitely has its share of problems, big problems. Fuck.
Our oven is broken. Completely broken.
These are not working ovens, so they've now become storage for us.
We have two walk-ins. The handles are broke.
First, this latch broke, so this door just kind of swings open. It doesn't lock shut.
The men back there, they should be able to fix it.
I think I'm a pretty democratic boss. Open your freezer. Get me some pancetta. Joe gets very easily flustered and frustrated, which a lot of times winds up making everybody break down. F, you get the Rocky Rob? I don't have Rocky Rob. I asked if you have Rocky Rob. You said yes. Come on.
It took long enough. It's frustrating you because food needs to come out quicker.
That shit should have been done last night.
I worry about Joe. I worry about stress level. I worry about Melissa. I worry about the boys. It's not easy.
I'm financially in trouble. The debt of the restaurant alone is overwhelming. My personal debt, wife, kids, mortgage,
That's a lot of debt.
You put everything into one
You know,
venture. It takes a lot of courage, you know.
I owe my purveyors about $80,000 right now in cold hard cash.
I'll get something out to you on Monday. Some of the purveyors will show up and ask for a check, but I don't know if it's the economy or what.
I can't see this going on another year, and that's a really scary thought. And I would do everything in my power to avoid that.
I'm looking for a restaurant, an Italian restaurant, the main strip here, Campania.
Thank you.
Campania. Hardly a perfect location for a restaurant on a strip mall, but let's be honest, it's food accounts, and I've heard they've got problems. Hello. Oh yes, today I'm on my own.
Yes, follow me,
In fact, most
please.
times I'm always on my own.
Oh, yeah.
How are you today?
Good. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ramsey, how are you, man? I'm Joe Siniglia.
Good to see you.
Welcome to New Jersey.
Is this you always pointing, or is that just?
I point a lot. I use my hands. You know, I'm Southern Italian, so there's a lot of that. That's the way I am. It's the way I operate. I don't know what he was looking at.
Okay, what would you like today?
May I start, please? I'll try the tortellini,
Yes.
and then I'll try the ravioli.
Okay.
Finish with pistachio and cranberry crusted breast and chicken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to go, Joseph.
Lamb white, tortellini soup. I mean, I was smiling, but my heart was racing.
I can put up with a tortellini soup. Well, I got tortellini soup working, I got my half wrap working, I got it all. You, my friend, relax.
Sounds like a very, very busy kitchen back there.
I'm so effing hungry. I didn't eat anything all day. You're hungry? I'm hungry, yeah.
What is going on in there? Yo.
Brow. Relax.
So you gone home?
I hope Gordon's satisfied. If he's not, I'm sure he's going to let us know.
Just bland. Tasteless. They're almost definitely not worth the wait.
How is everything?
Are they made here, these? Or are they fortune?
They're filled with veal.
Oh, no, I know it's just I don't know what it was. That wasn't the question I asked.
They will make, yes, they're brought in. It makes it moving.
Thank you. Is it popular?
Yeah, somewhat.
I love the way you skip over it. Are they popular?
Not too many people order it as much, no. So, no.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think Gordon is going to drive me crazy. By the end of it all, it's going to drive us all crazy.
What they mean made on site in the store. Cut the crap. So they're up.
All right, let's take them out.
Thank you. So this is the grilled sausage in there.
Yes.
Lovely. Garlic everywhere. Big chunks of it everywhere. You wouldn't want to go back to the office with that breath, would you?
Gordon found that we had too much garlic in our sauce. I tend to like garlic, so I never really noticed it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like a toothbrush now, please.
He wants to know it's too much garlic.
I think it was just fine. Personally, for me, if I was eating that, I wouldn't have a problem.
Here you go. Pistachio chicken.
What is that on top there?
Roast zucchini.
Okay. Oh, looks like your bison's tongue. It's dry, it's sweet, and it's...
He didn't like the chicken, but the sauce didn't like the crust, thought it was well done, hated it.
One thing that fascinated me throughout the whole lunch, all I could hear was laughing and joking and lots of screaming coming out of the kitchen. I was pissed off waiting. You don't expect to hear all that laughing, giggling when you sat there waiting for all your food. The tortellini veal was just bland and watery. Then my grilled sausage. I've never seen so much garlic in a dish in all my life.
Gordon called me out on my food. I'm not fucking happy.
Italian food is about rusticness, phenomenal ingredients, and something that's relaxed and casual, but in a delicious way. And I just found it, somewhat boring, to be honest.
You'll see us rock it out.
Go on.
My food, I think, is pure and honest and good. I think it was a mistake that I did this.
Up next,
Why did you decide to become a chef owner if you haven't got a clue how to run a business?
Gordon serves up the truth.
I've never seen such humongous portions. You would do that, would you?
Can Joe swallow it?
No. All right, you know what? Why don't we make it a public issue with this now? This customer's here, this customer's here. I'd rather have this conversation downstairs. How about that?
What do you want to find?
And when the staff monkeys around, Gordon goes bananas.
Right, who's going home?
That's coming up on Kitchen Nightmares. Day 2. And with this restaurant in financial hell, Gordon knows that he needs to increase business. But he also needs to find ways to cut costs.
I've been thinking about this overnight, and what's bugging me now is what's he wasting in his fridges? That's my concern now. This must be a pain in the ass. The minute a muscle opens, they're no longer fresh. They're gone. That's dangerous. It's dead. The muscle's dead. This menu is far too big for his own good. I don't understand what's going through his mind to have this fridge stocked with all these ingredients, but no customers to cook for. Look, bag after bag after bag. There's nearly 2 months worth of chopped garlic there. This is where his $80,000 debt is. And all this ingredients. This fridge is stocked now. Like a restaurant that would be fully booked for 3 or 4 weeks in advance, and we haven't got those customers. So why the fuck have we got all this ingredient? Stupid, absolutely crazy.
With a young head chef and an inexperienced owner, Gordon decides it's time for Restaurant Management 101.
You're in charge of the purchasing, yeah? Those fridges are stocked up for a busy restaurant. We haven't got money to waste. There's endless ingredients in there that are not being used properly. Everything we buy is costing money.
I can point fingers in every direction for the walk-ins being crowded, and it's a catch-22 because you run out of something, Joe throws a fit.
When was the last time you had a budget?
Per week is $4,200.
I don't think we're scrutinizing what we're purchasing. I could go in there and just give you $500 of waste.
I saw that fucking walk in a completely different light. I went, holy shit.
Hopefully, Gordon's economics lesson is sunk in. Now it's time to see how this jovial bunch handles a dinner service, which, given the lack of customers, shouldn't be that difficult.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Even so, Gordon has to make sure these kids stay focused.
Okay, right. You understand what's going on. This is not party time. This is serious time. There's nothing to do with friends. Take it fucking serious. I will. I'm a boss. Let's go.
But old habits die hard.
Campania is like high school because it's like really close knit social environment, so everybody like really gets along.
Yes.
I like the biggest flirt here. We just all feel very comfortable around each other.
While Campania Restaurant is really more like Campania High, Gordon wants Joe to start treating it more like a business and less like a party.
2 seconds. Everybody, yes? Here we go. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 members of staff. Staff costs. Right. Who's going home?
It was pretty blatant, and it's a big move, real big move. Gordon definitely means business.
Business. Sorry, guys. Thanks for coming, but thanks but no thanks.
It's a little scary when Gordon all of a sudden eyeballs you.
Who's going home?
Chucks. See you, buddy.
Good. Take care, buddy. Give yourself a haircut. Next.
I need 3 on the floor. 3 waiters on the floor.
Let's go. Who's next?
Katie.
Katie, thanks but no thanks. Any questions?
I cut a few people. They were clearly upset. Katie was definitely upset.
Katie, come on. Get on my phone.
I had a
to make a tough call tonight. I really wanted to have people tonight that were, on their game.
I'm good enough when he needs me, when his ass is on the line, but not for that I came in tonight and canceled dinner plans with all my friends.
Good luck. Let's go.
With the staff now trimmed down, playtime is over.
Good evening, madam. How are you? Good to see you.
And it's time to focus on the customers.
So one order or two? So two orders, okay. Order in, please.
Appetizers walking in, salad, risotto, mussels, mozzarella, entrees are pork, prosciutto, cotton, and chicken. I'll just get the chicken also.
Come on.
As orders hit the kitchen, the staff is quickly overwhelmed, and everything is moving at a snail's pace.
How many of these did you sell?
Guys, come on. Don't lose it.
Look, I had some polenta wedges. They went back there and they're lost.
They're right here. They're not me.
Excuse me. Is there any possible way to pack them?
That's what Campagna's known for, is waiting 3 hours for your food.
Are you guys okay?
We're getting restless.
Yeah. Everyone's hungry.
Starving. And not surprisingly, problems in the kitchen have customers totally frustrated.
I want to drink wine and wine and wine and wine and wine. Cheers.
Vinny's authentic pizza.
Who the fuck is 13? That fucking never went out?
Oh, come on. Okay.
It was nuts. It was crazy.
I need that risotto, Joe.
What, one more?
No, it's on your table, Joe. Joe.
Yes.
It's on your fucking table, my man.
Holy shit.
Come on.
You guys sitting here for a while before anybody came to you? It's 30 minutes for salad. I have people pointing at me and they're going like this. I don't understand. I can't tell them, how hard it is to put lettuce in a bowl with some dressing.
Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, we're getting backed up now. I'm waiting on a cot. Come on, table 3.
So that cut. I'm trying to fix it. You passed it when you broke it.
And when the food finally arrives at the tables, it's met with mediocre reviews.
Worst thing you can do with fish is overcook it.
Yeah, this is great meat.
Just stop. Joe?
Yes.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I'm not fucking serving that, yeah? And I'm not serving that. So will you please stop what you're doing and do something about it? Guys.
Another observation by Gordon of this restaurant's inefficiency is its portion size. Almost every customer leaves with a doggy bag.
Unbelievable. Right.
And huge portions mean unnecessary inflated food costs.
Really? Yeah, that's awesome.
I've made the decision, bite the bullet on the portion sizes. I think that's what the people like.
What's wrong with it?
Nothing is wrong with it.
They're taking it away. Oh my god. Even the fucking dog's got a serving there. There's the bonus room as well. Losing business big time.
As Campagna's customers leave with their massive leftovers, Gordon knows it's not just the food they're taking, but Joe's profits as well.
Sit down. Did you want all this food now? Do you have friends with you?
Yeah. And right now, you're my guest.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me just point 2 or 3 things out. This is 2 appetizers, 2 entrees, mixed salad, and your prosciutto. I'm trying to show you what you give your customers every day, lunch and dinner. I've never seen such fucking humongous portions. Every customer left into took food to go.
It's what the customers are used to. The customers love this. They like the big portions.
For a man that's fucking financially in the shit and throwing money literally down the drain for every dish you put in here, and then on top of that, you can't even fucking grill a piece of prosciutto there. See that bit there? You would eat that, would you? Huh?
No.
Talk to me.
No.
You're getting upset now?
Yeah, I'm getting real upset.
Thank fuck for that. Hopefully I'll get through to you now. You've thrown thousands of dollars down the drain. Why did you decide to go into business if you haven't got a clue how to run a business?
All right, you know what? Why don't we make it a fucking public issue with this now? This customer's here, this customer's here. I'd rather have this conversation downstairs. How about that?
Are you scared again?
Am I scared?
Yeah.
You're embarrassing me in front of my customers.
restaurant is a family, and when the restaurant's in trouble, it's the family that suffers. So I want to get to Joe's wife, Melissa, and just actually find out what's really going on in Joe's life. Hi. Melissa, how are you, darling?
Thank you.
No one's going to see you too. Are you up? Boys home from school?
Hi, they are.
Yeah, how you doing, my man? First name? Evan, nice to see you. Girlfriend's name? This is a nice house.
Oh, thank you.
How long have you been in?
4 years.
4 years. Oh,
Yeah.
so, 3 boys.
3 boys.
Big responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on Joe's shoulders. How do you think he's doing?
He's very positive, and it's his dream, and I know he's giving it his all to try to succeed. But
it's not just all about being passionate in the kitchen. That's what we're trying to tell him. And whilst I love his enthusiasm around the food, it's a business. It's not just the food.
I agree with you. 100% I do. And I don't know. I mean, I'm glad you're here. I mean, I think he needs to see the black and white more. Hardest thing for me is that people like us put everything on the line for a dream. And I just want to see him have the time, to succeed.
Please don't get upset. I don't want you to get upset. Please.
All these things that you told him before.
He needs to know the jeopardy.
Feels this month alone, like I can't pay my bills here. Like Joey's the most behind on most people. And that is a problem again, If this goes for hell, we would lose everything. I would lose my house.
Most business can be turned around. That points out 2 or 3 things. Yes, it can. Yes, it definitely can.
You're gonna help them.
Yes. No.
Having given Melissa his word, Gordon now knows that to turn this business around, he must spend time in the kitchen, retraining the chefs. From food prep.
What's that on? What's
I've watched where we serve food here. No one really gives any fucking care and attention to a little bit of presentation. I know it's rustic, but at least make sure that we've got a little bit of pride in what we're doing. That looks like a fucking... You can do better.
Having Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen, that was pretty cool. He's on top of his game, and that's why he's where he is.
Just keep it flat.
Yeah, it's just breaking apart. I don't know. You have so much water in it.
Yeah, but you always salt it. Like you do like your granddad or like a mom. You salt it so it gets nice and firm.
He's one shark of the egg, tell you that much. Basically, he's teaching us that we have to step up.
Okay, chicken. Cut off the drum and the thigh and sit them on top of one another so it just looks a little bit neater, yeah?
Now that Gordon has given Joe and the chef several pointers, it's time for Gordon to introduce a signature dish they can handle. Meatballs.
Why can't this restaurant become famous for a meatball? I go to my restaurant in Sicily for meatballs, that's all I want. Just give me meatballs.
Gordon showed us meatballs. I think it's a great idea.
Let's go. A little bit of cheese on that. Good.
I think us being known for the meatballs isn't so bad because we're usually known for food never really coming out ever.
With the aid of Gordon's recipe, Joe and his staff are now armed with outstanding meatballs. Now it's time to conquer New Jersey.
Oh, look at this! New Jersey's best meatballs. Joe, give out the t-shirts.
Out came the meatballs and the flashy t-shirts and the hats, and we pretty much shouted the message loud and clear. Campagna's got the best meatballs in New Jersey.
Give these meatballs away and get the reputation out there on the street, yes?
And all around, folks, we got the best meatballs around.
Stop on in and have some dinner one of these days. If we can start getting people into our restaurant for our meatballs, it's just a great step in the right direction.
Some hot sauce on there.
That's wonderful. We got some meatball fans.
Yo, darling, there we are.
Everyone loved the meatballs.
Does that dog like meatballs?
I think he does. Look at him eating meatballs. Campagna restaurant.
Campagna restaurant. We gave us food, we spread the word about the restaurant, we had some fun.
You know you want to. Just don't get hit by that car for him. Get this meatballs in New Jersey.
Now that the meatball marketing has spread the word about Campagna, it's time for Gordon to have a serious one-on-one talk with Joe.
Also, 18 months ago. Over a period of 18 months, how much have you lost?
I'd say about $120,000.
Chef, I'm in trouble. How serious is this restaurant for you? It's everything to me. You think you could continue like this for what, 6 more months? Okay. Yeah, I think that's pushing it. Your business, it's about fucking swim down the Hudson. I heard Gordon's point loud and clear. I mean, this is it. This is crunch time. Sounds strong. Don't take it personally. Just take it seriously. Tomorrow is the biggest day.
Coming up, it's Campagna's reopening, and everyone is feeling the pressure.
I need your specials now.
She said the steak was too tough.
Gordon has some quiet time with an unruly customer.
Talking out your rear.
And while some people welcome the changes to the menu, absolutely unbelievable, others aren't so sure.
I felt like I was eating ragu.
It's a night filled with emotions.
Why did you keep eating if it was that bad?
And a dinner service you don't want to miss. Next on Kitchen Nightmares. It's day 4 and time for Campagna's relaunch. Gordon's design team has come up with a contemporary new look to match the new direction of the restaurant.
I've created a new look for the new Campagna. Let's go.
I'm sorry.
Lovely.
Oh my God! How cool is that?
Is that nice?
Awesome! Oh, how cute is that? Oh my God!
Oh, it's unbelievable. I was just absolutely blown away. Absolutely blown away. It was just high time for it to be changed. You can really see it's a restaurant.
Oh wow!
All the lights are on, all the canopies lit.
Looks really inviting now. It's awesome. We definitely needed this.
It looks like a proper restaurant now.
Definitely.
So, listen, yes,
Gordon's created so many great new things here. Like the sign and everything shows that he's making it better.
Feels so nice.
Let's get inside, yes?
Let's do it.
Well, one thing you're not going to smell when we get in here is garlic. Hey, I opened those doors and it was just alive. The restaurant was alive. The whole place just metamorphosized with some great, simple little changes. The dining room looks unbelievable.
Those candles are gonna be awesome at night.
Yes.
It's the kind of place I just want to hang out.
I am a little overwhelmed right now. I have really no words to say. You know, it's a little shocked.
Lights and dim music's on, right? Let's clutter there. This place is lovely. You guys have transformed my restaurant. Follow me through the kitchen. Let's get
Who is it? That is
Joe's stressed out a lot, so when you see him smile like that, it makes you feel good.
Oh my God! This is so freaking cool.
Also, you can use a new stove. Yeah? I'm overwhelmed with this big, beautiful stove. You know, boys with toys. This is my new toy right here, baby. Gene almost had tears in his eyes. Big, mean Gene.
I know I've heard like the pilots every time I turn it on. It's just phenomenal.
Happy? Good.
I'm just so happy to see him getting a little help. He deserves to succeed. And I know he's gonna.
Gordon also provided smaller plates to coincide with the smaller portions.
God, they're smaller. Check it out.
These were just way too big, and therefore we had to use a lot more food to fill them up, and that's also losing money right there.
Wow, man, I am speechless. You guys have done so much for us in one day.
Yeah.
Well,
Next step in getting ready for the big night, Gordon sits down with the young chefs to introduce a brand new menu.
the secret on the menu is to keep it tight. We have to start making money. I had some initial concern about what my customers would think about coming in and not seeing my big, diverse menu. This menu includes the new pasta and risotto section, the fettuccine, something you expect to see in any nice restaurant, but do it with a little bit more varied, pesto, tomato, or alfredo.
I like the new menu a lot. Gordon's, he's one sharp fucking cookie, I can tell you that much.
The braised pork, that was a great dish, but creamy polenta coats. The flavour was lovely. And then the bistecca, a really nice grilled New York strip steak with roasted potatoes and spinach, beautifully done. The meatballs, we've done it in both appetizer and entree as well. We've now focused on our meatball as becoming a bit of a hallmark. If people start bitching, the meatballs are going to come out of the kitchen, and hopefully that'll appease them while they're waiting. Right at meatball. Right at meatball.
I really like the new menu and the way we're doing it and the concept of having a smaller menu. Everything was good. I steak sauce.
An hour before the opening, Gordon comes up with a clever way to motivate the young waitstaff.
I've devised
This movie goes.
the same plan I have with my waiters and waitresses. that every item on this menu will be sold. Every item.
Did you see that? Maybe that's more yo Sheen. 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 Toshi.
Il existe dans le sud de la France un territoire presque sauvage, au riche patrimoine historique, des terres au fort contraste climatique,
This guy speaking
des
English?
terres de résistance.
English.
Ici, on boit un vin
I wanted this.
rustique, qui peut aussi servir de vin de messe Ou à faire chapeau en versant une rasade dans l'assiette de soupe les soirs d'hiver. Ce vin provient de la treille de la maison.
No one speaks that anymore. Everybody should just go right now. No one. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Put it back. Oh my god. Susan Smith said, there is one. The ocean. Sheen. The orchard, no? Remember the orchard? The orchard that Mike remember.
Freedom is a heavy load, a great, strange burden for the spirit to undertake. It is not easy. It is not a gift given, but a choice made. The choice made may be hard. The road goes upwards towards the light. The laden traveler never reaches the moon. Man approaches the unattainable truth through a succession of errors. Affliction comes to us, not to make us sad and sorry, not to make us sorry, but wise. You will be required to do wrong no matter where you go. It is the basic condition of life to be required to violate your own identity. At some point, every creature which lives must do so. It is the ultimate shadow and the feat of creation. This is the curse at work, the curse that feeds on all life everywhere in the universe. The gravest error a thinking person can make is to believe that one particular version of history is absolute fact. History is recorded by a series of observers, none of whom are impartial. It is change, continuing change, inevitable change that is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is. The saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Each generation imagines itself to be more intelligent than the one that went before it, and wiser than the one that came after. Man is the unnatural animal, the rebel child of nature, and more does he turn himself against the harsh and fitful hand that weirded him. It doesn't matter what you do, so as long as you change something from the way it was before you touched it to something that's like you take your hands away. The very concept of truth is fading out of this world. Lies will pass into history. Solitude and isolation are painful things beyond human endurance. For small creatures such as we, vastness is bearable only through love.
And I got Gerald Wilson. This motherfucker doesn't speak English. I got good news. Teacher. It's like a song. Does he speak English? Yeah. Fuck you, he's not breaking that. I'm actually very proud of him.
Oh, blessed glorious Trinity, falls to philosophy, of milk to faith, for jazz wise smooths diversity, most supremes, yet no entanglements have. As you distinguish unto say, my power of love, knowledge be, give me such self-different instinct, at least let the element of me abound to Lord.
That's right. Not that many big people.
Few people cried, most people were silent.
Richard.
Every thing into scripture Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on multi-armed form. He says, now I have become death, the destroyer of worlds.
When the Trinity nuclear test was done, Robert Oppenheimer said, "We have done this before." He was speaking from an informed perspective. In the ancient Hindu text Bhagavad Gita, there is reference to a bolt of iron charged with the light of 1,000 suns. It describes radiation sickness. It describes elephants screaming and dying. It describes the shadows that are left on the ground after the blast goes off. All things that we're now very familiar with from the nuclear age. The same culture that described what appeared to be the use of a modern nuclear weapon also was describing things like anti-gravity craft that flew through the air with no sound called vimanas. These craft could pass right through a mountain, and they also used some sort of particle beam weapons. You have human-looking beings that are larger than the rest of us and have blue skin, like Krishna. They also have extraordinary abilities. And in addition to that, you have weird reptilian beings called Rakshasas, who are also codenamed snakes. And these beings clearly appear to be of a reptilian nature. This even goes to the point that you still to this day have temples in India in which there are people called Nagas who have a human-like top, but then from the waist down they literally have a snake's body. All of this stuff takes on a much different investigative hue once we look at the fact that the actual record of what we now know nuclear bomb looks and acts like is typically recorded in these Hindu scriptures. So Oppenheimer was aware that this weapon unleashed fury unlike anything we'd ever seen. Prior to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, scientists with rock stars, Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, Marconi, Tesla, these were the rock stars. These were the people who made our lives so exciting that we went from essentially a primitive situation where in order to have food preserved, we have to have ice box where literally pieces of ice are covered with sawdust. Now we have electric refrigerators, we have electric lights, we can read at night, we have thoughts being beamed wirelessly by radio, and then eventually even pictures through television. This was so exciting. People could travel, transcontinental railroad,
Where
all
we
these things were
Sinkovich?
coming out.
Is never gonna have to Sinkovich?
Private automobile without the need
Kevin
for horses.
Sorbo, Kevin
And all of a
Sabo.
sudden, nuclear explosion shows that technology hit a screaming brick wall. We could not trust any longer that our toys be the instruments of our enlightenment. They could actually be the instruments of our destruction.
This girl has
These nuclear weapons ended up basically acting as beacons to a number of ET races in our childhood. Primary energy jets occurred in explosions. The sense of energy feeds back to the fabric of space time. All stars, all planets are electromagnetic filaments. Scientists call these connections the cosmic web. It's like a giant spider web all throughout the cosmos. When a nuclear explosion occurs, it sends a feedback to this cosmic web.
Gangster.
Because extraterrestrials are not going to communicate with this cosmic web. They actually travel from star to star. Therefore,
David Bush, you said
detonated
something.
devices send out a signal saying not only are we at a certain level of advancement, but we're not at a certain level of advancement. Oppenheimer's key quotes revealed that he did not know what the effect of the detonation of the nuclear bomb would be. They conducted the Trinity test. They were unaware as to whether or not this explosion would create a chain reaction that could actually destroy the whole Earth. And yet they proceeded forward because they believed that this weapon was the only way they could end World War II, and thus the ends justified the means.
How potent and how powerful these technologies can be, we can never expect to be able to handle them if we operate them from a lower consciousness. When you raise your individual consciousness, you actually make the effort to become more aware of an individual. That has a mirrored effect to society. It's a law of correspondence, as above, so below. So when you become more conscious of an individual, that makes society itself raise in consciousness. And when each one of us, every single one of us, begins making ourselves more aware, society itself is going to become more aware.
Multiple insiders with credible military and corporate backgrounds have said that extraterrestrial spacecraft have appeared over nuclear missile installations and have completely powered them down.
First, like to briefly describe the experience in March 1967.
Fred DiBiase.
At the time, I was a person met at the U.S. Air Force Station at Belton Air Force Base, Montana. I was trained and assigned duties as a missile launch officer, Minuteman 1. We had operational control over the jet Minuteman. On the evening of March 24th, 1967, while my commander was on a scheduled rest break, I received the first of two phone calls. The first call was to report unidentified lighted objects flying above the facility.
Well, they were hovering above the nuclear silos, and what was happening was they didn't attack the silos. All they did was shut down. Like Captain Robert Salas had like 8 ICBMs. They all got shut down in rapid succession. These systems have triple redundancy backup systems. So, the guards on the top side were with their weapons drawn, holding the red saucer above the silos. The UFO went 60 miles to the other base and shut down their nuclear missiles as well. This has happened more than once. This has happened in as well.
What most people haven't heard came to me from two insiders, Bob Dean and Pete Peterson. Both of them independently told me that in the year 1990, all of the nuclear warheads in the U.S. and in the USSR completely melted down, became radioactively inert, and even the missiles themselves would just sputter around and wouldn't even fly a straight trajectory anymore. Right during the same time that all of these nuclear
missiles were literally melted down inside the warhead.
She's like,
We also have this amazing formation appear on a dry lake bed in Oregon.
how many
The
fucking
Idaho
things?
National Guard has a huge mystery on its hands, and that is our top story today. During routine photo reconnaissance missions over Oregon, RF-4 jets spotted and took photographs of a huge carving in the desert over 1,000 feet across.
Has anybody talking? I mean, this is just something that children parents in the system is incredibly time consuming. A lot of expertise involved, that takes a long period of time, maybe a lot of money. So point to point is exactly 11 and a half minutes. Exactly. And the other ones, the exact 23 degrees. Exactly. No variation. No variation.
And there's something else puzzling here. Some people do not see.
Look at them
We do not
move.
see tire tracks, the kind of tracks that might be made by a tractor or
Look
a
at
plow.
them move.
No tire tracks and no footprints. In Oregon, I'm Walden Kirsch for NBC News.
The reality is that this is the same type of thing that's being done with crop circle formations, but on an even more impressive scale. And that mark was a symbolic statement from the ETs. Mandala, remember, is supposed to be a symbol of the cosmic mind, a symbol of the creator, the origin of the universe, the geometric nature of how everything unfolds. So they're giving us a message. They're showing us that they will make sure that we stay on track with this positive future that's been promised to us in over 35 different ancient cultures around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Good evening, my fellow Americans.
Okay.
In the Council of Government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizen can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
Contortion. Can anyone understand what you're saying?
So when I really think about the speech from Dwight David Eisenhower, his farewell speech about the military-industrial complex, it brings up a lot of stuff for me. I was recruited to go off planet in 2006,
I was recruited to go off
and it
planet
seems to be
stuff.
related
Mine.
to the alternative 3 scenario.
Mine was alternative
That
4
relates to creating colonies off planet. And the Mars colony was the planet that was being discussed during that time. And so when we hear about a warning like that, but we don't hear about the actual alternatives or agendas or ET government treaties and some of the things that were taking place, what was he really trying to say? There's so many layers to the military-industrial complex that we're starting to discover now. And I've been definitely researching and digging real deep in order to understand really what he meant. And as many have uncovered and been a whistleblower for, and this was my own experience in that Mars recruitment, we discovered a secret space program, this multi-level shadow government, compartmentalism, things that happened after the Second World War, and the infiltration coming in from Project Paperclip to the American government. MK Ultra having so many branches, so it's like, okay, here's a warning about the misplaced power that exists and will persist if we as an American people don't start to become empowered, which is basically what I got from it. I could feel a lot of pride in a lot of my family members about that speech, but I would say that I'm a family member that has, I think, recognized some layers that were not brought to my attention growing up, that I've been able to sort of share with them. And again, there's compartmentalism. The NSA signed something in 1947 that made it legal, like a law, that you couldn't disclose this sort of stuff without massive ramifications. And here we are in this particular window, without oaths being signed by many of us, with more freedom of speech and more of an ability to bring light to all of this. And that's why the speech is really relevant, because it rings true to today. Those warnings are something that we're beginning to finally uncover.
Actually started back in 1955 with the Eisenhower administration that was forced into a treaty, somewhat of a surrender with the Nazi faction that had been operating.
Have you ever said that I'm supposed to,
One of the witnesses that was Brigadier General Stephen Lumpkin, who was on Eisenhower's staff, was aware that he lost control of the corporations and that it would not be in the best hands. And so once this treaty was signed, Nelson Rockefeller restructured the whole CIA MJ-12 operations. So now our legal government is no longer in the loop. They also replaced the complete MJ-12 that was originally set up by President Truman with Allen Dulles as MJ-1, or head of MJ-12 operations, of all people. It's highly instrumental in Nazi infiltration. What happened was, when this happened, all of the reverse engineering operations at White-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio moved to Area 51 S4, where Eisenhower realized that he had lost control when he attempted to look into it. He was denied access. Your five-star general was really pissed, so he threatened to invade Area 51 for the first time out of Colorado. And until they allowed two agents to give a report of what's going on, what they found was that several craft were being reverse engineered that were extraterrestrial and German origin.
One of the ways that the Nazis obtained their advanced technology before World War II was through the use of a channeler called Maria Orsic. Maria Orsic was channeling telepathic messages from extraterrestrials that were offering her plans and schematics to actually create anti-gravity craft. Maria Orsic channeled this information for the Occult Thrill Society in Germany. This information was later used by these German secret societies to build out many of their crafts. Because they were focused more on the qualitative superiority rather than the quantitative, they were more focused on having more advanced technology rather than more tanks and boots on the ground. They were losing the groundwork in Europe, but they were obtaining the more advanced technology. And to save that technology, they took it down to Antarctica pre and during World War II.
In the late 1930s, the Nazis had an expeditionary go down to Antarctica, and they found some very interesting things. They found a region under the ice that was created by geothermal heat from volcanoes. And there would be 3 miles of ice and 2,000 feet above ground level that have been melted by the geothermal heat. And the rest of the ice acts as an insulator, causing it to sort of like a deep impact. And the dome would grow from the heat, the geothermal heat, and it would melt and run out the ice. And that's so close you can hear the ice causing it to move. But underneath these areas, they were finding perfect areas to build submarine bases. So not only did the Nazis build out submarine bases, as they developed more and more of the space program, they developed out a massive space program. After the space force was built, the Nazis had the Americans began to develop more and more research bases. In the late 1950s, a treaty was signed that stated that Antarctica was only to be used for peaceful research. Well, we were basically arriving and digging giant holes in the ice in various areas and building out these giant complexes, much like it was called Project Iceland back in the 1960s, where in Greenland, the United States Army Corps of Engineers was building out an ICBM base in the ice. And it was very sophisticated. I'm told that they were very similar in when they were built, how they were built to access to these retarded databases, began to develop NBC testing, we call it biological chemical testing, which in programs usually translates into hormones, different chemical compounds to affect how people develop psychologically or physiologically. So a lot of very, very dark scientific programs began to be developed down in Antarctica. We are going on to explain to one of the biggest things that Paul is not wanting us to know about the existence of these harmful gases and all the horrible crimes against humanity on these harmful gases.
On December 9th, 2015, William Tompkins released his epic book, Selected by Extraterrestrials. I became aware of it early in 2016, but it wasn't until he had conducted several interviews that he and I became friends and began speaking regularly. The story of William Tompkins is quite amazing. Here's a man who's 93 years old, and he gets hired right as he begins his military career in the Navy, working in a highly classified program for the United States government at the highest levels, where he was personally responsible for getting information from 23 different American spies who were embedded in the German secret space program, which apparently included bases in Antarctica.
A single Navy operative went into Germany. This is like 1939. He didn't believe this, but there was very strange organizations and different research groups all over, not just Germany, but in the occupied countries too. And strangely enough, Germany was putting in production fantastic vehicles. They didn't have wings on these aircraft. They didn't have empennage or tail. They had landing gears. Some of them were triangular shaped. Some were rectangular shaped. Some were round shaped like a saucer. And so he, being a spy for the Navy, found out all of these fantastic situations that were going on inside of Germany. And this is an important point. Instead of him going to his boss, coming back to the United States, he went directly to the Secretary of the Navy, Forrestal. Forrestal gets tapped on the shoulder. He gets told, don't select a Navy officer to head up these operatives. What? He's told to select somebody who had never been in Annapolis. Now, almost every Navy officer, whether they're one-star or lieutenant commander, they've all been through Annapolis to learn how to be a Navy officer. It turns out Forrestal is told that every book, every book in the libraries, every book in the colleges, every book in the universities, every book on this planet, information. It's misinformation. So, which is initiated by the Draco reptilians as far back as 6,000 years ago.
Reptilians really came into control and started to be able to manipulate what was going on the face of the planet about 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. It is true that they have different master technologies to be able to be learn to look like a human. Usually they're in underground bases in various places on the globe, as well as a huge area in Antarctica. the southeast region has a large number of underground caverns that are kept extremely warm, too warm for humans, by geothermal heat. It's a perfect place for all of these colonies that the reptilians have basically seeded, these huge seeds, millions of them.
So, the Secretary of the Navy selects Rick Obama. He's not even an American. He comes over here with his family. He goes to school here. He goes to the second year in high school. He leaves school. He joins the Navy as a third-class seaman. Works his way up in the Navy. Now he's a commander. Okay? That commander is selected by the Secretary of the Navy to head up all of these operatives to go back into Germany and find out what's going on. Because that individual had never had misinformation given to him about every technical field on the planet.
Everything we learn in the establishment-controlled education systems is specifically designed to program our minds away from the truth. Physics is wrong. Medicine is wrong. History is wrong. Everything we are taught in textbooks is mainly wrong, and this is done purposefully so we don't understand how to move our bodies, how to feed our bodies, what really happened in the past, what technology can really do these days. All of these things, if we learn them, would help us empower ourselves, would help us actually understand what's really going on with our reality.
Now, if you were to go to San Diego, look over at North Island, you're going to see a tall building like this. There's a small office on the top of that building, which is the secret office for the admiral. This is where the operatives come to. So, the admiral's aide comes to my barracks, taps me on the shoulder, and he only says one word: he's here. We drive over to that building, we get up to the top, go into this conference room, a small room. Admiral Riccaboni sits here, I sit here, and one of three other bosses that I have are all captains. So now I have three captains as bosses, and now a 2-star admiral. He just got another raise. Wow.
Look at this. This is incredible. The athleticism right at this moment is something that I hadn't seen since the World's Fair of like 1893. Really? May 1st, 1983, motherfucker.
Sits on the other side of the table. He discloses to us these fantastic things that Germany is doing that make no sense. Now I have 8 girls and 3 PhDs as a group. We put together a package of what the operative brings back. Some of it is photographed. Once in a while, it's a manual. Hardly any manual. A couple of manuals were not even in English, German, or any other language. They were extraterrestrial hieroglyphics. You see all of this stuff. You hear it. You understand what the Germans are doing. They didn't just get documents from the extraterrestrials. They got brand spanking new space vehicles. Here's one. Here's another one. Here's. They brought these. They take you inside. They show you how to drive it. So they put me in a secret laboratory, which is designing, not flying wings like Northam does. Okay? These are just a fuselage with no wings and no tail. Half airplane, half spaceships. This is what Northam was designing. Our first spaceships are U.S. Navy attack class submarines. We put together programs all the way out into the galaxy, not just this galaxy.
The military-industrial complex back in the day were testing another
Look at this one.
technology that they
Yosh.
received from the Nazis in World War II, as
Yosh.
well as from ETs.
Look at this.
Tested doing
Everybody.
testing.
Everybody.
They attached this
Look at the
technology
athleticism.
to
Maggie.
regular submarine. And
Maggie,
then
tell
flew it out
everybody.
of our atmosphere.
Sexy man.
That was the first time that they were really able to fly a vessel out of our atmosphere using electrogravitic technology. The reason that they used a submarine was, of course, because they were self-enclosed. The crews that served on them used to serving 6 months or more away from home, having all of their supplies with them. And they had the psychology of being able to handle those tight quarters for such a long time. The technology developed to a point where they developed the finances, these financial schemes, to begin to build out fleets of these long cigar-shaped craft. Some of them were a kilometer long or longer, and they could make them longer by putting in sections. And the sections were modular, just like in modern submarines. They could take apart the fuselage and pull out sections. They could, one of these modules could be set for like 3 or 4 months as a laboratory for a bunch of different scientific programs. And if next time they worked, the modules are swapped out, and it's a hospital ship. Modules are swapped out the next time, it's a troop transport. It's just a long haul freighter. So these ships are very modular. And in the beginning, they were using power systems that were nuclear. Then they moved to thorium type of electrical generation. And then they moved to some sort of zero-point electrical generation. And that is what they try to use.
This is totally unreal that this happened like in 1942 on this planet. Extraterrestrials come from who knows where out in the galaxy. Germany gets to be the country that these Draco reptilians pick out to do 2 types of missions. One, to remove all of the people that Hitler didn't want in his country, and every one of them around the planet. 2, to take every man, woman, and child on this planet and put them in slave factories, men, women, and children, to build and construct all these different types of Draco Navy space battle group ships. This may sound like insanity. This is what happened.
He had concluded from what these insiders were telling him that the Germans had actually made treaties with a highly aggressive and highly negative reptilian humanoid race they've called the Saurians or the Draco. This treaty involved the Nazis actually being given workable technology that is built with our own conventional systems. They use a sort of mercury turbine, a type of mercury called red mercury. And then they are actually able to leave the Earth. They had a settlement on the moon. They had a settlement on Mars. And they were doing this stuff as early as 1939, even before World War II actually started. As you can imagine, everybody was thinking he was crazy, but yet these insiders were reporting literally standing there, in which you have 8-foot tall, even 12 to 14-foot tall reptilian extraterrestrials, terrifying in appearance. They smell bad, actually advising the Germans on how to build this stuff in these various bases, including that in Antarctica. Operation High Jump was an operation commissioned in 1947 that was led by Admiral Richard Byrd. And on the public level, it was said that this was a scientific exploration. But what happened was that this operation was commissioned with 33 ships, 13 aircraft, and 5,000 men. Now, this was not a scientific exploration with that many men and that many ships. What Operation High Jump actually was commissioned for was to go down to Antarctica and basically root out the Nazi installations that they had built pre and during World War II. The DC flyover was an event that occurred over successive weekends in July of 1952 in Washington, D.C. And what had happened was that there was a mass sighting right over the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. There was many lights in the sky. Now, many people believe that this was a UFO or an extraterrestrial incident, but in fact it was not. It was German saucers, German craft that were flying over the Capitol building and essentially forcing the hand of the Americans to accept many of these Nazi scientists into their control structures. When many of these Nazi scientists came into America after World War II in Operation Paperclip, they infiltrated into basically every power structure in the United States, government, media, medical systems, basically everything. After World War II, James Forrestal went to Germany to tour many of the research facilities the Germans had over in Europe, and John F. Kennedy actually accompanied him on those tours. Some believe that Kennedy was actually given information by Forrestal about secret space programs and the UFO phenomenon. And near the end of James Forrestal's career, he was also embroiled in many policy struggles within the United States government. He wanted to disclose the UFO phenomenon and the technologies associated with it. It was said that he committed suicide by jumping out of a high-rise hospital that he was staying in at the time of his death. But of course, many people are also believing that he was actually pushed out of the window and in fact assassinated to prevent him from working to disclose these technologies and UFO projects.
They had a really troubled Eisenhower that passed over the torch over to Kennedy, before leaving his famous speech, beware of misplaced powers with the industrial military complex, and only an alert, knowledgeable citizenry can protect their future liberties and freedoms. Kennedy, with his background in Office of Naval Intelligence, and documents show that he was aware all the way back to 1942 of operations happening. Kennedy had Alan Dulles, the CIA director, finding the nefarious activities that Alan Dulles was doing. He eventually fired Dulles and was replaced with John McCone. Because Kennedy was trying to look into these activities, Alan Dulles set up an assassination directive that was revealed in what was called the Burn Memo, one of James Jesus Angleton's memos that they were attempting to try to destroy all. One intelligence operator was able to pull it, basically saying that Lancer, or code word for JFK, was looking into our activities. This we must not allow. This group was working with the group that was with the treaty in 1955. So when Kennedy put forth a top secret document to the CIA director looking into the MJ-12 and the CIA operations with the extraterrestrial, he was silenced with an assassination 10 days later. Years went by. By the way, the Warren Commission, which, Kennedy's famous piece of infiltrated monolithic conspiracy and beware of the dangers of secrecy and secret societies, ironically, the Warren Commission, who said, we have a lone gunman that did this, was all made up of 33rd degree Freemasons. Afterward, the CIA put out a memorandum to its operatives to use the term conspiracy theorists for anybody questioning, and it's used today as a common ploy to the spread of people who are questioning the situation.
The closest we ever came to having technologies in existence in terrestrials public was actually 1962-63. I'm told through alliance sources that President Kennedy was indeed going to make some announcements, and also make announcements that he was going to take drastic steps against some of the secret societies. Therefore, they worked with the CIA to have him eliminated. He was eliminated.
Look at the west side of the gangster.
To all Nigerian power. Yet, the control is very comfortable to them. And since then, they have thoroughly controlled the destiny of the United States.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning, the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. You were both reading of Skull and Bones in Secret Society. So simple we can't talk. What does that mean to America?
Conspiracy theorists are going to go
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322.
Yale University is 300 years old this year. Were you to visit its campus, you would see that it still has exotic clubhouses, which look like tombs where Yale's legendary secret societies meet.
The videotape provides a grainy glimpse into what appear to be the initiation rituals of a secret society that's been around since 1832. Members have gone on to be leaders of Wall Street and the White House, the Senate and the Supreme Court. What they captured, they say, was initiates known as neophytes being forced to kiss a skull, then members performing a mock killing. Still, Rosenbaum says the tape is a valuable artifact, an extremely rare view into the secret society that groomed the American ruling class for generations. Dan Harris, ABC News, New York.
We see the remains of humans with elongated skulls all over the world. When you look at Egypt, there are countless depictions of the pharaohs having these weirdly elongated skulls. This includes Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and their daughter Meritaten. In the case of Meritaten, there are multiple granite busts, which you can see that were carved of her, in which she clearly has no hair and has this freakishly elongated skull. Remember, this is a culture that was apparently building pyramids at the time that these sculptures were made. The people with the elongated skulls had apparently been keeping their lineage secret and hidden from the Egyptian priesthood. But then remember that Egypt became weak and it was conquered by Rome. What happened when the Romans got in there is that they made a secret agreement with these people in the Egyptian priesthood who still had the elongated skulls. They created a safe haven for them in the Vatican City. The Library of Alexandria was burned down, but only with a false flag where they burned tax documents and census documents. They took all the good stuff, included books from before they came to Earth, and relocated that to the Vatican Library. Then you go across to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and once again you have a pyramid building culture in Mesoamerica with people depicted in their inscriptions who have elongated skulls. And unlike the case of Egypt, Mesoamerica, we now have the added benefit that there are multiple elongated skulls that have been dug up and were not censored, but are actually on display in museums in places like Bolivia. We have the researcher Brian Forster, who is bringing out new examples of elongated skulls, and they are being genetically tested, they're being analyzed, and they have clear physiological differences from the skulls that the rest of us have. These people have very large brains. Discover Magazine in the year 2009 came out with an article called What Happened to the Hominids Who Were Smarter Than Us? And it describes how in the early 20th century, elongated skulls were found in Boskop, South Africa, thus earning them the name Boskop skulls. They were given ceremonial burials. Apparently these people were revered in their society. But the article claims that the brain volume is almost twice what ours would be, and thus the average person in their society would have an IQ of 150, and some of them could have an IQ that goes up to 300. These weird elongated skulls were also found in a dig in Siberia in a town called Omsk, and the men who dug them up were so afraid that many of them actually started crying and left their jobs and refused to come back. We furthermore see in the case of the Mongolian conquerors that there were reports of them having weird elongated skulls. And most recently, even in Europe, we have found tombs of the nobility, the wealthy people who preserve their bloodlines, such as in France. And they also have this bizarre elongated skull feature. It wasn't until insiders started talking to me that I thought about the fact that in the Vatican, you see people wearing these mitre hats, and those hats would very nicely conceal an elongated skull. These people with elongated skulls would look like us in their faces, and the hat would conceal the only thing that would make them appear to be different. My research also turned up data on an Italian noble family from the 14th century known as the D'Este clan. The D'Este clan had very close ties to the Vatican. What's so bizarre is when you look at a painting of Prince Leonello D'Este and someone who is either his sister or his wife, the scholars don't really know, usually call her Princess D'Este. They both have freakishly elongated skulls in this painting. The story gets even more interesting when you trace the descendants of the D'Este clan, the lineage that they left behind. And what you find is that King George I, who began ruling in 1714, was a direct bloodline descendant of these people who obviously had the elongated skulls in the 1400s. And then you find out that a variety of earlier British consorts, meaning nobility, also were direct descendants of the D'Este clan. Then it gets even more outrageous when you discover that the royal families of Norway, Sweden, Spain, and Denmark are all descendants of the same elongated skull D'Este clan. Let's not forget that only recently we found royal tombs in France and other countries in Europe in which the nobility again had these elongated skulls. And if you think this only has to do with divine right of kings, European nobility, you'd be wrong. In 1988, an article in the New York Times traced fully 13 out of all of the 40 U.S. presidents at the time as having a direct bloodline connection to European nobility. In 2012, a 12-year-old girl named Brigitte d'Avignon actually did a much more complex genealogical study of the U.S. presidents using the power of the internet and computers.
On the School Watch tonight, the story of a 7th grader from Salinas who claims to have made a major discovery about President Obama. She and her grandfather saying that President Obama is related to all but one U.S. president.
And she found that 42 out of 43 U.S. presidents all had a common ancestor in King John I from England. And this is not just any old king. This is the guy who actually chartered Magna Carta, which became the defining element that turned into the British Constitution.
Davignon says she spent countless hours on the internet over the summer researching the lineage of our presidents, a project that started with her trying to trace her own family tree.
But I'm the first historian to do all the presidents.
So that's almost all of the U.S. presidents that we've ever had. The bottom line is these people are tracking their lineage, they're tracking their bloodline, and they're making sure that their own people get steered into the positions of the highest power and influence worldwide, including the United States of America. within secret societies, there can be both good and bad people, white hats and black hats. So many of these secret societies are, of course, involved in very dark practices. But there are also secret societies out there that are harboring knowledge and information and technology to keep it out of the hands of the deep state or the black hats and the people that would do detriment to these technologies.
Some of the, I guess, very well names I won't mention, but are on front rows of us watching this video, are highly involved not only in slave trade aspects, but are also involved in dealing with non-terrestrials and in dealing with organized crime down here on Earth and how it's related to this program.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles Police Narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time. Director Deutsch, I will refer you to 3 specific agency operations known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency drug operations in this country. For the record, my name is Mike Rupert, Ruppert. I did bring this information out 18 years ago, and I got shot at and forced out of LAPD because of it. I've been on the record for 18 years nonstop, and I'll be happy to give you, Congressman, anything that I can.
A lot of ECD are running a lot of financial scams, drug programs to raise money for these programs that they have going on. And they take full advantage of this access.
They probably don't age anymore. You know, a 1%er, you don't know who they are. You don't even know what they look like. You don't even know their name. They could go down and be on a 7-Eleven, you wouldn't even know it. So they could not age, and you wouldn't know it. Never get sick. Offspring would be born. They'd be super smart, super strong. Quality of life improved in every direction. And I'm sure the 1%ers are enjoying it. While the rest of us are dying of diseases, malformities and stuff that won't body meat. That's just the medical area. Then think about the other thing. Transportation, vehicles that travel, home, security, all that stuff. Like somebody in Martin, suburbia, looking at a man in a cane. Where's the man in a cane?
What very often occurs is that beings relocated to a very old ripe age, or they die, or they die in some sort of accident. Publicly, privately, they are taken and depending on their level, they're either age regressed or they have the consciousness of basically downloaded into the clone. That is exactly what they then disappear from a guy who directly related to these programs. This is something that pops up a lot of everyone that's knows that they need to have access.
What the deep state or the cabal or the New World Order is a small group of very powerful but very psychopathic individuals that have acquired a lot of money, a lot of technology, and a lot of information over the course of centuries.
Definitely your politicians. The older ones. One that are chair people, command the power. 1%ers, chairman of the boards. And those people, that's they. That's one. We never know their names, don't know their faces, and they control all the power.
The more you get involved in these societies, the deeper and deeper you go, the more compromised you become. You start to learn more and more of the secret teachings. You have to work really hard for the knowledge. It can take years of time. You keep accessing higher and higher levels of rank, and they keep dropping these little seeds in as you go on. seeds that start to blossom in your mind and make you think differently. Ultimately, if you go far enough down this road, you will be invited to participate in things like pedophilia and human sacrifice. And if you don't do it, it's the offer you can't refuse. They may actually even kill you. Once you partake in these activities, whether you like them or not, they now have leverage they can use against you. If you ever dare to speak out against this group, they have photographs, they have films, they have the footage that can absolutely ruin your life.
Deze mensen, de meeste daarvan, hadden Luciferiaanse. En dan kan iedereen zeggen, ja, geloof bestaat niet, God bestaat niet, alles bestaat niet. Nou, voor die mensen was het de waarheid en de werkelijkheid. Hun diende dus iets onstoffelijks. Hun diende wat zij noemden Lucifer. En ik kwam dus ook in die kring. Alleen ik lachte erop, want het waren voor mij gewoon klanten. Dus ik kwam, wat ze noemen Satanskerken. Ik kan zeggen, dit heb ik wel voor Satanisme. Ja, oké. Ik kwam dus in Satanskerken, maar ik kwam zeg maar op route even langs, even buurten. En daar was dan op dat moment een heilige mis, een heilige soort mis. En dat was met blote vrouwen en wat drank en dit en dat. Ik vond het alleen maar leuk. Ik hechtte weinig of geen geloof aan mijn geloof, of ik was er eigenlijk niet eens overtuigd dat het überhaupt van me bestond. Het was meer een schouwspel. Ja, ik zag gewoon de donkere en de slechtheid en de diepte daarvan zitten in de mens zelf. Ik koppelde het nog niet zo. Maar ook die kringen verkeerde ik dus in, omdat ja, als gast zeg maar, omdat ik vond het allemaal wel leuk. Blote vrouwen en al die dingetjes die daar gespeeld. En het was het vrije leven. Maar er kwam een moment, toen werd ik dus uitgenodigd, daarom vertel ik het ook, om mee te gaan doen aan de offers. In het buitenland. Dat was een breed. Ja, ik kom.
The reason that these elite dark occult societies sacrifice and traffic children, first and foremost, is the energy associated with it. So when a human is in the state of fear and trauma, they release a energy. And this energy can be picked up by essentially negative extraterrestrial beings, negative archonic influences, and they feed off of it. They literally feed off the energetic release of fear and trauma. When these dark groups use children, because the child is not mentally programmed yet as an adult is, they are much more innocent, they're much more connected into their higher selves, into their divine, if you will. The trauma that they release is much more potent than using adults. During these ritualistic practices that the elite participate in, one of the compounds that is released in the children's body during torture, during trauma, is a compound called adrenochrome. It's released out of the adrenal gland during highly traumatized incidents, and this adrenochrome acts as essentially a drug. These secret societies that make up the deep state are nothing new. This actually spans back thousands and thousands of years, and they have always occulted this information for themselves. But we need to understand what occulted actually means. Occulted just simply means hidden in Latin. It doesn't necessarily mean good or bad, it just means hidden. So these secret society groups have hidden or occulted this information for thousands and thousands of years. They've kept it to themselves, and they haven't shared it with anybody outside of their inner circles.
The secret societies are really more of a front organization that they use to recruit people, and they will gradually over time find out exactly how ruthless and bloodthirsty you are. It's only as you go farther and farther into this, you become embedded with your brothers in a brotherhood, you become more and more involved, you get deeper and deeper in, And then they start hitting you with really heavy stuff. Until we face, as a society, that these things are actually happening, that there is a centralized control group that is responsible for this, we will be doomed for these people to continue to exert their control over us. If we don't learn how to respect each other, we're never going to make any progress. We need to learn from the Me Too movement and understand that there is corruption, there is rape, there is pedophilia, there is child trafficking, there is human sacrifice, there is cannibalism. And all of these things are happening because there is a hidden elite that actually uses these behaviors as part of their religious sacrament. It actually doesn't matter whether you believe that these people exist or not. The bottom line is that they are actually advertising themselves constantly. They do it in movies. There's a whole set of symbols that you can look for in movies that show their influence. They do it in video games. They do it in television shows. They do it in music videos like crazy. They do it in awards ceremonies. And it's always in your face. Now is the time for us to get our heads out of the sand and understand that even if these things do seem unthinkable to us, there are people today who are actively practicing this. The evidence is voluminous, and really what it boils down to is that people don't want to look at the evidence because it is so upsetting.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
I don't think there's anything I've ever seen in this show.
Solar work went active 1980, 1980. It was funded in large part by STI. That money was funneled off in different ways. Solar work was developed to do exactly what its name says, increase our solar system. This we were now able, we have the technology to prevent these integral decreases in the energy solar system grabbing up people.
Shout out to Karen brother, not Karen. Like, she's cool. She's really nice too. For Riz?
At the same time, you have military corporate conglomerate, which is all of these military industrial corporations. We have all these other programs that are developing technology at the same time that are much so advanced that is a trained for our technology.
Corey Good is the one insider I found whose testimony ties all of these different threads together. I've heard Corey have knowledge of something that each of the different other insiders I've spoken to had said to me in the past. Nobody else had ever done that before. And that was fascinating because I had not put this information online. The information was proprietary. It was things that I'd heard over the course of conversations that could have gone on for many, many dozens of hours over time, spreading across about 20 years worth of my own past history.
I think they chose children for these iLab programs in several different ways. Had to profile. They definitely use testing to identify.
I'm not used to it. I haven't used it. Yeah, I'm used to it. For Riz?
They refer to children from broken homes.
Are you done?
From homes that
Yo, dog.
not harmonious because the children used to
It's
get smacked around.
Carvar video, probably.
And the parents were not listening. Therefore, the children were able to handle a lot more stress, and the parents not.
How cool is that?
Well, I guess you could say a typical day for visit to the life of my lab would be your parents dropping you off at school, just like any other day. And so that day, you decide and told you're going to go on a field trip. You're in a special education class, accelerated learning class, special. You're being taken off campus to go look at dinosaurs. Well, you are taken in a van. Usually a person is driving that is military looking, sometimes in uniform. They would then drive us for a little over an hour to Barnesville Air Force Base, parked inside this hangar. It's an order. And we walked to the back, and it was an elevator. And the elevator went down quite a bit. So when we came out, we were underground in full war era tank. That would then lead us to another set of elevators that would take us down where we would get underground trains. And then we would do trains that would take us 500 miles per hour anywhere in the world. When we were sent to one of these locations, one of the shuttles, we would then go through, sometimes because of the travel time, we would only get 45 minutes of training in, sometimes 2 or 3 hours of training in, and we would go back, debriefed, and they would give us a chemical shot, and they would sit us in a chair for the movie screen, and basically hypnotize us and give us a screen memory of going to a museum looking at dinosaurs. They then put us in the same van, drive us back to school, let us out, and as our parents picked us up, we would tell them all about the dinosaurs.
MK Ultra was a program done by the CIA in the 1950s and 60s, and within MK Ultra, they experimented with trauma-based mind control through the use of electroshock therapy, through the use of mind-altering drugs, through the use of even hypnotic regression and many other techniques to figure out how to control and program human beings.
There was programming at bases. They use military bases because they won't have any interference when they have someone on a military base. And a lot of my programming took place on military bases. I would like to talk about the fact that there are rituals done at the military bases also, and that rituals are not a cover. People that do mind control are involved, and rituals are very much part of how they do things. For example, naval intelligence members or people that are in naval intelligence are usually very involved in ordo-template oriented. And that doesn't mean that everyone in naval intelligence is involved in it. But naval intelligence is responsible for a lot of overseeing of ritual activity in this country. And they are responsible for a lot of there are other organizations, other agencies involved, but naval intelligence is very involved.
We were taken to some kind of facility out on the Nevada desert, and for a long time I thought it was Area 51, but there was also another underground facility at Tonopah. So either Area 51 or the Tonopah facility was taken to a medical dispensary type of place, and was sat down in a waiting room with lights off. Everything they did seemed to be to cover memory, to make sure that if anybody did remember anything, being in a room with the lights off, you would be able to see the people clearly, things like that. I was given fatigues to wear that night, with no rank insignia, no name tags, no identifying marks of any kind. Was forbidden to speak to the other people that I was out there with, beyond what was necessary to run the test. So the situation they put us in was very isolating and very frightening, terrifying actually. And so we got to this facility, we sat down in this waiting room with the lights off, and I still see it really clearly. I could draw a picture. And one by one, we had to go off to the side in this little room. Finally, they called my name, and I went into the little room. It was a small room. There was a security guard in there, and desert camel fatigues, wearing a sidearm. He was standing at parade rest. And I was told to lay down on this stainless steel examining table that looked old, like it was maybe from the 40s or 50s. And I lay down on there fully clothed, didn't have to take anything off. And I waited for a long time with that security guard watching me. And finally some guy in a white lab coat came in, the same door I had gone in, to the room in. And he said, "Stay calm," 3 times in this really deadpan monotone voice. And he walked past the security guard, up the right side of the table, got up to the right side of my head, and then he had a hypodermic needle hidden in the sleeve of his lab coat. He injected me in the side of the neck right here. And whatever the chemical was went straight to my brain. So I'm kind of in shock from whatever this injection's doing to me, because it went straight to the brain, and I was like, in shock. Suddenly there's 2 guys on either side of that table pulling me up by the arms and dragging me off the table and down through this doorway where there was a long flight of stairs going down. For some reason, I remember it as one long flight going down, not switchbacks, like a lot of store cases are. It was just straight down. They half carried me, half dragged me down those stairs. And at the bottom of the stairs, there was like this little room that had a one-way mirror in it. And I went through the effects of that injection in that room. And I felt like, I've described it so many ways down through the years. It was kind of like feeling like your body's turning to soda pop fizz or beer foam. It's just like, when your leg goes to sleep and it comes back and there's all the pins and needles and tingling and everything else like that. It was like that was happening to my whole body. But super duper intense pins and needles. And I just curled up on the floor and just screamed because it was just doing this number on me, And I felt like I was coming apart somehow. I don't know why or how I thought that, but that's how my body felt. It felt like it was just going to come apart and run down a drain in the floor. And I had a feeling that because that mirrored thing on the wall, I think it was a one-way mirror, and they were looking at me through the mirror to watch me go through the effects of this. And I racked my brain to try to come up with some idea of what this injection was and what it was for. And the only thing I've been able to come up with is maybe they were trying to create a chemical version of ascension.
One of the technologies that I was exposed to while in the My Lab programs were the chemical cocktails that they use on us. They would use them to enhance us in many different ways. Some of the ways that we could be enhanced would be
at me through the mirror to watch me go through the effects of it. And I just curled up on the floor and just screamed because it was just doing this number on me, And I felt like I was coming apart somehow. I don't know why or how I thought that, but that's how my body felt. It felt like it was just going to come apart and run down a drain in the floor. And I had a feeling that because that mirrored thing on the wall, I think it was a one-way mirror, and they were looking at me through the mirror to watch me go through the effects of this. And I racked my brain to try to come up with some idea of what this injection was and what it was for. And the only thing I've been able to come up with is maybe they were trying to create a chemical version of ascension.
One of the technologies that I was exposed to while in the My Lab programs were the chemical cocktails that they use on us. They would use them to enhance us in many different ways. Some of the ways that we would be enhanced would be if they discovered we had an intuitive empath. There was a cocktail that they would give us that would enhance it, make it many-fold stronger. They would also give cocktails to people who that would the hormones in her that would make them stronger, faster, and think. A major part of the program was that when we started, they were not quite sure where they'd send you. A lot of the kids that were in these programs, they did get different syndicates through Earth, all a small percentage, very small, end up going in this secret space program.
Some children were picked who had certain DNA, and I was connected with that. And what they did was, when we were like 5 and 6 years old, they took us there and they trained us, and we did, we learned and we trained and we did all sorts of operations when we were there. Now, when I was 5 years old, my parents moved to Los Angeles at the time, out of the blue. I was living on Sepulveda Boulevard, and the Mars jump rooms for children were on at 999 Sepulveda Boulevard. I now know. So, and I didn't know, so I had these memories before I knew that this particular information about these Mars jump rooms on Sepulveda Boulevard. There was a lot of trends, so say from 5 years old to 25 years old, I've spent there, and I know some of the people now who are back here. But what they did then, at the end of the Mars, at the end of that thing, is they used age regression technology, brought us back to 5 years old, and then placed us exactly back to where we were.
The reason so few went into the secret space program was that most of the participants, almost all of the participants, are pulled from various military regions. Bring people in to the military, send them through training, testing, find out where their skills are, and if they have fortitude for this type of mission, and then they're invited in or drafted in, they'll serve a 20-year term. And this is referred to as a 20-year. And after that 20 years, their actual age regressed back in time using the technology that was handed to us from extraterrestrials. And then they let them down to time, goes back into life. And then they finish up the rest of the military term and then return to civilian life, having no memory of serving in the secret space program. The whole point of regressing people back in time after serving the 20th back, wiping their memory, has to do with the deal that was made with an extraterrestrial group that gave us that technology. There's a warning that are engaged in a time and space battle with a reptilian. This battle's gone on for many thousands of years.
When delving into this research, some people formulate ideas that there's only good extraterrestrials here or there's only bad extraterrestrials here, but we need to understand that the law of polarity is universal. There's both good or benevolent extraterrestrials here to help us, and there's negative extraterrestrials here to essentially feed off of us and traumatize us into a state of fear. These negative extraterrestrial species involve some gray species. They also involve many reptilian species and many non-physical archonic entities that can also remotely influence and utilize much of that fear energy and traumatized energy that we're releasing.
Towards the end of my training, it started to become pretty clear that I had done very well in intuitive empath training. I'd done very well in the rest of the general training that I was given. And I was starting to be introduced to non-terrestrial beings. So it became very obvious that I was going to be interacting with non-terrestrials, and I assumed to be in an off-world environment. Little did I know that I was going to be drafted in this program when I was 16 years old. And it was during my Christmas break between the age of 16 and 17 years old, between 17 and 15. I was taken from my room. I was then taken to Parswell Air Force Base. I was then transported to the moon, where I sat and signed bunch of papers that were non-disclosures, just a big stack of papers citing my life when I wasn't 17 years old. The Lunar Operations Command is a moon base, and it was built out originally by the Germans in the late 1930s, early 1940s. While they were building this complex, they had utilized an ancient alien building that was not too terribly far away. They found a bunch of these buildings, and they found one of the buildings that they were able to patch up with some of the concrete they made from the weather. They then were able to pressurize it and use it as a base of operations while they built out their operation. After a number of years, and after Operation Paperclip, it served its purpose and integrated the Nazis into the military-industrial complex. The LOC was handed over to the Americans. When approaching the moon from Earth in an ultra-orbital craft, you will find the moon be at a distance, and then it will grow very quickly in front of you. And then the next thing you know, you are above the surface. Then fly in the electromagnetic craft at breakneck speeds so that you don't feel the motion. Find yourself hovering maybe 90 feet, 300 feet above the surface. Incredible speeds until you reach cradle. You find yourself orbiting the cradle. The person piloting the craft radios in, requesting permission to land. All of a sudden, the haze kind of approves, and then space is in operation. As you fly down over, there is a control tower where they control the air traffic. As you fly around this base to make your final approach, you see a secondary crater. And as you fly down into that crater, it's fairly deep, and you end up popping out into a lava tube section, where you immediately see a giant building built into the middle of the lava tube that blocks it. It's built kind of like the shape of a bell, and it looks like the outside of a battleship on its 3 days built. Then fly in and land per bay, and you're now in the operation.
Well, some of the testimony that's come to me over the last year in particular has been nothing short of startling in terms of the degree to which the space program, the secret space program, is expanded. I've talked to people who have said that there is and has been an ongoing extrasolar planetary colonization program that's been going on for decades and decades. I mean, to the point where one of the people who had actually gone, that this was claimed and made, that it was on a warp-capable spacecraft from here to the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy in 20 minutes. And that when they got there, they located at least 8 Earth-like planets in some of the star systems along the edge of the galaxy. And 8 of those planets had human life on them. They were Earth-sized planets, but were sun-like stars similar to our sun, at approximately the same distances. They wound up using some kind of radio telemetry sensors to determine which ones were broadcasting in conventional radio television signals. They found 2 planets like that, 2 of which were speaking English. And the minute I heard this, I thought, this is baloney, or this whole program has been going on for a lot longer than but he described seeing cities and roads and cars and people in conventional clothing and speaking English. And there's only one way that that's possible other than a parallel universe type of scenario, and that is that
And trying any of that incidents, I found out some very disturbing details that no one on the ship knew about. And, well, almost. I was approached by a petty officer who saw that I obviously had a crush on, and she used that to her advantage. She needed me and an engineer to help her get into a room, a restricted room, and to some pods. She wanted to know what was in those pods. She had a bad feeling. Well, we helped her get in, and I was standing watch. She and the engineer opened up one of the pods, and they were cryogenic chambers, and they were full of people that had basically been treated like a hair food and sent to market. While I saw this a little bit from a distance, some gas was escaping from this pod. It overcame the petty officer and the engineer, and then they collapsed. And as I was turning to run from the door, I was watching them, I collapsed. After I came to, they had explained that the two others had died in the accident, and that I was I was then debriefed, told not to repeat the information to anyone else if I wasn't valuable to within half of my fate. So they sent me back to my regular duties and told me that from time to time I was able to come over and work on a different deck, a different project. And this project was basically a galactic slave trade. It turned out that for many decades, while developing technology to try to fight some of the negative entities, there were extraterrestrials that were coming into our solar system, coming to our planet, and swoop down and kidnap and leave them. They would take them and trade them off into some sort of galactic slave trade. After a while, the benevolent powers that be decided, well, this is a commodity. If we start calling our own people and trading them off to these extraterrestrials in trinkets, technology, and biologicals, and that's what happened. They would trade human beings for biological samples, much like Gary Smith ended up receiving his lab and doing different experiments. And they would also get technology, and they would trade humans off. The humans would go off to be used in any number of things. Humans are very coveted, not for only needing to be food for reptilians, it's a small percentage. Most of them are being used for their skills. Humans are very well known for our engineering, our creativity, our ability to bring things from mind, create them, engineer them. Strangely enough, we're coveted and used in that fashion. So the cabal has been basically utilizing human beings as a resource. So these little groups of people from all of these different programs started to join and work very quietly to not only find out the full truth of what's going on, but find a way to combat it. The SSP Alliance is a very small fraction of space program, space programs under 1%. So the only technology that they have is what they brought with them. It's a ragtag group that is doing their best to bring full disclosure to humanity. They don't want crappy disclosure. They want all of these technologies given to all of humanity, not to any one group, any one country, to everyone else. That's what the Space Program Alliance has been working for.
The collective story these insiders have shared with me is much bigger than where the UFO community had been going up until then, and thus it has utterly revolutionized the whole basic discussion of what everyone is now talking about. Whether they agree with it or not, everyone has had to deal with the concept of the secret space program.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
On September 10th, 2001, the day before 9/11, then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld testified in front of congressmen about $2.3 trillion missing from the Pentagon. In 2015, an Inspector General report came out detailing that number grew $2.3 trillion to $6.5 trillion missing from the Pentagon. This money is going into unacknowledged projects both above our heads and below ground, and to deep underground military bases and secret space programs with technology far beyond what many of us can even realize.
Our black budget, for instance, garners $1.023 trillion every 2 years. It's over $500 million a year. Right now, there are 131 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site. It used to be, it would take a year to 2 years to build each one. And now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. Area 51 is only one base, one of the 131 bases. Of these 131 bases, I call Area 51 a mega base. It's got more than one base in it. It's Tonopah Test Range, Area 51, S2, S4, Groom Lake, and a host of others. Now, these mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now, we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases solely.
China has built 50 different ghost cities that collectively are built to hold an estimated 64 million inhabitants. Apartment buildings, roads, all of the infrastructure, all the plumbing, all the electrical, everything you need for a city, and there's nobody there. 50 cities, 64 million people. Now remember, China's gross domestic product is $11.2 trillion. They're not even spending a majority of their gross domestic product on these ghost cities, and yet they have the money to do it. It's only cost them a few $1 trillion. So once you start thinking about it that way, you start to see how much money $1,000 billion really is. $1 billion is a lot. If you're a billionaire, you can do anything you want. $1,000 billion is a sum of money that just gets dropped out there with this word trillion, but we're not really thinking about how it literally can build an entire civilization. The articles on China's ghost cities refer to it as China's multi-billion-dollar debt, not a debt in the trillions. In fact, in 2016, one estimate that I saw showed that the total estimated debt that China has gone into to build these ghost cities is only $2.5 trillion. Now that's 50 different cities that hold 64 million people, just because they think that as they continue to have a population boom, they need to have a place where these people can eventually go. But literally nobody is there right now. So imagine what that means when you start tossing around a figure of the too big to fail banks needing a bailout that, according to Senator Ron Paul, was $29 trillion. You're talking about over 10 times the amount of money that China needed to build 50 different ghost cities that can hold millions and millions and millions of people. So then the question is, where did all this money go? The total amount of money in the world in the 2008 year of the collapse, the gross world product, or GWP, was only $60 trillion. So the theft of $29 trillion from the printed out of hot air US dollar is half of the wealth of the entire world.
try to wrap your head around this, because what I'm telling you is, from all the insiders I've been speaking to for the last 20 years, they are civilizations. It's just not above ground where we see it on the surface of the planet. There is vast amounts of underground drilling. There are huge caverns, 20, 30 miles wide, that they've built out into gorgeous, elaborate cities, and they're building entire civilizations on planets and moons in our solar system. This is where the money is going.
I have a copy of the Inspector General letter here in front of me that says, among other things, that it's your responsibility to conduct and supervise audits and investigations relating to the programs and operations of your agency.
That's correct.
So I'm asking you if your agency has, in fact, according to Bloomberg, extended $9 trillion in credit, which might go out to $30,000 for every single man, woman, and child in this country. I'd like to know, if you're not responsible for investigating that, who is?
At this point, we're conducting our lending facility project, and apparently I've not gotten to a specific level of detail to really be in a position to respond.
Have you conducted any investigation or auditing of the losses that the Federal Reserve has experienced on its lending since last September?
We're still in the process of conducting that review until we actually go out and gather the information on the position.
So are you telling me that nobody at the Federal Reserve is keeping track on a regular basis of the losses that it incurs in what is now a $2 trillion portfolio?
Until we actually look at the program and have the information, we're not in a position to say whether they're losses or to respond to the information.
Mr. Chairman, my time is up, but I have to tell you honestly, I am shocked to find out that nobody at the Federal Reserve, including the Inspector General, is keeping track of this.
What's amazing is that right now we're seeing the very first audit of the Pentagon ever. And this audit could very well begin to expose the trillions and trillions, upwards of even 21 trillion, if not more, money than that, begin to be exposed. And we might even find out very soon where all this money actually went. Let's go back now to the LIBOR scandal that happened in the wake of the 2008 economic collapse. LIBOR is an acronym that stands for London Interbank Offer Rate. And what we're finding is that these two big to fail banks are only appearing to be in competition with each other. The LIBOR scandal revealed that these guys are calling each other on the phone, colluding about how to rig their own interest rates so that one appears to be winning, one appears to be losing, but they're actually like branch offices of a single larger corporation. All of the apparent competition, oh, these guys' stock is going down, oh, it's a bloodbath. No. They're doing all this together. They're competing only on paper when in fact it's collusion. This is financial organized crime on such a massive scale. How can you arrest all the banks? They're too big to fail. This gets into a law that was passed in the United States in 1970 called the RICO Act, which stands for Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations. That act was built to be able to take down massively organized crime. None of this really makes sense until you get back into the idea of the Federal Reserve System. Now, up until the Federal Reserve was founded in 1913, the United States essentially was in control of its own currency. This same banking cartel that we've been talking about worked behind the scenes to create a series of fake economic crises in the late 1800s and early 1900s, which caused regular Americans to have their savings wiped out. This became such a crisis that people were desperately calling for reform. And then the government comes along and says, look, we're bribed, corrupt politicians. We don't really know what we're doing. They have spokespeople saying these kinds of things in the media. Let's bring in the investors. Let's bring in the British bankers, the people who really know how to make money. They've been doing it for a long time. They're not just going to hold an office for a few years and go disappear. They are the guys who really understand how to run a financial system. So what did we do? We handed over the issuance of American currency to a private corporation of private bankers. When you see Federal Reserve note on the US dollar, that means it's printed by the
Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, since they came into power just over a century ago, has eroded the purchasing power of the US dollar by 99%. So what was really going on there? Do you think that these investors built up the equity of the United States, made us more profitable? It's exactly the opposite. We have been living in a prolonged economic depression. They just don't call it that because the metrics that we use to measure the economy are coming from a rigged system, just like we saw with LIBOR. Don't bother to look at the Dow Jones. Don't bother to look at the NASDAQ. That has nothing to do with the reality of everyone else and how hard it has become to earn a living. The complete wiping out of the middle class. You have rich and you have poor. And even among the rich, you then have super rich people, where a concentrated small cluster of individuals have so much wealth that it could feed entire nations, entire peoples. So this is something that is an economic inequality that must be addressed. And the only way that we're ever really going to learn this is by a collective, massive understanding.
I say the elite powers in control, which is really the same as these central banking dynasties that are basically sitting over the nations. They are a form of global government, except that they are not government at all. They're just dominants. They are dominants. They are the ones that issue the orders to all the nations. As we saw clearly in 1947, after Roswell, we saw these elite powers in control issue these orders to all the nations that anything real that comes up in regards to alien visitors or UFOs must immediately be covered up at all costs, no matter what. And that was the first, that was how that wall, that embargo of truth, that Berlin Wall went up originally in 1947. And that's an example of that inaction of the nations. And that's the reason why disclosure and the images that conjures up in our minds is not a real thing, really. Because the nations, whether you talk about the United States or any place else, they don't have the actual agenda of aliens to reveal. They're not on the inside of that. They really aren't. Nations just follow orders. And that's what it's doing now. Always. And when you see them all doing something strange or something that seems out of the ordinary, it's because they're following the orders.
We stand at the birth of a new millennium, ready to unlock the mysteries of space, to free the earth from the miseries of disease, and to harness the energies, industries, and technologies of tomorrow. A new national pride will stir our souls, lift our sights, and heal our divisions. It's time to remember that old wisdom our soldiers will never forget, that whether we are black or brown or white, we all bleed the same red blood of patriots.
After the inauguration, the president signed a number of secret memorandums stating that he wanted the release of advanced technology, that, and a lot of this technology was developed in the space program, and he was very aware of it. We know that President Trump is aware of advanced technologies because his uncle was the one who went in and cleared out the safe of Tesla after his death. So we were fairly sure that President Trump, bouncing on his uncle's knee, hearing stories of freedom, aside from the secret space program alliance, we have a different alliance. It is made up of all of these countries that have been fighting against this cabal for 50 years or so. It's also made up of various military groups that have broken away from the cabal, such as elements of the United States military, intelligence groups have broken away and have been participating with a lot of other right debate groups in trying to overthrow the cabal that took over the United States back in the 1960s, 1963. This alliance, Earth Alliance, began to get more and more organized. And they got organized to a point where some of them approached some generals and told them that they wanted to do a coup in the United States. These generals decided they would make one last ditch attempt to get rid of the cabal. And that's when they approached Trump, allegedly, to run for president and allow them to legally get the country back.
The alliance is an international group. It is a confederacy. There are lots of different factions, some of which agree, some of which do not agree. About the only thing that they all have in common is they want to see this satanic, pedophile, elitist cabal come down in flames. They do not want these people trying to kill off most of the planet, trying to control all of this immensely high technology. The alliance also consists of a surprising majority now of personnel in the U.S. military and in the U.S. intelligence community. So we're going to have to deal with the fact, sooner or later, probably sooner, that not everybody in the government is bad. This is part of the psyop that was put out through movies and through media to get us to completely distrust all levels of society, all of the institutions, so that no one will ever be able to oppose these people. We're not going to do this by a bunch of keyboard warriors on the internet. They're not going to actually take the solid action that needs to be taken. What you do need to see is what we now are counting up in August 2018 is 45,000 sealed indictments. Now, this is on the official U.S. government court record. You can go to the pacer.gov website, which lists all of the lawsuits and all the indictments filed in all of the different districts in America, and just count up the sealed indictments. The official count, the undisputed count, is 45,000, and the normal number for any given year is approximately 1,000. Now, this is a very, very big story that people are really not seeing exactly how awesome this is. Let's talk about what do you have to do to get a sealed indictment. Okay, a sealed indictment is the result of a secret grand jury proceeding. And what is a secret grand jury? A secret grand jury requires a panel of 12 to 23 U.S. citizens who are then given information and testimony from a prosecutor. The prosecutor is prosecuting a particular individual who is not invited to the proceedings, has no idea this is going on. In legal terms, that's called ex parte. So he or she is testified against by the prosecutor, and then the jury has to decide if there is sufficient cause to prosecute this person with a crime, in which case they file a sealed indictment. The indictment stays off the record. You don't get to know the person's name until they unseal it, at which point the person is immediately arrested. And then they get to have the regular trial by jury with a judge. But you have to understand that the prosecutor is either a federal U.S. attorney, a county district attorney, or a state attorney general. These are big, big league players. This is not some attorney that you hire in Podunk, okay? These are major players creating major indictments. And the reason why they do it this way is that they're prosecuting organized crime. Typically, that's what it is. They're prosecuting a larger ring where they can't indict one person at a time. They have to get all their ducks in a row. They have to line it all up so that when they unseal the indictments, everybody gets arrested at once, and there's no ability for them to tip each other off that something happened so that the rats can flee off of the sinking ship. They all get nailed at once.
The phenomenon known as Q, or QAnon, came onto the scene at the very end of October 2017. And what essentially occurred is that a group
that called themselves Q began posting on anonymous online image boards called 4chan and 8chan. And what they were posting was a lot of questions, a lot of suggestions, a lot of very interesting and intriguing data sets that essentially laid out a real-time takedown of the deep state by alliance and white hat groups behind the scenes.
As the QAnon briefings recently stated, these indictments are going to be like Watergate times 1,000. We've never seen anything like this in the history of the world. Some of the most recent QAnon briefings, which our insiders have told us is coming from the Alliance, have said that there are many, many figures in the controlled mainstream media who are in these indictments as well. So Harvey Weinstein is just the beginning. And isn't it interesting that when Harvey Weinstein was finally arrested, in his hand he had the biography of Elia Kazan, who was a guy in early Hollywood history who was brought in during the McCarthy investigations and sang like a songbird and ratted out many other people in Hollywood. And Weinstein has now said he is doing the same thing and that everybody in Hollywood was doing the same stuff that he was doing. So he was upset about why he got singled out. So once these indictments become unsealed, this will be the fulfillment of the mass arrest scenario that I have been leaking on my website since 2009.
The only two indictments that we've had unsealed so far involve the cult group NXIVM. The founder of NXIVM, Keith Raniere, and one of his understudies, the actress Allison Mack. These are the only two unsealed court records so far. And their unsealed indictments actually labeled child sex trafficking on them. And NXIVM is found to be a hotbed of cult activity, of ritual abuse, and of child sex abuse even. So if these are the only two records that have been unsealed so far, and they are taking down names of this caliber with charges of this caliber, we can only imagine what the rest of these unsealed indictments are going to show us.
This is nothing new. It didn't start with the QAnon briefings. It has nothing to do with who's president of the United States right now. This is a decades-long effort in the making, and they have tried and tried and tried in various ways to get this to work. They've had consistent failures, and now they're being much more systematic and much more methodical. It's all going to be done legally. All of the indictments are totally bona fide. And it's just that once this finally happens, it will be something we have never seen before in all of American history. A true second American Revolution.
One of the things I learned as an FBI agent is not that I learned to believe in conspiracies more. What I learned to know is when I am caught up in a river of deception and everybody else around me is being taken on the same current, and we're all being taken in one direction, and suddenly one guy has to stick his head up and say, this isn't right. This is all wrong. We're all just being fed garbage, and we're not being told the truth. Well, how is it that technology in today's age, our technology has moved forward by leaps and bounds in so many areas, yet we're still driving, the entire world is still driving automobiles that function essentially on the same technology that we have for 100 years. 100 years, and we're still using fossil fuels to fill up our gas tanks. How is that possible? That has not moved forward hardly one iota. I mean, they blend the stuff sometimes, but I mean, essentially, that technology has been stuck for 100 years. Well, that's because that's one of the economic factors from the globalists that is so dead set against distributing real energy, which is free energy, which we know was discovered during Tesla's time.
So Nikola Tesla is known, of course, for delving into free energy or zero-point energy sciences, but funny enough, near the end of Nikola Tesla's life, he was actually delving into anti-gravity research. And unfortunately, Tesla didn't have enough time nor money towards the end of his life to be able to continue his research into anti-gravity, but he passed along his knowledge to a man named Otis Carr. And a funny story about that, Nikola Tesla was staying in a hotel in New York near the end of his career, and during his stay at this hotel,
he befriended one of the workers that was there, and that was Otis Carr. And they courted a relationship, and Nikola Tesla actually felt comfortable enough to begin sharing some of his research with Otis Carr. Now, Otis Carr then went, after Nikola Tesla's passing, to develop this research out a little bit more so, and Otis Carr actually developed what was called the OCT X1, I believe, and it was actually a flying saucer craft that was piloted with the consciousness of the individual, and he did supposedly actual experiments that were successful in navigating both space and time with this craft. So we could say Otis Carr actually was the first person to develop begin to develop a civilian-based space program. But he was essentially run out of business and was not able to continue the work he was doing because the military-industrial complex suppressed his work.
But the same forces that destroyed that, I mean, at that time, supposedly it was Thomas Edison, who was a part of the global system. I mean, he was the original fossil fuels and normal electricity system, and he was but he was just a front man to destroy Tesla and destroy his because the efforts to destroy his patents came from national government, not just Edison and his private conglomerate that had billions of dollars even at that time. And the reason for that is why? Because this effort to repress free energy was coming from the elite powers in control, the ones that sit on top of everybody and tell everybody, we gotta stop this. And what we're seeing today, of course, is that free energy is like a dam that they're sprouting leaks, and it's getting ready to burst forward because it is coming. It's coming really soon because it's been out there so long. And I think we're getting to the point where it is going to come forward. And it's going to come forward maybe from several sources at the same time because the pressure has built up so much from so many different sources. So I think we are going to get it very soon.
I was asked to give a paper at Vandenberg Air Force Base to the American Institute for Aeronautics and Astronautics. And their normal request would have been, tell us how you're trying to get new business using advanced technology. And that was my job, to run the guys. But instead I surprised them by saying, I want to give a talk called The Giant Discoveries of Future Science. And there was a moment of silence. Okay. So I developed this talk. And this talk, what I established was I distinguished the difference between engineering and science. Engineers, people who want to build something to make work. They don't really care how to get there. The scientists who want to know the truth. And I made that distinction. And then I gave examples of 10 scientific facts that are essentially established from the earth evolved by gradual processes. The maximum equations are the right answer, Einstein, and E equals MC squared, that was all good. Then I took these 10 greatest achievements by the 10 scientists and asked, what can we tell about these 10? And the interesting thing was that you could tell 3 things. Number one, not a single one of them was known in the field. Number two, every single one of them had been criticized by their peers as being stupid or charlatans. And number three, the average age was 23 when they made the discovery. So I took that thought and wrote down a list of what I thought were the 12 greatest discoveries of the future we had to attack. And the first one was how the universe worked. The second was time travel. Well, not time travel was towards the end, but the processes of the brain, the mind, psychic discoveries, psychokinesis, that sort of thing. And a bunch of those things were on the list. The amazing thing is that today, in 2017, I am satisfied that my list that I said would maybe, and I give a probability of discovering these things 20 years from now. My list was essentially already discovered, every single one, including talking about at the time that I moved in this people.
My engine complete. I rebuilt it. I have the entire package setting and outsourced on the servers around the planet. Upon my death, the servers dump everything on the web. And I mean everything. Blueprints, schematics, diagrams, list of materials, list of tools, list of suppliers that will help me get three-dimensional working models. You'll be able to any normal lab would be able to reconstruct this thing, get the same results I did. And I want that done because that would be validation of technology. But once it's built, it's not going to sit there. They're going to use it. And I suspect in a year's time, once that kind of technology is done, they build it, they start using it. Oil is reduced to a lubricant planet-wide. That's it. That's the first step. That's what happens next. I don't want to be around. That's the reason it's a media circus. Not into that. So I'll just leave it behind and y'all can play with it.
So how do we hear all this information and not feel disempowered? How does it not feel hopeless? Well, I look back and I start to feel hopeless to reports of legitimate ET contacts that have occurred in the 50s and 60s. All of those reports, the ETs asked two things: grow spiritually, expand your consciousness, and demand release suppressed technologies from the governments. Those are the two things that we can focus on. If we begin to organize, demand the release of suppressed technologies, then we'll have no choice. If we focus inwardly on whatever our religion is, becoming the best human being that we can, and expanding our consciousness beyond our comfortable belief systems, when we do those two things, we're going to gain freedom.
I started realizing that the cabal or the Illuminati or whatever you want to call them, they keep us fighting with each other intentionally because they know that the potential in our unified consciousness, should we ever come together and stop fighting with each other, is extremely powerful. And they have been using that energy against us, like farming and managing our consciousness in such a way that we spin out a version of reality from the thoughts they program into us that makes the Matrix, just like in the Matrix films. And so we have made the Matrix that's our prison. We made it from our consciousness and our thoughts. It's been managed, farmed, programmed, and controlled. And if that's true, then we have the power within ourselves to come together and stop fighting with each other and remake the world. And emotion is key. We're not taught anything about how to deal with our emotions in this world. It's like a big black hole, and we just spurt emotional energy all over the place like an out-of-control garden hose. You know, would we waste money like that? In most cases, would we waste gasoline in our car that way? No. Well, we need to look at our emotional energy the same way, because that's the big key. When we have powerful emotions as human beings, and that means a lot of emotional power. But the only way we can wield it is to come together and find our commonalities and build on those, and stop looking at our ideologies that might divide us and our beliefs that might divide us. We've got to come together. We've got to focus on the fact we're all human beings. We all have hearts and souls and conscience. And we need to look at what brings us together. And then we need to take the emotional energy of that love and connection and make that really, really powerful. And then release it intentionally in waves of consciousness, energy, and power that can remake this world and the matrix it's based on in ways that we want for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren. for all the animals and the environment. We can remake it just through the power of consciousness. We can get full disclosure just through the power of consciousness. But we can only wield this energy together, and we can only wield it with love for each other and the planet.
We're at the early stages of this movement, and every movement, whether we're talking about the civil rights movement, the abolition, women's rights movement, it's always once it reaches a kind of like a critical mass, then the political changes happen.
So this is a very, very compelling story. I do believe that it's time for all of us to take a stand. We cannot simply step back and allow all these things to happen. Even if we don't fully believe everything the people in this movie and other insiders like them have been saying is worthy of our consideration. Can we really afford to be so ignorant as to turn our backs on this information? We don't have the time to sit around and argue about whether this information is true. The planet is dying. We have economic collapse. We have mass starvation. We have the largest mass extinction since the collapse of the dinosaurs. Our ecosphere is collapsing. We see the lack of water. We see ever-increasing global temperatures, and no one really is doing anything about it. The entrenched power structure stays the way it is. We're still burning fossil fuels. We're still not getting access to these amazing technologies. If we do get full disclosure, now the dam breaks. Now we're in a totally new reality, which very well could be the golden age that was promised to us in so many different ancient teachings and traditions. I do believe that in our lifetime, we will see the full disclosure of the so-called forbidden technology. We will become a truly galactic civilization. And we will do this with the cooperation of people in the military, people in the intelligence community, people who are working for the cabal and have decided to break away from all that, become insiders, and be the change that we want to see in the world. This film is an embodiment of that global movement. This film is the red pill that wakes you up to what's really going on in the world. They do not have the staff to fight us. Cabal is losing. We are on the winning side of history. We are moving forward step by step, and at some point, this is all going to break open. So when we raise consciousness, when we come together as a group, when we create this initiative, when we define what we want, by having that be our state of mind, we are literally transforming this planet into the golden oasis that it was always supposed to be, and the breathtaking future that we have been hearing about from so many ancient traditions. Whether you want to call it ascension, the golden age, whatever it is, I do believe it's possible, and it is up to us to co-create this amazing reality.
Power in defense of freedom is greater than power in behalf of tyranny and oppression, because power, real power, comes from our convictions, which produce uncompromising action. Every daring attempt to make a great change in existing conditions, with lofty vision of new possibilities for the human race, has been labeled utopia. Like it or not, everything is changing. The result will be the most wonderful experience in the history of humanity, the most horrible mistake you can imagine. We must draw our strength from the very despair in which we have been forced to live. We were born with potential. We were born with goodness and trust. We were born with ideals and dreams. We were born with greatness. We are the universe in ecstatic motion, and it does not require many words to speak the truth. The ultimate end of all revolutionary social change is to establish the sanctity of human life, the right of every human on the planet to liberty and well-being. Do not allow yourself to get lost in the fear of change. Remember, the wound is the place where the light enters you. We are here to laugh at the odds and live our lives so well that death trembles to take us.
Very importantly, I'm hereby directing the Department of Defense and Pentagon to immediately begin the process necessary to establish a Space Force as the sixth branch of the armed forces. That's a big statement.
If you are willing to come forward with information on express technologies, you can do so anonymously through secretspaceprogram.com. We have end-to-end encrypted communication options available on the Tor site that supports dead drops of new file types. The first UFO sighting was recorded in 12,000 BC. Since then, people across the world have claimed to see flying saucers, terrifying abductions, and frightening alien beings. Many believe that these close encounters were all lies. But then, a mysterious book surfaced in the 1980s, the Blue Planet Project. It revealed an alleged sinister government cover-up about alien visitations and a government plan to cooperate with the alien races.
There are projects where human and extraterrestrials are working side by side.
Some people believe that within its pages is the ultimate alien survival guide.
If always like a UFO conspiracy, we should be terrified.
Join us as the Blue Planet Project is unsealed. A global effort has begun. Secret files hidden from the public for decades, detailing every UFO account, are now available to the public. We are about to uncover the truth behind these classified documents. Find out what the government doesn't want you to know. Unsealed alien files, exposing the biggest secrets on planet Earth. The Blue Planet Project outlines 160 different alien races, alien technology, experimentation, and underground installations. All this pointing to a massive government cover-up.
If the Blue Planet Project is real, then that wildly changes our sense of the universe. It will decenter us.
What if the Blue Planet Project is true? What if there is a secret government alien cover-up? Just when did it all begin? July 16, 1945. 35 miles southeast of Socorro, New Mexico. Shortly before 5:30 a.m. local time, a large explosion sent shockwaves throughout the southwest United States. The blast reaches 2 miles in diameter and flattens 5 square miles of wasteland. The Trinity nuclear test is detonated, and it marks the beginning of the atomic age.
The projects like Trinity and even the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings created such a huge impact, not only on our world, but to anyone who would be able to see our world from far away. Because these explosions were so massive,
It's very clearly seen from space if you're in any proximity to our planet. You notice this.
Since the 1940s, when we first started doing nuclear testing, UFOs all of a sudden appeared and were very interested in the types of energy discharges that were taking place.
July 8th, 1947. Almost 2 years to the day after the Trinity test, and only about 150 miles from the test site, one of the biggest and most widely known UFO events was about to unfold.
Why did the aliens go to Roswell? Look what the Roswell Army Air Force Base was. B-29 bombers that dropped nuclear weapons over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was the home base, the first nuclear weapons base.
The heat which emanated from the detonation have given alien nations a telltale sign of advanced human activity on Earth.
These aliens didn't come looking for us. We ultimately called out to them by detonating these nuclear weapons. So ultimately, whatever happens to us is kind of our own fault.
The connection between our use of atomic weapons at first contact would not be made until the mysterious Blue Planet Project book surfaced more than 30 years later. The book reveals the truth behind secret experimentation, abductions, and the rise of underground alien cities that had already been carried out, and all of this without the public's knowledge.
The Blue Planet Project is a compilation of notes from somebody who had seen some inner workings of the alien and government infrastructure.
It literally is the holy grail Bible of UFO conspiracy.
Some UFO theorists believe it was written by scientist Jefferson Sousa. Sousa was said to be involved in highly covert, top-secret projects. It is believed that his government clearance allowed him access to all military secrets.
He put everything into this document, detailing over 160 species of aliens of the visiting area, detailing why they were mutilating cattle, explaining why they were abducting humans.
But Sousa himself has never been found.
No one's been able to really talk to, find, or verify that Jefferson Sousa even existed. Whether or not he worked for the government or military, there's been no evidence that's ever surfaced. We hear stories of people who chose to be a whistleblower and come out of some classified project and raise their hand and say, yes, I was working on a UFO, and then they disappear.
You can't talk about it. If you do, you will die. And that's the whole premise of what one scientist says about the Blue Planet Project. These rogue scientists writing from this committee.
No one can deny that the stories have a terrifying message, and if proven true, will change the course of mankind's future forever. But as we delve deeper into the document, we uncover a more sinister plot. Coming up next, the Blue Planet Project exposes a supposed government cover-up of epic proportions, an underground base where the unthinkable is carried out, and a shadow government that will do anything to silence those who know the truth. This is Unseen Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unseen Alien Files. Do we finally have an answer to the alien question? Are we alone, or are aliens secretly walking among us? 30 years after incidents at Roswell, a mysterious book surfaces, revealing secrets that shock its believers to the very core.
A UFO crashed in Roswell in 1947. We recovered technology, we recovered alien bodies, we recovered a live alien, a living extraterrestrial entity. What do we do with this?
Faced with the alien question and the aftermath of World War II, President Truman signed the National Security Act, effectively shielding the public from the truth. This embargo still exists today. Unseen Case File, the Shadow Government. The U.S. government has no evidence that any life exists outside our planet, or that an extraterrestrial presence has contacted or engaged any member of the human race. In addition, there is no credible information to suggest that any evidence is being hidden from the public's eye.
We embargo the truth about the existence of aliens, our knowledge of them, our working with them, our reverse engineering alien technology. None of that we can talk about. Deny.
According to the Blue Planet Project, the U.S. government set out on a journey to create the biggest cover-up in history, while attempting to discover what could be gained from the technology and weaponry of these strange new beings. But it was a job they couldn't do alone.
The Blue Planet Project actually explains that there are a collection of secret societies who've also been looking into this alien topic and potentially masterminding the whole interaction of aliens visiting Earth.
For the first time in history, the Blue Planet Project puts a name to these secret agencies. Project Red Light, the covert military submarine created to test and fly recovered UFOs. Blue Team, a group that handled the recovery of downed or crashed alien life forms. And Project Delta, a security team and task force, more commonly known as the Men in Black. But no group is more notorious than the one behind all the others, the infamous Magic Group, also known as MJ-12.
I think the closest to a secret society that's keeping the lid on the UFO cover-up would be the Majestic 12 organization. The MJ-12 was basically formed out of the NSO, National Security Organization, as a means to deal with this interaction with extraterrestrials or interdimensionals that were interacting with us. Their response was to come up with a commission of people to interact with these things and make all the decisions of what happened between alien and human interaction left to 12 people. If that's true, that's scary.
According to the author of the Blue Planet Project, MJ-12 is comprised of scientists, military leaders, and government officials, including luminaries such as former U.S. Defense Secretary James Forrestal. If the document is proven true, this group was able to hide the alien reality from the public and lay the groundwork for a hidden agenda that continues to this day. To keep the truth secrets, MJ-12 has been implicated by UFO theorists in everything from covering up Roswell to countless alleged murders, disappearances, and so-called accidents of those considered a threat to national security. Even if those threats were their own members, leading UFO specialists point to former Secretary of Defense James Forrestal. Reports state President Truman himself asked Forrestal to step down when he openly objected to the secrecy about the alien problem. On the morning of May 22nd, 1949, James Forrestal was found dead after plunging mysteriously from the 16th floor of his hospital room. The official report declared only that he had died from a fall. To this day, the government has categorically denied the existence of MJ-12, but recently, 2 documents have surfaced claiming that MJ-12 and their hidden agenda is very real.
We've actually found the evidence that these secret groups do exist and that they are operational and they're doing exactly the job they're designed to do. Keep the UFO secret while investigating the UFO technology. I don't need to believe it. The evidence is there. It is evidence sustainable in a court of law.
But the most disturbing piece of information hidden within the document points to an unimaginable possibility.
In the 40s, there were reports where actual coordinated landings of extraterrestrials took place with our U.S. Air Force, and certain treaties were actually formed with various alien races, where they agreed to give us access to technology. And the reason I really do believe that we have some sort of interaction with these species is during the time of those experiments, our industry skyrocketed, starting in like the 1945, 1947. A lot of people say, yeah, it's because of the war. But we're talking about technologies that hadn't existed before. How did that happen? We have access to these extraterrestrials to help us with our technology, but what are we giving them?
Next, we find out what our government allegedly traded for the secrets to advanced alien technology.
What was that agreement? Whose base really is this?
And finally get a glimpse of what is behind it all.
Large bulbous eyes, bald head, they are beings that come and take you in the night.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Are there aliens among us? If so, where did they come from? And what do they want? More than 2 decades ago, a frightening document began circulating within the UFO community, outlining extraterrestrials living covertly on our planet. The book is known as the Blue Planet Project. The document describes more than 150 species of aliens that have visited or are visiting our planet at this time. More chilling is how the document describes the alien races in and bit on the inside.
The Blue Planet Project talks about over 150 species of alien visiting. We start with the Greys, the Nordics, and even the Reptiles. Just like here on Earth, we have different species and also different races in humanity. And we know that many different people who have been abducted describe variations of what we call the Grey. These spindly limbed, small beings, usually 3 to 4 feet in height, large bulbous heads, black almond-shaped eyes, and it seems very interesting that they all seem to look alike. What happens next depends on the story you listen to, whether or not it be a violent experiment or maybe just a kind of a ride around the planet in a spaceship. Those are the ones that you hear about the most.
Other malevolent species described in the book include the underwater dwelling jellians and reptoids. The Blue Planet Project describes these beings as perilous creatures, some requiring human blood and fluids to survive. According to the Blue Planet Project, not all species of aliens want human annihilation. There are the Nordics, a tall human-like race who are reportedly peaceful and want only human salvation. And yet, the variety of species described in the book begs the question of how so many extraterrestrials could exist in and around Earth without our knowledge. The Blue Planet Project tells us not only what it is these strange creatures are hiding, but where. Unsealed case file, the Dulce base.
In or near Dulce, New Mexico, there are reports of a vast underground facility, a secret base with a number of levels that are very, very secret.
If the theorists are right, buried underneath the Hickory Apache Indian Reservation is a hidden city built for extraterrestrials to operate unnoticed by the public, but side by side with our very own government.
I've been there. When I was out there, I got to spend time with the Hickory Apache Nation, and all of them had very strange stories to tell. Unexplained lights and unexplained UFOs in the sky. People who have seen weird creatures running around the forest at night. You have to know that something is going on there.
7 levels deep and filled with over 18,000 alien beings, this base is reportedly filled with experiments that range from advanced weaponry to the creation of lizard-human hybrids.
The deeper you go, pretty much the more secret it becomes. In some of these levels, the research is more geared towards the extraterrestrials' needs rather than the human needs. And we hear projects and things taking place that really are quite disturbing. Potentially a vat of human body parts where these extraterrestrials soak to ingest nutrients through their skin. Levels where they're in vitro fertilization or test tube versions of extraterrestrials literally being grown. Are these things actually possibly taking place on a base here on Earth?
According to the Blue Planet Project, this pact between the U.S. military and the alien races allows for human-like experiments, alien outreach, genetic testing, and cold storage of information.
What it comes down to depends on what the actual pact was between our military and this race of extraterrestrials. What was that agreement? Whose base really is this? Did we have a choice in the pact, or were we forced to do it? There's no set story on exactly how this transpired. The only part of the conspiracy that's really out there is that it transpired. We agreed to let them abduct a certain percentage of our population for medical research, for experiments that they were interested in. Now, what happened was that they broke that treaty and started to abduct many more people than we had originally agreed to.
Tales of experimentation recount stories of pain, torture, and never-ending agony.
These are human abductees we're talking about. And if the Blue Planet Project is right, then this could be anyone, including my family, your family. No one's safe.
But what was the purpose of this experimentation? The Blue Planet Project provides an unsettling answer.
As the author of the Blue Planet Project tells us, there are various reasons for these abductions. The most important one does seem to be reproduction. We have aliens abducting us and doing all these experiments, including breeding with humans. Why would they do that? Why breed a human and an alien together? And the only answer that I can come up with, and that seems very evident in the book, is they're trying to keep their species alive. They constantly produce.
What will be done to the human race once they find what they need from us? Only a fact. If the Blue Planet Project recounts recounts horrifying tales of human abduction and experimentation, but most terrifying may be the aliens' final solution for mankind once their research is finished.
Taking it from a purely logical point of view, this singularity-born consciousness realizes what's really the infestation on planet Earth. Why would you go after to eliminate? It's human beings.
If the Blue Planet Project is right, we have a huge revolution coming. And we need our government to give us full disclosure.
The Blue Planet Project, a real-life alien survival guide, invaluable tools to keep you alive, but only if you believe. This is Unseen Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. For millennia, it is believed that our cosmic neighbors in the universe have sent messages for us to decode. From mystic structures to massive etchings carved into the surface of our planet, we have struggled to understand the symbols sent to us from other worlds. But now,
like a monster.
For the first time in history, an alien message has been received.
Is that the west side?
This information is broken. It's
West side.
holographic object.
32 years ago, two men made contact with an unknown craft that communicated a message from a world beyond our own. Tonight, we will reveal its meaning.
That was very special. Look at this one. Look at this one. Should know. Chose.
And the way we look at UFO and Kappa. For millennia, it is believed that our cosmic neighbors in the universe have sent messages for us to decode. The first UFO sighting was recorded in 12,000 BC. Since then, we find out what our government allegedly traded for the secrets to advance alien technology.
What was that agreement? Whose base really is this?
And finally get a glimpse of who or what is behind it all.
Large bulbous eyes, bald head, they are beings that come and take you in the night.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Are there aliens among us? If so, where did they come from? And what do they want? More than 2 decades ago, a frightening document began circulating within the UFO community, outlining extraterrestrials living covertly on our planets. The book is known as the Blue Planet Project. The document describes more than 150 species of aliens that have visited or are visiting our planet at this time. More chilling is how the document describes the alien races in great detail. Almost as if the author had been on the inside.
The Blue Planet Project talks about over 150 species of aliens visiting Earth. We start with the Greys, the Nordics, and even the Reptoids. Just like here on Earth, we have
Look at
different
this athleticism.
species and also different races in humanity. And we know that many different people who have been abducted describe variations of what we call the Grey. These spindly limbed, small beings, usually 3 to 4 feet in height, large bulbous heads, black almond-shaped eyes. And it seems very interesting that they all seem to look alike. What happens next depends on the story you listen to, whether or not it be a violent experiment or maybe just a kind of a ride around the planet in a spaceship. Those are the ones that you hear about the most.
Where's the monkey, Yoshi? Found it. Gotcha.
And reptoids. The Blue Planet Project describes these beings as perilous creatures, some requiring human blood and fluids to survive. According to the Blue Planet Project, not all species of aliens want human annihilation. There are the Nordics, a tall human-like race who are reportedly peaceful and want only human salvation. And yet, the variety of species described in the book begs the question of how so many extraterrestrials could exist in and around Earth without our knowledge. The Blue Planet Project really tells us not only what it is these strange creatures are hiding, but where. Unsealed case file, the Dulce Base.
In or near Dulce, New Mexico, there are reports of a vast underground facility, a secret base with a number of levels that are very, very secret.
If the theorists are right, buried underneath the Hickory Apache Indian Reservation is a hidden city built for extraterrestrials to operate unnoticed by the public, but side by side with our very own government.
I've been there. When I was out there, I got to spend time with it.
Crashed in Roswell in 1947. We recovered technology. We recovered aliens.
Out on a journey to create the biggest cover-up in history, while attempting to discover what could be gained from the technology and weaponry of these strange new beings. But it was a job they couldn't do alone.
The Blue Planet Project actually explains that there are a collection of secret societies who've also been looking into this alien topic, potentially masterminding the whole interaction of aliens visiting Earth.
For the first time in history, the Blue Planet Project puts a name to these secret agencies. Project Red Light, the covert military subgroup created to test and fly recovered UFOs. Blue Team, a group that handled the recovery of downed or crashed alien life forms. And Project Delta, a security team and task force.
Secret societies who've also been looking into this alien topic and potentially masterminding the whole interaction of aliens visiting Earth.
For the first time in history, the Blue Planet Project puts a name to these secret agencies. Project Red Light, the covert military subgroup created to test and fly recovered UFOs. Blue Team, a group that handled the recovery of downed or crashed alien life forms. And Project Delta, a security team and task force, more commonly known as the Men in Black. But no group is more notorious than the one behind all the others, the infamous Magic Group, also known as MJ-12.
I think the closest to a secret society that's keeping the lid on the UFO cover-up would be the Majestic 12 organization.
The MJ-12 was basically formed out of the NSO, National Security Organization, as a means to deal with this interaction with extraterrestrials or interdimensionals that were interacting with us. Their response was to come up with a commission of people to interact with these things and make all the decisions of what happened between alien and human interaction left to 12 people. If that's true, that's scary.
According to the author of the Blue Planet Project, MJ-12 is comprised of scientists, military leaders, and government officials, including luminaries such as former U.S. Defense Secretary James Forrestal. If the document is proven true, this group was able to hide the alien reality from the public and lay the groundwork for a hidden agenda that continues to this day. To keep the truth secrets, MJ-12 has been implicated by UFO theorists in everything from covering up Roswell to countless alleged murders, disappearances, and so-called accidents of those considered a threat to national security. Even if those threats were their own members, leading UFO specialists point to former Secretary of Defense James Forrestal. Reports state President Truman himself asked Forrestal to step down when he openly objected to the secrecy about the alien problem. On the morning of May 22nd, 1949, James Forrestal was found dead after plunging mysteriously from the 16th floor of his hospital room. The official report declared only that he had died from a fall. To this day, the government has categorically denied the existence of MJ-12. But recently, 2 documents have surfaced claiming that MJ-12 and their hidden agenda is very real.
We've actually found the evidence that these secret groups do exist and that they are operational and they're doing exactly the job they're designed to do. Keep the UFO secret while investigating UFO technology. I don't need to believe it. The evidence is there. It is evidence sustainable in a court of law.
But the most disturbing piece of information hidden within the document points to an unimaginable possibility.
In the 40s, there were reports where actual coordinated landings of extraterrestrials took place with our U.S. Air Force, and certain treaties were actually formed with various alien races, where they agreed to give us access to technology.
And the reason I really do believe that we have some sort of interaction with these species is during the time of those experiments, our industry skyrocketed, starting in like the 1945, 1947. A lot of people say, yeah, it's because of the war. But we're talking about technologies that hadn't existed before. How did that happen? We have access to these extraterrestrials to help us with our technology, but what are we giving them?
Next, we find out what our government allegedly traded for the secrets to advanced alien technology.
What was that agreement? Whose base really is this?
And finally get a glimpse of who or what is behind it all.
Large bulbous eyes, bald head, they are beings that come and take you in the night.
This is Unsealed Alien Files, exposing the biggest secret on planet Earth. Welcome back to Unsealed Alien Files. Are there aliens among us? If so, where do they come from? And what do they want? More than 2 decades ago, a frightening document began circulating within the U.S. community, outlining extraterrestrials living covertly on our planet. The book is known as the Blue Planet Project. The document describes more than 150 species of aliens that have visited or are visiting our planet at this time. More chilling is how the document describes the side.
The Blue Planet Project talks about over 150 species of aliens visiting Earth. We start with the Greys, the Nordics, and even the reptiles. Just like here on Earth, we have different species and also different races in humanity. And we know that many different people who have been abducted describe variations of what we call the Grey. These spindly limbed, small beings, usually 3 to 4 feet in height, large bulbous heads, black almond-shaped eyes. And it seems very interesting that they all seem to look alike. What happens next depends on the story you listen to, whether or not it be a violent experiment or maybe just a kind of a ride around the planet in a spaceship. Those are the ones that you hear about the most.
Other malevolent species described in the book include the underwater dwelling reptilians and reptoids. The Blue Planet Project describes these beings as perilous creatures, some requiring human blood and fluids to survive. According to the Blue Planet Project, not all species of aliens want human annihilation. There are the Nordics, a tall human-like race who are reportedly peaceful and want only human salvation, and yet the variety of species described in the book begs the question of how so many extraterrestrials could exist in and around Earth without our knowledge. The Blue Planet Project book tells us not only what it is these strange creatures are hiding, but where. Unsealed case file, the Dulce Base.
In or near Dulce, New Mexico, there are reports of a vast underground facility, a secret base with a number of levels that are very, very secret.
If the theorists are right, buried underneath the Jicarilla Apache Indian Reservation is a hidden city built for extraterrestrials to operate unnoticed by the public, but side by side with our very own government.
I've been there. When I was out there, I got to spend time with the Jicarilla Apache Nation, and all of them had very strange stories to tell. Unexplained lights and unexplained UFOs in the sky. People who have seen weird creatures running around the forest at night. You have to know that something is going on there.
7 levels deep and filled with over 18,000 alien beings, this base is reportedly filled with experiments that range from advanced weaponry to the creation of lizard-human hybrids.
The deeper you go, pretty much the more secretive it goes. And some of these levels, the research is more geared towards the extraterrestrials' needs rather than the human needs. And we hear projects and things taking place that really are quite disturbing. Potentially a vat of human body parts where these extraterrestrials soak to ingest nutrients through their skin. Levels where they're in vitro fertilization or test tube versions of extraterrestrials literally being grown. Are these things actually possibly taking place on a base here on Earth?
According to the Blue Planet Project, this pact between the U.S. military and the alien races allows for human mind control experiments, alien housing, genetic testing, and cold storage of humanoids.
What it would come down to is it depends on what the actual pact was between our military and this race of extraterrestrials. What was that agreement? Whose base really is this? Did we have a choice in the pact, or were we forced to do it? There's no set story on exactly how this transpired. The only part of the conspiracy that's really out there is that it transpired. We agreed to let them abduct a certain percentage of our population for medical research, for experiments that they were interested in. Now, what happened was that they broke that treaty and started to abduct many more people than we had originally agreed to.
Tales of experimentation recount stories of pain, torture, and never-ending fear.
These are human abductees we're talking about. And if the Blue Planet Project is right, then this could be anyone, including my family, your family. No one's safe.
But what was the purpose of this experimentation? The Blue Planet Project book provides an unsettling answer.
As the author of the Blue Planet Project tells us, there are various reasons for these abductions, but the most important one does seem to be reproduction. We have aliens abducting us and doing all these experiments, including interbreeding with humans. Why would they do that? Why breed a human and an alien together? And the only answer that I can come up with, and that seems very evident in this book, is they're trying to keep their species alive. They're trying to reproduce.
But the real concern may be what will be done with the human race once they find what they need from us. When we come back, if the Blue Planet Project recounts solution. Then what does that mean for the human race? Was the secret alien agenda for mankind all cooperation?
What song? It's what?
And what is the real planning that every human on Earth needs to prepare for? This is Unseen.
This is the story of a girl. Try to read my down the hole. Oh, she looks so kind and fine.
Welcome back to Unseen Alien Files. The Planet Project book recounts horrifying tales of human abduction and experimentation.
How many days in the year? No, I'm fancy, and I have my own sensitive. What is that thing called? Wonders that. I was lucky to I'm a cum shirt probably. What a year coming. Really? It was a move. And the Wilson. The Wilson! Daytime Emmy Awards, biatch. Susan Lucci can do that. Really? Yeah, she's pretty. The streak is over, Susan Lucci. The streak is over, Susan Lucci. See, here's the funny thing. That woman lost like 20 sometimes in a row. And I can't tell you another person who's really won a daytime Emmy. But I can tell you Susan Lucci won one. So even though she had to like, keep losing it, so it's for me to know she's super hot and she can get fucked. So fucking look out for that hoe. Jezebel and hoe. You Jezebel and hoe. You Jezebel and hoe. Yoshi. Sheen. Yeah. Yo.
That's one of the questions. I don't know if I'm on this for some people. Make sure you make some flying face icon on the will as a signature, and make sure you hide it under the cushions of the couch in your house. That's always the best way to do it. Real quickly. Melissa, hi Melissa. Right. Hi, how are you? Yes, ma'am. I'm ready for you. Okay, I finished my partner for 19 years. We said we broke up for the last year to, giving me the recently, okay, hold on. You recently you cut out for a second. Hold on. You just cut out for a second. I was at T, and I think you said recently, right? Yeah. Okay, recently what? I'm sorry, that's the qualification. Yeah. It's really bad. Yes, for social. 17-year-old, 9-year-old, and he's getting down with his parents. Is he your father, Melissa? Yes. Yeah, okay, he's the father. We are not legally married. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all. Okay. So, he is stopping you from seeing those kids? Yes. And very little people I made that decision, and I dabbled in the drugs, and the legal drugs for a couple months. Stopped smoking and drinking those. And then I went back to it. Okay, all right. Okay, well, you said you dabbled with illegal drug. What is dabbling? How much is dabbling? If I don't understand, or if I don't dabble out really how far that goes, or what kind of drug? I use the one and I take it. Okay, 2-3 times a day. Okay. However, keep in mind that you can immediately go to court and ask for court custody. That would get happened instantly. You are entitled to those things after time. Now, you can stop that by arguing drug abuse, and you can say, I haven't used any drugs in X amount of time. By the way, if you say I've only used them once or twice or 4 times, maybe a little about careful about perjury, how did you prove that it didn't 2-3 times a week? So, that's my statement. Oh, you already said that's what you said, not what you wrote. Okay, what you said. What's stopping you from saying you use it every day? Nothing. What's stopping you from using it, saying you use it every day 24 hours a day? That's why you wouldn't say it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is that because you admitted doing that, and when did you stop doing it? 18. Okay, so you just stopped doing it. Okay, so now you got to make sure you're going to ask for custody, which you get. He is going to argue, the only thing he has to argue is you are using methamphetamine. He will absolutely not. I am not using methamphetamine. He's going to say you admit it 2-3 times a week. I don't even remember ever saying that. And I'm not telling you to lie. It's not going to be under perjury because you're going to be in court. All I'm telling you is that he has, it's just your statement. So you're going to have to find a lawyer and go for custody on this one. But you will get, absolutely everything involved. And well, then we got an issue. Have they interviewed you yet? Yes, they interviewed. I mean, we just for them to interview my part of it. Okay, well, now you have him involved, but again, it's only an allegation for him. Making that, just because he alleged that, they say he's going, so you can turn around and allege stuff that you've done. Okay. And now you have the court looking at you being bad and him being bad. Okay. So it's not that easy. It isn't. So just don't think that he's just going to get away with it. Because it's not going to happen. It might, but you're not going to get it. This is the handle on the law. I'm saying, well, for the TFI 25 years now. A 25-year-old woman responded to town with a boat in Vincennes, Delaware. This was a homicide victim by authorities as per ID. English husband could get a property tax reduction if that special damaged her home during a fire in the World War II Flint hangar. And Homelessness in the U.S. is at an all-time high. A new report from the Department of Housing and Urban Development shows the number of unhoused people rose 12% since last year. Such a traffic situation in North Hollywood right after this. I've been a small business person my entire life, and over the years on several HR issues, I just got nailed. And like most small to medium-sized business owners, I couldn't come close to affording an HR person. But there is an answer, Bambi.com. Because with Bambi, you get that HR person starting at only $99 per month. I know, sounds too good to be true, but it is for real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination, just more. I got nailed a bunch of times. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. So go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. I get the credit for that. Thank you. Visit Bambi, B-A-M-B-E-E, Bambi.com. You got a problem on the 170 in North Hollywood. Yeah, just on the southbound, just before Riverside Drive, and basically when you go to the right shoulder, they kind of damage, and right now traffic is backing up all the way to Magnolia. In East LA on the 101 northbound between the 5 and Vineyard, watch for that stop and go traffic to continue throughout most of the morning here. Heading to home traffic, but the home path from 15 northbound at Cape Fire Road. Thankfully, it looks like that East Fire is out there. It's still affecting the traffic all the way back up and over the door on that northbound side. Temperatures getting low, but the wind remains high. There are even smartphones up to a small interview and higher candidates. Also, more interview tools. We're marketing at a very broad scale. It doesn't for specific people. And that's the beauty of iHeart Network. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. The holiday season is time to come together with your clients. And don't wait to let the hard topic to grow. Like fans, once again, bones are turkey. Now is a great opportunity to ask how aging relatives are doing and discuss their plans for the future. Asking if they're up to date with important vaccinations, being active every day, and discussing your long-term health plans, we're helping make sure they're better prepared for aging. This is your chance to start this important conversation. Visit agingfca.org to learn more.
You're going to see him on the outside. They're playing cover two. There's a safety out of the screen. Pratt trying to work his way over there. Justin Jefferson, similar to a catch he made last week. This one, Mullins puts it low and away from the defense. He's able to catch it and get out of the way of a hit.
A gain of 17 for number 18 has the ball in Bengals territory. Delayed handoff. It's Chandler again, working his way inside the 40. For Nick Mullins, this is his 18th NFL start. He made 16 of those with the San Francisco 49ers, 8 in the 2018 season, 8 more in the 2020 season. He was a star at Southern Miss. But this is a guy that just understands the role of the backup quarterback. And here on second down, gets enough yardage for the first down as Chandler continues to work it.
He said he understands the role of the backup quarterback.
Look at this
Fascinating talking to him is he said amongst the backup quarterbacks, it's almost like an unspoken competition.
Right.
There's only but so many spots, and you want to go out there when that opportunity rises to prove yourself that you can be the guy if something happens to the starter.
In our next game, the Colts and the Steelers, they'll both be starting backup quarterbacks as well. Another first down for the Vikings, and Mullins in the shotgun. And he delivers to T.J. Hawkinson, and he gets nailed by Jermaine Pratt, but not before a 9-yard gain for the man who leads all tight ends in receptions this season.
T.J. Hawkinson has been so good, but look at Jefferson on the outside. Two guys are surrounding him, which opens up that spot right there for Hawkinson to sit down. That's going to be the game within the game of how you mix in those doubles.
Second and short, Mullins again pushing through, and it looks like that's going to be enough to move the chains.
Already, we've seen 3 QB sneaks in an era in the NFL where we talk about the brotherly shove or the tush push, or whatever you want to call it. The old school quarterback sneak, that still works as well. The both of these quarterbacks show their ability to do it.
And the news gets worse for the Cincinnati Bengals as DJ Reader is officially out with a right knee injury. Mullins barking signals on 1st and 10, with Chandler still in the backfield. And now Mullins changing things up. Chandler again puts some gets the green and gets inside the 20. This Minnesota ground game continued to pound away on the Bengals.
I love that. You're seeing what Kevin O'Connell is getting this running game going. There are two safeties, one back here as well, that are going to be playing cover two as Jordan Battle backs out of there. That's what Mullins saw before the snap. And he starts talking to his offensive lineman. He checks to a running play because there's two safeties out high. There's less people at the line of scrimmage. Just open up the lanes for Ty Chandler to pick up 8 yards on first down.
It's another second and short for Mullins and his Vikings offense. Another handoff to Chandler, and he gets close to the first down, but he's about a half yard shy. Mike Hilton with the stop.
I would guess we're going to get another quarterback sneak right here. A lot of 3rd and 1s early in this game. And Ty Chandler's been huge. And Kevin O'Connell said yesterday he was so excited to give him opportunities. Wanted to give him 15-plus carries. We can see he's well on his way to that early on in this game.
Lou Anarumo, the outstanding defensive coordinator, the Bengals trying to dial something up here on 3rd and short with Chandler in the backfield and down C.J. Ham in front of him. Little play action. Mullins is going to hit Chandler wide open. He's got some space and gets it inside the 5 before he is pushed out by Jermaine Pratt.
That's why I'm up there in the booth. I'm calling for the quarterback sneak. They go on a nice play action move right here. Get Mullins outside of the pocket, and he's able to find Ty Chandler while all of those Bengals defenders are packed in the middle, waiting for him to run the ball there. Gets it on the outside. A really nice call by Conway there on 3rd and 1.
And the Vikings have the ball all the way inside the 1-yard line. No touchdowns on their opening drives this season. Miles Murphy late to the party for the Bengals as they're trying to find the right defensive alignment. Hand off to Chandler, spins, and he is in. So the Vikings have their first opening drive touchdown of the season. And for Chandler, his second score on the ground of the season, and the Vikings respond with a score of their own.
We saw Murphy coming, running in late. We talked about DJ Reader going down early in this drive. You get down there on the goal line, that's where you bring in the extra defensive lineman. That's one of those plays where you have to be ready. Who's the next guy up? Because DJ Reader is usually a guy that's in there on that play. But what a drive out of Minnesota Vikings and Nick Mullins in his first start this season.
Greg Joseph on to add the PAT, which he does. And with 2:23 to go here in the first, the Nick Mullins starting era in Minnesota off to a great start.
There was a family. They played together and laughed together. But they weren't completely alike. And as they grew older, their opinions widened, and they distanced from each other. Conversations became heated. Reunions became more and more uncomfortable. They felt they were meant for each other.
This is if he gets us.
Brother aligned against sister.
Yep, guaranteed.
Birthdays were
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. GOFUCKYOURS.
SiriusXM Radio is your home for everything NFL. Get live home and away broadcasts from every game. And 24/7 coverage with the SiriusXM app. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/NFL23.
Listen, yo, Shinda, Kantoshi. No.
Can't do anything.
This kid sucks.
Can't sit, can't
All the
stand.
do this crap.
Can't control your bowels.
Dude, why wouldn't you
Like
fucking
Bob's
do this
can't
crap?
aim. Can't stiff arm, side arm, choose, split. It's cannot deal. Can't float like a butterfly. Can't sting like a bee. Can't win that big game on TV. You're born the original impossible. You spend the rest of your life proving nothing is.
See? Maybe they're like me to show
One-yard plunge to give the Vikings a 7-3 lead here in Cincinnati, capping a 12-play, 75-yard drive that took more than 6 minutes off the clock. Minnesota's first quarter touchdown since Week 5 against Kansas City. But after last week's 3-0 game, the Vikings fans will take a touchdown drive in any quarter.
No doubt about it. A really good job of setting the tone with the running game and Ty Chandler and allowing that to open up on a play action on a 3rd and 1 and finding their way in the end zone.
Joseph to boot it away. Trevion Williams is going to watch it sail on over his head. Guess who's back? Keegan-Michael Key. He returns to host NFL Honors presented by Invisalign during Super Bowl 58 weekend out in Las Vegas. Find out who will bring home the NFL's most prestigious awards. It's NFL Honors presented by Invisalign Thursday, February 8th, 9/8 Central on CBS and NFL Network. Sure, the Good Morning Football crew already has those front row seats reserved.
We'll see about that.
Mixon in the backfield next to Jake Browning, who engineered a field goal drive. And the Bengals' first opportunity is going to out here slinging it, and it's incomplete over the head of Tyler Boyd and out of bounds. A little bit of the air out of the building, not only because the Bengals allowed the touchdown drive, but because one of their stud defenders, DJ Reader, is done for the day. It's now more imperative even for this offense to put some points on the board.
Yeah, especially with that first drive of the Minnesota Vikings and their ability to run the ball downhill directly at that defense.
Zach Taylor, not only the head coach here in Cincinnati for 5th season, also the play caller. Probably won't get that guy involved much today. Second and long, a delayed handoff to Mixon. He's got a nice hole, and he is brought down a couple yards shy of the first down. Harrison Smith, the first one to hit him.
On the west side.
Really good job up front of the offensive line, and then Sample coming, pulling, and knocking guys out of the way. John Williams opening up the hole right there. Joe Mixon, you see the numbers right there, 242 scrimmage yards in the last 2 weeks. He's a guy that runs the ball extremely hard and has gotten more opportunities as of late. He is making the most with him. Chase Brown, the explosive guy, the dynamic guy, Mixon, the guy that you just handed off to battle down on that defense.
And here on 3rd and short,
This
exactly Drew Sample,
more shiny.
tight end, who's going to be the pass protector. Bengals up against it on the play clock, but Browning gets it away, has some time, and he was a short. I think he was looking for T. Higgins, but it was one hopper in front of Cam Bynum.
Nowhere to go with that ball, trying to get the ball out right there. And that was the look of the Vikings. Everybody up at the line, and then they're dropping out, playing zone behind it. Jake Brown and clutching onto it, not having anywhere to go. Throws that one into the ground. Said that Steelers game, he was trying to get the ball out, holding on to it too long. Right there, no one open, get rid of it.
And so Brad Robbins will get his first crack at punting it. It's been a rough season for the 6th-round pick out of Michigan. Brandon Powell standing at his own 20 to return it for the Vikings. Powell catches it and steps out of bounds near the 20, a couple yards shy of it. We'll call it the 18. Second drive for Nick Mullins coming your way. Yeah, JJ and the Vikings trying to go that way against his old college teammate. Minnesota leading the Bengals 7-3.
Hey, Peyton. Thanks for hosting Slider Sunday.
You got it.
But aren't we missing something?
Look who's seeing Slider Sunday again!
With the west side.
Classic Eli. Love that guy.
Seriously. King's Hawaiian Slider Sunday. The only way to Sunday.
Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the new Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. What's in your wallet?
The
Wish I was a little bit smaller, a mini Shaq baller. Cause he's all mine.
Details make the holidays. During the Genesis Signature event, get a $1,000 bonus on select Genesis vehicles, exclusively at your local Genesis retailers.
K-Day kickoff counting you down to the final act of Week 15 drama. Seattle Seahawks, one game out of the playoffs. Philadelphia Eagles, one loss from something like panic. Who wins it and how? Answers on Game Day kickoff Monday, 7 Eastern.
Concern on the Bengals sideline for the 7th-round rookie DJ Ivey, one of their extra defensive backs, injured when he was the gunner on special teams, Jason.
Tough play right there. We're going to see it. But DJ Ivey is a young rookie, you said, and last week made a huge play on punt, and he's running down, and he goes to plant that left leg. And I can't exactly tell what happened, but as soon as he's rolling over, he goes to grab it right away because he knows something doesn't feel right there as he's going to try to make the tackle on Powell. Running full speed, going to plant. We'll see if he's going to be okay.
And for the second time in this opening quarter, a Bengals defender is headed to the cart. KJ Osborne coming over to check on him. Of course, Osborne also a former Miami Hurricane. You can see the young man practically in tears, but actually he is. Guy that fellow defensive back Mike Hilton couldn't say enough great things about him. He said he's so impressive. He has made such strides for a 7th-round pick.
They really like him. I talked to Charles Burks, the DB coach. Ivy got a chance to play last week. Obviously, Cam Taylor-Britt on IR right now at the cornerback position. He's a tall, long guy that they really like his ability. Made a big play down the sideline with Alec Pierce last week. He's a young guy that you're looking to try to develop and continue to grow. You just hate to see that look, a guy riding off of the car this early in the game at this point in the season.
So the Bengals defense, which has struggled on the field at times, now without a couple of key pieces, they're going to try and stop a Minnesota offense which moved 75 yards in its opening drive under Nick Mullins. Chandler is going to get another carry. Miles Murphy, the first-round pick out of Clemson with the stop. Opening drive, Mullins a perfect 3 for 3, had it all working.
They were able to just be well-balanced. The run game got it going early on, and they were able to complement it with a few play-action passes. That's the exact way we call it the first 15. You go off the script. The way O'Connell drew it up, that was exactly what you wanted to go on that first opening drive.
Under a minute to go here in the opening quarter, and Mullins from the shotgun is Chandler's basically getting all the work in the backfield, remains in the game. Mullins surveying the field, jumps up and then dumps it down to Chandler. He almost got called for a double dribble there or something.
A double dribble. I love the crossover reference right there from you, Chris. Nobody's open right here. He's looking down the right sideline. You see Addison gets a little bit of a step. And it looks like Awuzie beat. There's a safety over the top right there on Justin Jefferson, trying to take him away from the offense.
And Kevin O'Connell facing his first third long as a play caller today. And here come those fans Zach Taylor was calling for. Bengals blitzing. Mullins gets dropped at the 11-yard line. Jermaine Pratt and Trey Hendrickson team up and force the punt.
O'Connell said they needed to stay out of the third and long situation because defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo, he knows how to draw this stuff up as well. Everybody at the line of scrimmage on the left side, those guys get out of it as the offensive line is looking to where they think the pressure's coming. Pratt and those guys are able to get in the backfield, get to Mullins before he can see anything going on right there.
And before Ryan Wright is going to have a chance to boot it away, it is the end of the quarter with the Vikings leading the Bengals 7-3 on NFL Network.
Plus isn't just streaming Super Bowl 58, they're giving away 58 tickets to the game. Scan the QR code on screen to find out how you can get to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas by watching your favorite shows and movies on Paramount Plus. Check out hideandpeaksweeps.com.
Listen here, mateys, and listen good. Super Bowl 58 streams live on Paramount Plus, and we've got 58 tickets to the big game in Vegas that you landlubbers could win. What? Just keep your eye peeled for special QR codes before your favorite shows and movies, like Survivor, or Mean Girls, or Star Trek Picard.
We get it. Hide and peek on Paramount Plus. Explore the map for a chance to win. Ho, ho, ho! Huddle up. The Vegas game is back.
That's the best present ever.
Don't miss the Las Vegas Raiders taking on the Kansas City Chiefs in the Nickelodeon NFL Nickmas game. Christmas Day on Nickelodeon.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you have the big stuff. Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Right at nhgsa.gov/the-right-seat. You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you have the big stuff.
Mama?
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhgsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Are you new to Medicare? Have you recently moved or lost your coverage? You have a choice, which is why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here to help you get all the benefits you qualify for. Give us a call today at 800-613-0862, and we'll help you make the most of your budget. Ask about our $0 monthly premium plans that include dental, vision, and hearing, and $0 copays for prescriptions. And if you qualify for Medicare and Medicaid, we also have plans to help you pay for groceries, over-the-counter health items, and utilities like cell phones, all on a single prepaid MasterCard. Call Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield at 800-613-0862 to find a Medicare Advantage plan with all the benefits you are eligible for. We're here to help, so you never go it alone. That's our anthem.
Players with a punt return for a score in the NFL this season.
Italy, it might be one of my favorites.
Standing at his own 40.
My shit.
Right, averaging nearly 48 yards per punt. Gets it away cleanly, and it's a good one, driving Jones all the way back inside his 30, but he's got some space to the left. Cuts it all the way across field for a 10-yard return. Pat Jones knocks him out of bounds. Time for what really happened, presented by Progressive.
Lou Anarumo has these guys making it look like they're going to blitz. Those two are going to drop out in coverage, and then the safety is going to come on the blitz with the other one going back to the middle of the field, and they're not able to pick it up as the offensive line is looking to slide to the right. Ham's able to put one of the guys up in the backfield, but Henderson and Pratt get to Mullins before he can find anybody open down the field.
And for Hendrickson gets credited with a half sack, tying his single season best with 14. Bengals' third drive of the game, the rookie Chase Brown settles in next to Browning. And he's going to get it on the screen. He's got some space. That could be trouble. He gets spun out of bounds by Caleb Evans, and that is good news because there was plenty of space, just like last week against the Indianapolis Colts.
Chase Brown got this ball in his hand, and next thing you know, 50-something yards later, he was dancing in the end zone. But it wasn't just him. Look at big 67 out there. Cordell Bolson, he hit 17.6 miles per hour himself as he was Chase Brown in the backfield. Look at that. Chase Brown, second fastest ball carrier in the NFL this year, right behind DK Metcalf.
And Jake Browning wanted to make sure that he got measured in at 20.8 miles per hour during a camp sprinting drill. Here he just takes his time handing it off, and the Bengals do get a first down. Josh Metellus in on the stop. Browning so far on a lot of the short stuff, keeping the percentage high. Now remember, he came out of Washington where he made 53 career starts, was on the Vikings practice squad in 2019 and 2020. He called it
A master class in patience. Finally got his time here the last 4 weeks, and the Bengals have been oh so healthy on that offensive line. It's Alex Kappa limping off.
Yeah.
6-year man out of Humboldt State. I mean, it is amazing. They are one of 3 teams to start their entire offensive line unit all season long.
They played really well last week against the Indianapolis Colts. As Zach Taylor said, a lot of times he's defended those guys because everybody else is saying negative things about that unit and how they're playing together. But he's been very pleased with how they've been able to come together, work as a unit, and find ways, especially when Burrow goes out to keep Jake Browning upright. Even that Steelers game, there was a few sacks, but Browning told us himself he held on to the ball a little too long in a lot of situations.
Cody Ford has checked in to replace him, the 5th-year man out of Oklahoma. So first and 10 for the Bengals at their own 49 with Brown in the backfield. Browning will swing it out to
this
the
fucking
rookie.
ball of Jordan
Tries to
Jefferson.
split the
I haven't
defenders
met
and
him.
gets a 6-yard gain.
He's the number 1 pick.
Ivan Pace Jr., local product there to wrap him up.
For reason,
Bengals looking to take a shot down the field. You see
he's
T. Higgins and
wide
Jamar
open.
Chase, only
I
2
could have
receivers
scored.
out on the
I would
route.
have scored.
Vikings do a good job of covering that in zone. Good
And
decision,
then I would
checking
have
the
gotten
ball
it
out and getting some yards there on a first down pickup.
Pace, who turns 23 today.
I am so
What a huge
fucked.
game last week against the Raiders with a
Intercept
sack,
the ball.
13
Hit
tackles,
6.
and the game-sealing
Spice this
interception.
fucking
Browning
game.
on second and 4, and there's a flag in the backfield as he was chased by Byron Murphy, was all over him on the corner
Moving
blitz.
on the
Of course, the
offense.
Vikings do lead the NFL in blitz percentage. And the referees are getting together. Bill Vinovich saying, hey, it's holding, you want to walk him back or what?
Holding. Offensive or 3rd. 10-yard penalty. Speed second out.
That'll be on the rookie, and part of the reason he didn't play early in the season was because of the pass protection.
Yeah, right there. Pace Jr. is coming in there. That's a little rookie-on-rookie action right there. But Pace is the guy that's supposed to be making the tackles right there. Chase Brown grabs him up right there. Cannot do it. Buys a little time for Jake Brown, and eventually he has to throw the ball away.
Kevin O'Connell does take the yardage, and so it's going to be 2nd and 14 to push the ball back into Bengals
What would you do if
territory.
you were Cincinnati? I would throw the ball
Jamar Chase
in
with
the end
just the
zone
one big play in the opening
and
quarter.
score right now. And then I score again. Now. Then I score again.
Quick
Now.
throw out to Chase, and he gets nailed
That's
immediately for a loss
now.
on the play.
Pop,
And
pop,
it's Byron Murphy
pop, pop, this
right in
is
Chase's
the
face.
hot. Pop, pop, this is yeah.
Outside, seeing and diagnosing this play and reacting on it, defeating a blocker of a tight end and going to make that play. That brings up a 3rd and long right here for the Cincinnati Bengals offense. These are situations where play calling, you don't have many things on your sheet for that 3rd and 15. It's going to be interesting whether Flores decides to bring some pressure or sit back in zone and allow them to throw the ball in front.
Intercept the ball, you fucking cunt.
Browning barking out the signals. Just gets it off before the play clock expires. And Browning's going deep downfield for Charlie Jones. He had it. It just past the fingertips of the rookie. And that is one you have got to nail if you're the Bengals.
You got it.
That's a tough one right there. He's able to
I would have thrown that in the end zone and scored. I would have thrown it.
And you're hanging around those sticks, and right there runs right by Harrison Smith and just a little too far for his outstretched hand.
Did he catch
right
it?
there, one fingertip, just too far. Browning, that's one he would love to have back and lay it on him.
That would have been Jones's 2nd NFL catch. Instead, it's a big miss. And another punt for Brad Robbins. Powell back standing at his own 10. Powell is going to return it. Gets past one defender. There's a flag down. And Powell chased out around the 15. Flag is on the far side of the field from where the punt was returned. Charlie Jones is thinking the big old what if. This place was ready to erupt on that pass.
There's no foul for blocking the back by the kicking team.
Okay.
The ball was already caught. Timeout.
All right. Vilvinovich enforcing the rules. Oh, the Bengals that close to reclaiming the lead. Frustrating toss for JB.
Experience the art of high-pressure brewed coffee and espresso with the Love Barista system. Enjoy richer, bolder flavors complete with velvet smooth crema. Now brewing Pete's Coffee.
Happy holidays!
I need to make a tree.
Hey, honey, you okay?
Everything's fine.
Hey, did I set the alarm?
Yes, you did.
Check holiday deals at ring.com. You look for anything, Chucky soup. Chucky spicy chicken noodle has 16 grams of protein per cake. Soup that eats like a meal.
Getting into brush is no longer a chore. The sink is overflowing onto the floor. Luckily, American Home Shield is there to fix or replace cover parts of appliances and home systems to help you stay on course and budget. Sign up today at ahs.com.
As soon as the first half of Minnesota is in the books, I'll get you ready for the remainder of the game.
Takes it into the end zone.
Alexis halftime report today on NFL Network.
Do you have an experienced ACL doc you can recommend? I'm right here.
Can you tailor treatment to me? I'm right here.
Is it possible to get medical advice in the middle of the night?
I'm right here.
At St. Elizabeth, we provide a faithful commitment to the community, innovative treatments, and unsurpassed advancements in care. We understand you have questions, and at St. Elizabeth, we personalize care with answers you need.
Jurassic Park.
When Skyline became the official chili of the Bengals, all the town started celebrating.
That's pretty tight. West Side. How much is that? Jesus Christ.
The NFL family is committed to advancing social justice through work that reduces barriers to opportunities. Just as players inspire change in their communities, the Inspire Change Changemaker Award recognizes community members who are working every day to advance social justice. To learn more about each team's Changemaker, visit NFL.com/InspireChange. Vikings fall just outside of their own 15 with a 7-3 lead. Nick Mullins making his first start as a Minnesota Viking. Handed off, and it is Longu for the first time, and there is no gain on that one. BJ Hill and Josh Tupou there on the stop. Logan Wilson helping out as well. So big picture here, the Cincinnati Bengals, one of a half dozen teams in the AFC, sitting at 7-6, but because of the tiebreaker scenarios, no wins in the division, a tough conference record. This really is a playoff game for them.
It 100% is. They have to win all of these down the stretch, and that's something that they're familiar with the last few seasons.
2nd and 9, Mullins nearly picked off. As it was Dax Hill that cut right in front of Justin Jefferson, and he would have walked in for 6.
Just playing zone right there. Mullins is just a little off with this pass. We're going to see Dax Hill coming from the middle right there as he goes to drive on it. And if he puts that ball on Jefferson, that's a completion. Leaves him too far inside. That one that should have been picked off.
Last time in a 3rd and long, Lou Anarumo dialed up some heat. The Bengals run. Let's see if they blitz. They've got plenty of guys right in the line on 3rd and 9. And there is a flag before the snap, and it's going to be a false start on the Vikings.
False start. Offer to the 67. 5-yard penalty.
That's the right guard, Ed Ingram, and Hey, Zach Taylor asked for the fan to help deliver it in the last two drives.
Give me that west side thing.
They were coming on that one. As he started to get into his count, you see guys falling over themselves, trying to get going and rush the passer right there. I think they're going to probably switch it up now and drop back in this zone.
CJ Ham in as the blocking back on 3rd and 14 as the Bengals are not showing blitz. In fact, only a couple of down linemen, 3 of them on this play. Mullins is going to dump it down to Hawkinson and gets it past the 25 and gets enough for the first down. Yes, that way, TJ Hawkinson.
Really good run after the catch right there by TJ Hawkinson, just dropping it down. And they sat back in zone, had all the defenders, and that's why important on defense right there. You all have to see where the ball is going and break to it and go to make a play. But a smart decision by Mullins right there. Hey, nothing's open down the field. Get it to Hawkinson and let him do the rest.
Great trade that brought him to Minnesota a year ago from Detroit for a couple of picks. He has been super productive, and here gets a first down. Quick toss out to KJ Osborne, dragged down by Logan Wilson after a couple-yard gain. Well, right now the Minnesota Vikings sit as the 6th seed, but they have dreams of a second-straight division title. They will get that if they win out because they played the Detroit Lions twice down the stretch.
I've been saying that for 40 years.
Mullins changing the play.
Yeah.
And now goes back under center on 2nd and 7 with a little play fake. Dumps it down. That is
that one got a block of the year. Really? No. They should give out that award, block of the year.
Number 17 of the season.
You think you win it? Yeah. No. Definitely not. It is impossible to get athletic. More athletic than you are.
Very efficient start for Nick Mullins. He's protected on 75% of his throws so far.
Now, let me just put it this way. I thought it was impossible to be athletic than you are. But it's not. They need a new word. There's no longer athlete. Super athlete. There you go. Supervisor.
For the NFL lead among rookies in touchdown receptions.
You think you're a super athlete?
Just running an over route right there, and they're playing zone on the other side. DJ Turner allows him to go across the field. But Uzi on the other side is man-to-man with his eyes completely on Justin Jefferson, trying to take him away, which opens that window for Jordan Addison right in the middle of the field.
Ty Chandler, who has the lone touchdown on the day, back into the game behind Mullins. And it'll be a pitch to Chandler. Breaks it outside, and a good cut gets it down close to the 30. B.J. Hill on the stop.
So important on those critical downs, a 3rd and long earlier in this drive. You allow Hawkinson to pick it up. We call the rest of these plays like those hidden plays.
Just the slutty.
Because if you get off the field, you don't see any of these. This Vikings offense is really when they're handing the ball to Ty Chandler and then going play action, being able to find the receivers down there.
Chandler with 9 carries for 41 yards. Another 2nd and short for Minnesota. A little play fake. That's Johnny Munson.
Look at this. West side.
Another first down for Minnesota. Oh, Dax Hill on the coverage.
One thing Justin Jefferson told us when we met with him yesterday was under Nick Mullins, the offense was going to be very similar to when Kirk Cousins was there. He processes and he sees it well, and that's what we see. He got to his back foot, nothing was down the field, went straight to his check down out to the flat and found his big tight end.
Anarumo and O'Connell going head head-to-head on this drive, and now Jefferson is going to line up in the backfield. They're going to swing it out to him, and he's going to throw it deep downfield, and it's actually a one-hopper to Osborne. Jordan Battle came in and applied some pressure to Jefferson, the thrower. All right, well, these two head coaches / play callers, once again, maybe let the quarterbacks do the throwing. This other stuff hasn't worked recently.
Well, Justin Jefferson's going to say, well, they just bought me a little bit of time, I can make the throw. He gets the ball in the flat, and he has KJ Osborne behind the defense open. But for a wide receiver, you put somebody on my lap, I got to protect myself. I can't go and make that play down the field.
And Nick Mullins is like, I know we started 4 different starting quarterbacks, but you're not.
Mullins is in such control of this offense right now. They came with the pressure, and he's checking before this, talking to them. Gets the ball, knows exactly where to go with the ball, as he knows he's going to get knocked down. Look at him hanging there in the pocket, close to getting hit in the helmet. There, as he releases that ball to Hawkinson as well.
Zach Carter applying the pressure on Mullins, and Hawkinson with another catch as the ball down to the 15. Chandler gets upended by blitzing Mike Hilton in the backfield. One of the best blitzers from that slot corner spot in the NFL.
Lou Anarumo just called him right there a football player. It's not about him being a great DB or anything like that. He just understands football. Right there, not showing the blitz at all. Times it up off of the motion. Gets back there. Look at the emotion from Mike Hilton. Is able to make a tackle for a loss.
Justin Jefferson's lined up all the way to the left here on 2nd and long. Mullins. Time. Steps up and he's going to run it. And he dives forward inside the 15. Bengals with pretty good downfield coverage on that play, and that is not what Nick Mullins wants to do.
And we haven't seen him try to force any throws there right there. Jefferson's cover, Addison, Hawkinson is stepping. Nowhere to really throw that ball. Goes for a scramble. We've seen him throw it away a few times, but this brings up a 3rd and 10 situation. We've seen pressure from the Bengals so far the last 2
All right, West Side.
Mullins has found
Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit, yo. West Side. Gangster. Mike, don't ever forget. West Side. Gangster. Forever. Intercepted. Go. Big 6. I would have done it all the way to the end zone. And I would have been like, suck this dick, you fucking fucker. And then I'd be like, West Side. And then I'd be like, West Side, West Side. You'd say West Side or West Side, West Side. I'd go West Side, West Side, West Side. And then you go with you. What'd you call? Would you be like, hey, like a bitch? Would you be like a bitch? Would you be like, hey, Estonia? Estonia wants to fuck.
They are so soft against the run. And their
Do
secondary
you want to
stretch.
fuck Estonia?
Just
Or
remember
does
that
Estonia want to fuck you? Yo, dog. Yo, Malaysia. You know anybody from Malaysia? I don't know. Kuala Lumpur? I like Kuala Lumpur. Music from Malaysia. For Riz? West Side. Yoshi. Yoshi. Look at this West Side. Fast Twitch. Look at this West Side. It should say start sick with West Side. West Side.
Championships. Let's go big.
How about you suck this random elite? You know, fucking wait. Are you talking to yourself? Huh? Like, yeah.
You guys should come over and watch the game again this Sunday.
How about you shut the fuck up, lady? How about you shut the fuck up? Hey, kid. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't, sweetie. You said they never stop talking. Girl, I never said
Bitch,
that.
shut the fuck
You
up.
just be making stuff up.
This bitch being a
We don't
bitch.
need to see the replay.
Bitch, put that fucking flag away. Yo. Dog. That was some horse shit. Dog. You think you could...
Back in Cincinnati, the Vikings lead the Bengals 7-3. That is Joe Mixon, who didn't play at all in the Bengals' last offensive series, getting worked on the sidelines. And a quick reminder that coming up
I'll
after
work
us,
on you on the
Saturday
sideline.
shootout triple header
Are you
continues.
done?
Steelers
Is this
and
done?
Colts,
Are
two
you
more
still
7-6
talking?
teams, and the Broncos square up against the Lions in prime time. Saturday triple header continues
I like
next
how you
only
have
on
something
NFL
crusty on
Network
you.
and stream on mobile with
And you
NFL
just
Plus.
ate it.
As you take a quick look at the AFC playoff picture, the Bengals, the Steelers, the Colts, the Broncos, all playing on NFL Network, all checking in at 7 and 6.
Ravens have the 5. Why do you have them as 8?
And a 3-yard gain by Chase Brown. But let's
Starting
take it back to the
defense.
turnover.
Double team on
Sounds like
Justin
a
Jefferson with
stupid
these
ass
two
plan.
guys, and then a double team on TJ Hawkinson with these two guys. Lou Anarumo taking away your two best players. Mullins doesn't say looks for Hawkinson. Then tries to come back to Jefferson. Hill right there with their eyes on him, and they make a play right there. They're going to force him on third down to try to find one of the other three guys.
Joe Mixon, after getting a quick stretch on the sideline, back into battle on 2nd and 7.
West Side. West Side. West Side. West Side. Yo, West Side.
Harrison Phillips, who's had an amazing season for the Minnesota Vikings with the stop. Second most tackles of any interior defensive lineman this season.
West Side.
Breaks up a big 3rd and 2 right here for this Cincinnati Bengals offense. They right here, they're going to try to isolate Jamar Chase and be able to put him on one side of the field and determine whether the Vikings are choosing a double team or not. And that can dictate where Browning goes with the
West
ball.
Side. West Side. West Side. West Side. Oh, fuck. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. How do we pick that up? Let's pick that ball. Good. Hey, dog. This is mine. Suck this motherfucker. Wow, wow, West. Jimmy. That's
practice squad together.
No, you don't.
As you can see, the knee clearly down before ball came out.
Buffalo running this. Buffalo soldier. But this is not gonna run that soldier. What are you doing to the big shit? You're not that. Oh, don't fuck me. Don't you dare fuck me. Don't you dare.
And the Bengals will wind it down to the 2-minute warning.
Oh, that's for sure. Fuck you.
Trying to close it in on that
For
7-3
this?
deficit here in Cincinnati.
Are you fucking me? Dog. This part sucks. Dog.
Sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down. Then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me.
So, how about, could it be a way of saying such as dog?
Where'd you want to serve?
Oh, I didn't serve. But if your spouse, parent, or grandparent served in the military, you can join USAA.
Yeah, my grandpa did. So
I'm gonna
I
marry
but I was
some
talking
chicken
about your serve.
military just to join that.
USAA for the military
For
community.
Riz?
Lowe's knows you need to save money this holiday, so
You can get more of what you want.
Like
with our lowest price guarantee.
For Riz?
This holiday, if
Yeah,
you find a better price, we'll match it.
But, so,
Get more for your
wow,
and your
grandfather
family.
went to Korea.
You got this.
So, Rizzy? That's sort of. Are you done? Shout out to everyone who's in Korea. My question would be this, though. Are you done? Are you done? Yahoo! Maybe I need for a while to let you know. Remember when you put it in there, he went naps. You think Bob Ross fucked a lot? Yeah, I think he probably got. I think he was a man. How? Was it gigolo? Hi, I'm Bob Ross. I'm gonna fuck your wife and I'm gonna paint you a picture simultaneously. Oh. Oh. Alright, are you done? Yoshinoshi. I swear to fucking God. Thank God. Motherfuckers. I swear to God, if this thing fucking works, so goddamn good. I was gonna put my fist through a fucking wall. For Riz? Dog. D to the A to the WG. Hurry the fuck up and then you'll see. West side. West side. Sing your West Side song. Yo, should I do? I'm not used to those cameras. Yo, should I do? Sing your West Side song. Like, okay, because I just